All right, I should be should be able to hear me now. That's new. I don't know why that happened. I had to restart OBS. Like I restarted OBS and then it was just suddenly working. So interesting. All right, that also means I was talking for the last however many minutes. I was completely muted. Didn't even look over and check. Fun. So also, hello, Liam the Gamer Sweden. Gee, how did I miss that? Okay. All right, well, I'm glad it was an easy fix anyways. All right, let me bring back the background music that also should have been playing. Yeah, all right, well, let's start anew, shall we? God. How long was I going there? Not mute anymore? Yeah, I can, so I have, in OBS, I can see this. If this is showing any amount of green and yellow or whatever, that means that you can hear me. If it's completely, like, empty, like this, or, well, that would mean that I intentionally muted myself, but in my case, it was just, like, completely empty, but still having color. So, don't know what that was. Don't know what caused that. I don't know if, like, my microphone got temporarily unplugged or something. No idea. Oh, well. It's fixed. It's fixed anyway. I got a game, by the way. Sure. Oh, for me to, like, a game you've been working on or something like that you'd like me to try out? That kind of thing? It's not done? Well, yeah, I'd be happy to try it. Sure. Hold on, let me just also, this and over here. I just want to quickly see. Yeah, 20 minutes. 22 minutes I was talking without, or, see, I don't know if my audio was silent the entire time, or if it just cut out at some point. But, on Scratch, ooh, I have some, like, a tiny amount of experience with Scratch, but primarily I am a Unity programmer. Block coding, yeah, I'm familiar with, how that is. Hold on, I just want to see real quick, because I'm curious. Right when I first, I'm going back through my VOD. Was I muted the entire time? Hold on here. Yeah, I was muted the entire time. Great, awesome. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so it was actually more like 10 minutes, but still. Yeah, that's funny, but also, I don't know how I didn't just look over it once in that 10 minutes. All right. I think that's the longest I've gone just being completely muted. Usually it'll be for like a minute, and it'll be because at some point I like muted this and didn't unmute it. But in this case, it was just, I actually don't know what the problem was. All I know is that resetting OBS just fixed it, so I don't need to worry about it. Yeah. Anyways, do I give my recap again? Usually I start a stream by like giving a recap of what we did last time. I just did that recap in silence though. So I'll do it again, but brief. Well, also, I guess if you're new here, I can give the very quick rundown. This is the Handyman with Unicycle, a game where you ride around and fix carnival rides, except for taking the craziness and bumping it up to 11 with all the hazards that you're having to dodge and all the crazy stuff you're having to do while having to go around and fix rides. Lots of placeholder things, but slowly we're getting a lot of our integral systems up and out of the way. I also have some debug buttons that make me just automatically like able to win and fail my levels. This is our thing of when you actually beat a level. This is what we were working on last time, especially this, where you get launched all the way back to our hub world. Rather than having a traditional level select, you are in an area where you actually move around and select the level and then go into the level. But more than that, like, if that's a level down there and I'm in my hub world here, I can get in the cannon and then get launched all the way into a level, things slide on screen, and then bam, the level goes. No loading screens. There's a lot of hidden loading happening in the background, a lot of the time. So yeah, very, very cool. Very, very cool. We also have, like, from here you can just restart the level and everything works there. We have from pausing you can restart, and we have from pause menu you can go back to the hub world. What I was just in the middle of doing is that while going through my just now seeing that things, or while I was kind of going through my review, I noticed that when I go back to the hub world with that button, the pause menu broke, so I was just fixing a bug of that, which, yep, there we go. It's fully functioning again. So that bug is already fixed. I did that in silence, but that's okay. Yeah, it's just like minor thing that I noticed. I was like, oh, well, gotta switch some booleans around. I also have this if you fail level, which again, I have buttons on my keyboard that make me automatically fail and win. So that's why that's happening. We can restart and go back to the hub out of those. But yeah, some of that's very traditional, like game things of being able to restart a level or go back to a level select or whatever. But just getting that stuff up and running with the context of this whole no loading thing. And there is loading, but not like a loading screen. It's all like when I go back to hub, there's just this quick curtain, whoosh whoosh, and a bunch of stuff happens in the background. Yeah, so now in this hub world, we have these buttons, or actually this is what we're overhauling now. This is my way of how you switch from one level to another. Right now I had it as a temporary thing, and I knew this was temporary when I made it this way, was that you just stand on this, old level disappears behind you, and then now new level, actually this one's over here, appears in front of you. The actual, flying is what's meant to, like, it is not temporary, other than just making it look a lot better graphically. There's like a tiny bit of stuttering, I'm hoping to like fix that, other than little things like that. But the idea of just you touching a button and then suddenly you're going away, I'm going to be replacing with a different system where you go up to a thing like this that I have no idea what this will graphically look like, and then you'll lose player control as the camera like pans up for a screen like this. Actually, let me bring up the labeled one. It looks like this with different UI elements in different places, and our character maybe like looking at them. Yeah, so we're going to be making... We started progress in making some of this, and we're going to be continuing that progress and making some of these actually functional. Now, this part, the screenshot, this is actually, like, what's going to be this little thing. I was thinking it would be, like, a piece of a map or something, because the idea is you're, like, going to different places in the world on your little flying thing that has yet to be named. Yeah, so that's that. Now, beyond also this level thing, we have, like... over here we have like our test level that we have set up. We have a whole bunch of just different gameplay mechanics that I've kind of made just kind of going down the line. We had an old test level that I've kind of dismantled and is no longer completely functional, but yeah, it's all still a work in progress. This started as a school project. I finished this for that school project and then decided to keep working on it because I like the idea and where I can take it. But in doing so, I've sort of dismantled some things and made new things and blah, blah, blah. It was a bit of a mess for a while, but we're slowly getting to the point of getting beyond that. We're getting to the point of soon be able to actually start making, or to start designing at least real levels. Yeah, Redeem Slurp. Ha-ha! It is an acronym. It is a Unity thing. If you're not familiar with Unity, there's a function called Slurp. It's S-Slurp. It's spherical linear interpolation. Yeah, that's what that stands for. So yeah, and it's just a thing. It has to do with smoothing, with angles, and yeah. But also, I have a water bottle with my old logo on it. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Okay. So anyways, intro explanation aside for the second time. I have this whole thing, my sort of to-do list for different things that I'm doing. This is like our current in progress thing. So yeah, we're continuing to improve our hub world level activate button. So that is where we are continuing at the moment. Once this does that. Okay. So while I'm waiting, so primarily we're going to be doing stuff in here. I did one thing where are you? I need to get rid of you. I put, yeah, our buttons are temporarily not going to be functional. I put that code in that one line there just to make them temporarily functional again, but I'm taking it out because it shouldn't be there in that place. Ramble about fans. Well, I looked up as if I had a fan in my room. I don't. But, yeah, something to ramble about random topics. I don't know. Fans are... Did I just pull up, like, Wikipedia on fans? Fans. Wikipedia. A fan. It's a machine for producing airflow, often used for cooling. Implement held and waved by hand to move air. Or a fan is a person, short for a fanatic, an enthusiast or supporter, especially with regard to entertainment or sports. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It is very, it's been quite a hot summer, so happy to have fans, and air conditioning, and the using both because of how hot it's been. But yeah, anyhow. Alright, what was I doing? I was back out of this. Okay, so hub world. I need to be in my hub world scene, not my test level scene. Go back to over here. Okay. This text as well. I don't know if I like it being... So I'm using Text Mesh Pro as the thing to have fancy text. And I even just, like, this font I copied from something else. When I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, so what the text is actually going to look like, all of that, very much up in the air. I might want it to look at actually more 3D and spinning around. I don't know. I do know that one thing for now, though. I would like this to kind of billboard to the camera. So we're going to start at like the small thing of just doing that, let's say. I already have one thing that billboards to the camera, so I'm actually just going to steal the code from that rather than make it from scratch. These circles here, they billboard to the camera, so we're just going to steal that code. Oh, you have that. There's your, Scratch project. Is this just a link? I'm not enough familiar with, like, that looks kind of like a link, but not completely like a link. Or did you just, do I just do these modifications, but deleting the spaces? Yeah? Is this it? Possibly. The Adventure of the Cats, the Ice Dragon's Lair. I recognize Baldi's Basics anywhere because it was made in Unity, and I have a fascination with any game made in the same game engine as what I use. Alright, I guess I try this out, and then we can get to actually what I'm doing. So I guess I'll read through the instructions. So, wait until December to play. Oh, yeah, because it's an in progress thing. Game is short at the moment because, yeah. Different languages. Interesting. Is there any instructions? No. Read the text at the beginning of the game. Can do. This game might be loud, so lower the volume. This game is not meant to work in December. Let's play this demo to try before that. Don't expect much. Sure. Okay. Oh, that's loud. Cool. My game has yet to have sound yet, but, yeah. Fair enough. Well, Adventure of the Cat. The Ice Dragon's Lair. Press space, continue. Huzzah. Start. Oh, interesting. I recognize, isn't that the, like the logo thing of, Scratch? But then I see with, like, a Santa hat and all that. Sure. Exactly, loud music. Yes. That's something I don't have unlocked yet. I'll press this way. Or, is there some of those, settings? Sure, music. Oh. I can, make it not as loud. Here, let me do this. Louder for the stream, less loud for my ears. Okay, blam. And, oh, hello. Is there something I'm missing? What do I do? I don't seem to have buttons to click. Like, I can click on the moon. Clicking on the snowman does nothing. And I see a 1. This seems like it would be like a level select that might be progressively showing levels. Except level 1 is unlocked. Do I have to do some tutorial somewhere? Or something like that? Something I missed? Languages? Yeah? What about it? Oh yeah, different languages. Yeah, sure. I will keep it at English, because that is the only language I know. Other than programming languages. Ha 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 ha. I clicked on the moon. It just says hello. Yeah. What am I missing? There's some step I'm missing here. Somewhere I'm supposed to click, some button I'm supposed to push. Something along those lines. Mayhaps. Possibly. Moon says hello in different languages. Oh, interesting. Cool. Sure. Is there any actual levels yet? Or is this all that there is? So far, yeah, cool menus and all that, I guess. Yeah, especially for like an introductory project kind of thing. No levels? Ah, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. I just wasn't sure if I was missing something. But yeah, nope, seems, yeah, cool as, yeah, menu things and all that. Click on, see inside. Where did, see inside. Oh, this. Ah, code. Code and things. Ah, see settings. This cat things that will run by screen. Cool. And then level things. Ah. Yeah, seems cool. I've used Scratch like a little bit, not that much. So I like tangentially see what things are, but not, yeah, somewhat. Yeah. Interesting. I'm seeing lots of buttons and things, and yeah, cool. But yeah, seems visually interesting from what like little like things I've seen in Scratch. What kind of game will it be when it actually has levels? Like a platform, like a 2D platformer, I would predict. Probably using those cats, if I had to guess. But yeah, seems interesting. But yeah, best of luck with continuing to develop this and all that, and yeah. Anyways, I guess I'm gonna get back to what I'm working on over here and here. Let me mess with this and 24 levels like an advent calendar. What is an advent calendar compared to just a normal calendar? I will quickly Google that. What is an advent calendar? Oh, it's like a Christmas calendar. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So you're gonna have like 24 levels, like that sort of thing. Yeah, seems interesting. Yeah, cool. But again, I say, I guess, like, what kind of game are you making with that? Like, my prediction would be a 2D platformer, but I could be wrong. And just I assume a simple, like, get to the end of the level kind of thing, jump and dodge obstacles, that kind of idea, maybe. Or I could be completely wrong. Anyways, I'm gonna bring back my background music. Random playlist of just, like, a whole bunch of different random games and their OSTs that aren't going to get me all copyright striked. Anyways, or whatever the equivalent term is on Twitch. With YouTube, it's copyright claim, but anyways. So what was I doing? Oh, stealing this turn to camera code. Oh yeah, I just used transfer.look at camera. I'm turning two things. Oh, because this has a border. Yep, okay. So I'm gonna just take this and do a little bit of back to my hub, back to over this. I might actually just make a generic script called look at camera, because this could be a common thing I need to do. This, look at camera. Simple enough. Yes, 2D. Cool. Yeah. Okay, when this opens, then I just need to paste that code that I copied. Actually, I'll need to modify it a decent bit, but I thought I remembered that how those things looked at the camera was more complicated, so oh well. So I'm gonna need a reference to the camera. I'm just going to do it like this, private. I'm just thinking how best I want to do this. Yeah, private, the camera. Zoom is some code that I have that's like on the camera object, so I'm just gonna... No, I'm not. Never mind. Hold on. Never mind. I don't need to do this. What am I doing? I'm trying to do this as efficiently as possible. I just need to reference the main camera. Just thinking about how different ways to get it. Private camera, main camera. There's just a thing where I can just go main camera equals camera.main. That's a special shortcut to get the main player camera. And then an update, just whatever game object this thing is on, transform.rotation equals, what was it in the other thing? It was something like, just .transfer.look at. Oh, that's all? Okay. Fair enough. Transform dot look at main camera. Simple as that. Didn't need to make it as complicated as I was. Okay, this is the easy step, and then we get into the way more complicated things. Let me just look at... Where's the code I just made? Excuse me? Oh, you're... oh, no. Right. I only need your transform, so I'm just going to have you be a transform, and this main transform. Yeah. Getting the right types in there. Yes. Okay. Okay, now I add the code. In a minute. Okay, blah, and blah, and blah. Make sure that it works. So now this text here that says test level A should be facing the camera at all times. Oh. Or it's facing exactly away from the camera. That is a step in the right direction. Why are you backwards? Let's see here. Just gotta find why. You have... Why do you have... Hold on. I'm also going to just quickly fix this, how it was hovering way too much. I started coding my game 7 days ago. Oh, and you made all that progress in Scratch in 7 days? Nice. Yeah, that did seem like it was looking cool graphically from things I've seen in Stripe and all that. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Okay, this and I expected to see this to be like rotated 180 degrees. Why is facing the camera? Oh, because your forward direction's in that way. Right. Actually, that's not a problem. If I just rotate this 180 degrees, then it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, okay, now that'll work. Okay. So now it should face the camera. Aha! Yeah, woo. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. And now it doesn't look so weird, the fact that it's just disembodied floating text. Okay. That's progress. This is like a little introductory thing to then now what we're actually going to be doing. Actually, I'm also going to rotate this one. Okay. So now everything else. Actually, hold on. Right, so before I go any further, well, or I should say that the next thing that we're going to do is, as I said, we're setting up our screen to kind of look like this. Ramble about the number 5. Well, funny enough, in my game, there's going to be, so the levels are going to be split into worlds, but there's going to be 5 levels per world, I'm thinking, unless that number might change, that you can do in any order-ish. So that's going to be a thing. Yeah. Anyway, so we're making this. The title thing was part of what we're setting up. One thing I just want to bring up, though, is that over here, I was setting up some of the UI things for what this is going to look like. You can see it over here floating off screen. Although I want to readdress something that I was doing a while ago. Okay, hold on. So, I need to go to my canvas, all the... How did I... Oh, I manually drag things on screen. That's what I did here. 1 second. I will make more sense in a minute. Let me just set up some things. How are you all zeroed out? What? Oh, because I'm clicking the wrong things. That would do it. Yeah. So this is some of what this screen will be. I started to make some of it already. However, one thing that I was thinking was a problem, or was an annoyance, is that over... Is it here? Why are you... You're here. So one requirement of this screen is that these two elements, the thing with the wrench and the ×3, are meant to be like they're on top of each other. Yet right now they're very much not. Like, I look out here, like, they're not, and I had to position these things differently. So I wanted to see if I could actually redo how some of this is set up to not have that be as much necessary. The reason why this became somewhat necessary was just because these bits of text are on a world no, they're on a, what's the words? Screen space camera canvas. Whereas this is just a normal 3D object floating in the world, but it's rendered by a special camera so that it's always on top of any 3D models and all that sort of stuff. Now, the reason I set up some of this was because of the way that my game was before, with it being this for this school project and all that, where I don't remember exactly why, but I had to set up certain layers in a certain way, blah, blah, blah. Normally when you have UI elements like this, you have them part of just a normal global world canvas, whatever the... No, world canvas is something different. You have it as a screen space overlay canvas, and that's puts all the UI elements on top of absolutely everything. The problem with doing that, or with me doing that, was that if I go and do that right now, and go into play mode, nothing visually changes at the moment. However, I specifically have this guy. Oh, you're not going to work in this scene. Okay, I have the curtain that you saw a second ago. That restart curtain poses issues where I need that that thing's a 3D object, and I need that to go on top of any UI elements, specifically these guys, and mainly my pause screen, stuff like that. Okay, yeah. So, so I did that for reasons, and I also did that in a way older version of Unity because I also upgraded the version of Unity that I'm using. Also switched from using the default render pipeline to the universal render pipeline. Blah blah blah. Situations changed where this might not be necessary anymore. So I want to just, before I go into that windscreen stuff, I want to just experiment with some changes that I might be able to make that'll just make some of this manipulation of UI elements thing a lot easier. So that's what we're gonna actually start with. So very confusing stuff. Oh, I'm from Sweden. My friend's from Denmark, so that's why I added those languages. Oh, interesting. Cool. Yeah, bilingualism is very interesting. So yeah, so most people can play. Yeah, very cool. I'm from Canada, so I know like the tiniest bit of French. Also, I can count in Japanese, but not like, but like that's about it. I wouldn't say I know those languages, not by a long shot, but yeah, so that's that. Anyways, but yeah, so Liam, the gamer of Sweden, you're doing a lot of Scratch, or you just started doing Scratch programming. I don't know how familiar you are with Unity, but just the things I'm doing right now in Unity are very complicated things in Unity. So yeah. It's Ich ni san. Yeah, Ich ni san chi go roxy chachkuju. May have the pronunciation completely off, but I kind of that was counting to 10. Yeah, and I don't really know the spelling of most of those numbers. I just know how to say them. Or I knew at one point. Yeah. Anyways, right. So let me just back up a sec. I should also say a lot of the stuff that I'm even just doing in this Unity game are, I don't say in a way like more complicated than what you might see in a lot of, especially more beginner Unity game stuff. Primarily, the whole thing that I'm doing where I basically have no loading screens and all the loading kind of happens behind the scenes has made this whole project incredibly complicated, but also cool if I can pull it off. So yeah, it is worth it in my books. And I've just been enjoying attempting it just for the sake of trying it. So the first thing I'm just experimenting with is why, before I go any further here, is why would I do this? My objectives text at the top here becomes immediately not rotated correctly. I would like it to exactly match what it was doing a second ago. So let me just dabble that real quick. You are this. Hold on here. Yeah, you're because no, but... Yeah, so when I use this as a screen space canvas, so I have this thing kind of turned away from the screen a bit. Same with this, same with this. It kind of has the UI have a bit of depth lookingness to it, which I kind of like. But the trade-off is this. That looks a bit confusing, but... Yeah. Ramble about this. G-L-I-T glitch. I see what you're spelling there. Yeah. I have had some funky glitches going on with my game. Actually, let me see if I can bring up real quick. Is it no, where is it? Hold on. I need to find a thing that is funny to do with my Twitch things and with this game. Over here. Nope, not that. This one. Nope. This guy. Over here. This. So, Twitch clip. This is me about like a few days ago. Or like last week or something. This is muted. Hold on. So this is when I was trying to build this thing. And very much not what's supposed to happen. Oh, it's very quiet.
What are you doing? No. No.
I have a server in Discord. So do I. Actually. Yeah. So this was him just flailing around every which way when he's supposed to be just standing straight up in the middle.
So hard.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah.
He just keeps coming flying by. Oh, I love that so much.
Yeah.
Well, how is he not falling off the platform? Oh, it's
Just
so
flying around.
hard.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Very much not what's supposed to be happening. Yeah. That eventually became, hold on, actually, let me not back up, something I don't want to do. Yeah, go back to here. That eventually became, when it was working properly, this. Bam. Yeah, this whole thing where he's supposed to just go to the center, but instead he just was going flying every which way. And I don't know how he wasn't like flying off this platform or anything like that. He just kept going around and doing his thing. But also with the Discord thing, I do have my own Discord server as well. If you type Discord, does this work? I think it does. Yeah, that be that. If you're interested. I also have a YouTube channel where I make tutorials on Unity stuff and other game dev things. Yeah, haven't had much time to do stuff with it lately though, because my main focus has been this, aside being busy with other things. But yeah, so that's that. Okay, so back to whatever I was doing here. So what I wanted to just attempt to do real quick is, it'll just make my life easier if I can kind of change some things. So I want to select the 3. Give me the 3. Okay. Give me the 3. So that this 3 and... Why do I have 2 of these? Oh, yeah. Actually, funny enough, both of them. This thing is basically on top of this thing, and they move together. And this 3 is with this thing, and they move together. Currently, they're not. And things are split up in a way that's just weird. I'm not gonna bother with this one over here and this one there. That can stay as is for now. But eventually, I might change that one as well. Because this is a 3D object, and this is a bit of text, so they're handled differently, but I might be able to get them to be treated the same. Here's my Discord. Ah, yeah, cool. Might check that out at some point. No, I'm busy in the middle of a stream myself, though. Let me bring back a random music. There, and... Sure. Yeah, okay, so... Right. So the first thing, the thing that made this strange... hold on. Looking at, let's see here, this under here, and that, no, not you, wait, not you, this, and here, and here, and here. This is buried under my canvas, under this object under here. This is on a screen space camera canvas, whereas the other thing is over here because it's rendered with this special UI camera. Basically, oh wait, this is... Wait, why is... Wait, what? Oh, I first forgot something that I did. Oh. Right. Okay, I forgot that I had... So this camera is just rendering UI stuff off this camera. That forced it to be in front of these things. Then I have the transition curtains in front of that. Oh, so that's already handled where... So I'm going to keep it as a camera screen space canvas, I think. Yes. However, I'm going to... I'm going to try just having... Yeah, wait, no, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to try basically moving this thing from here to... Hold on, this, da-da-da. Hold on here. This apply you and go into you. I joined yours. Oh, thank you. I will probably join yours as well. Song currently playing is song. Mind blown. what was just playing was a level from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, a level called Compactor Reactor, and currently is the final boss music of Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, because I have this random playlist of, well, not random, I made it myself, with 1,000, I know, it's nice that I was able to get it to perfectly be 1,000, bits of random, like, level music from a whole bunch of random games, just because. Mostly games that I'm nostalgic over, so I can be like, oh, I recognize that level from that game. Oh, I remember that level from that game. Anyways, yeah. Okay, so what I want to do is basically just move this. Let me just see if moving it directly and then changing the size is going to help. I'm going to guess that I might have issues with it. We'll see if this is easier or harder than I suspect. No, under you. Yeah, under. Yeah, okay. I need to be doing these changes from the perspective of the screen, preferably, so I can see the changes as I'm making them. Whoa, no. Actually, I take that back because I actually do want it to now. Problem with this, you're gonna be. You're just not taking up the whole screen just yet. I just want to make it so I can move one and move the other. That'll just make my life easier for moving some of this stuff around, because I'm about to be moving it all around through code. How much smaller do you need to be now? It doesn't need to be exact. I just need it to be close enough to what it was before. It actually is going to be easier than I thought. I just expected, I thought I forgot that I was able to just kind of move it from point A to point B and just have that just be good enough. Actually, okay, you look a little bit different, but hold on here. Basically right on top. Not completely necessarily, but close enough. No, that moving down was not good. And I can always correct it later. Good enough. Okay, that's good enough for me. I should be able to get rid of this guy. Is that going to mess up any... Oh, that might mess up some code that's like, hey, I needed a reference to that, but for now, that's fine. Okay. And I'm going to use a similar thing on the... basically matching this one with this 3. But no, I know that I'm totally going to have to change some code that's going to make this stuff work. Nope. Yeah, using those channel points to the fullest, I see. Yeah, in programming, there's a thing called NOP. That's a no instruction, or no operation. Null operation? Something along those lines. Yeah, I just made it a redeem thing, because I was trying to just have more of them, even though most of them serve no purpose at all. Just because. Okay. So wait, where do I have when you eye this? So you're going to come out of there eventually. By eventually, I mean now. Actually, I just copy, paste, and then delete. That might be easier in this case. Okay, blah, blah. We find that 3. This, paste this child. And now... Excuse me? Oh, you're so tiny. That's your problem. Why are you so tiny? The other one was like, actually, it'd be easier if I just basically took. Let me actually just start by copying. Copy component and then paste it in the other one, and then that'll be a good start. Paste. Values. Ta-da. Oh, it's actually wait. It's not just close, it's actually perfect. Or close enough anyway. So I should be fine to now get rid of this. You're into that. Okay, yeah. Wait, am I fine to get rid of this? I think so. This HUD UI might be readdressed eventually, but for now it's fine. Like this power-up thing right now, I don't even know if I'm gonna keep that. I might, or I might repurpose that area, like that kind of thing for something else. I don't know. Add 1 billion channel points redeemed. Delete everything from this game. I like my game, thank you very much. So, actually, I do have a thing will be disastrous when it comes, which is, if someone redeems 100,000 channel points, I will play a horror game. I'm not good with horror games, so, yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah. And actually, I know that there's a person who just crossed that, but just has yet to redeem it, so that took them about 6 months or something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So that was actually... I expected that to be way more complicated, although I do know that some code is going to break that was, like, looking for those things, and now that I move them, it's like, where are they? So to fix that, I'm actually just gonna... first, actually, let me just move... I moved some things on screen that I'd rather their default position be off screen, so let me just fix that. This is supposed to be at 1,000. I'm just gonna, when I go into the other scene, I'm gonna go into play mode and then just let the errors guide my way. Why are you not? Or no, you're fine. Okay, this, blah. Okay, yeah. Actually, let me just start by going into play mode here. I have my player in its own scene for reasons to do with how my game is set up. This is not usually what you'd have, but yeah, okay, there be the errors. Win objects UI. Okay, so it's these guys. So I'll start there. Yeah. Actually, I might be able to just fix this directly by doing... What do you need? You need specifically the X, which is this. Win objects UI is gonna be... You don't... Actually, I don't think you need this. Let me see how the code's actually using these things. I might be able to get rid of the other one. Yes, it will take a while to get 1 billion. Some years. Okay, yeah, 1 billion is a lot, yes. But, like... I don't want to delete my game for any reason. No, that's... I mean, I could put in some stupid thing for, yeah, like some unachievable amount, but, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I will make an entire fan game dedicated to blank. But, but also, if I do continue to stream for a lot of years, I don't want to actually have to follow through with such a thing. 1 trillion, just keep adding zeros until it's enough. I'm okay, thanks. I don't want that to be always on the horizon. Okay, what am I looking for? This. I'm looking for, how is the code using this? I don't think it actually needs this anymore. Oh wow, it doesn't. Really? Wait, no, No, you need this, you don't need this. That's... Wait. You don't need this either. What? Oh, you don't! Because I put all this functionality in another piece of code, so I can actually delete these 3 variables. But that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for this. This is not necessary anymore, because this was for this not needed, because of how I just move things around. So you can go bye-bye. I do need this, though. I think there's one other thing that code... Yeah, that's... Yep. That's fine. Okay. I think the fail screen has a similar chunk I can remove. Quadrillion and nillion, just, yeah. Googleplex, just see how many zeros it'll let me type in. Okay. Oh, it's still errors? Or no, that was from... Oh. Oh, no, yeah. You're good. Okay. That's good. Okay. Blah. Max amount. Yeah. I don't even know what the max amount is, but as I'm not gonna bother doing that at the moment, but yeah. Okay. I'm looking for this. Apply you. And make sure I am applying those prefabs, otherwise things aren't gonna do. Try. I'm in the middle of working on my game, though. I would like to be working on my game. Okay, so that's working. If I do... Oh. No, you're fine. Okay. In fact, even... I can clear out some of this. There's a lot of things... Yeah, I'm gonna delete... Actually, never mind. Hold on, take that back. Okay, leave that as is. This scene is supposed to basically be empty except for the player. I have a lot of things in it that I've been meaning to clear out, but I'll worry about it another time. Okay. Okay, let me just see if things error, or more so, if things work properly. 1K for ASMR for 10 minutes, 1K channel points. I'm good. I don't want to do that in the slightest, so I'm not going to. No, I'm not very much not into ASMR or anything of the sort. Okay. Oh, so the ×3 thing there, that was working. Good. Cool. And now these are moving together. At one point they were moving together, which, if I want them to not move together, I can do that, but I would actually prefer for right now that they're moving together, so, yeah. And then, what brings up the other one? There was the... Oh, the select thing that I don't have, that isn't working yet. Okay. But, no errors there. Okay, cool, cool. That's that bit out of the way. I expected that to take longer and be way more confusing, but, actually that was fine. However, there's actually one thing I do want to just quickly double check, and that's my fail UI, which I can quickly find by going a little bit like, blah, and blah. Did I delete certain variables here that I meant to delete before? It looks like I have. Good, okay. Okay, yep. Yep. Okay, back to the hub world. Back to this thing. Okay. Okay, so now... Oh, let me click you. Why can't I click you? Okay. Sure. Okay. So now what? Now what am I doing? First of all, that has a 1. I'd rather it didn't. Okay, level map, normal screenshot, hard screenshot. These will eventually be filled with as images, which means I'm going to need those images. Okay, hold on. No, let me just get the. I have a bunch of little things I need to do to get this to happen. I'm trying to figure out like the order of which I want things to happen. Okay, so I need to hook this. I need to get this. How about I start with? I'll just start with the title. Yeah, because everything else will kind of work around that. So, start with, when we get close enough to that map thing, take away player control, hijack the camera and turn it to a certain angle, and then get the title, that text that was there, to be specifically at the top of the screen. I could swap it out, but I would like it to just be specifically this moves to that top of the screen position. So that's what we're going to do. It's fun going out of bounds and staying still VR games out of bounds. I have made a VR game at one point for a school project as well. It's called Waste Watchers. It's like a garbage sorting game. It's a thing we had to do for a school project, but it turned out quite well. In that game, we purposely have it that you're standing still the whole time because it was just easier to go about it that way and less motion sick inducing and all that. But that does have, in that environment we made for it, it does have a back wall, and theoretically if you could move far enough, you could poke your head through the wall and just see the skybox of nothing. But, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. So what happens at the moment? I touch this and just... nothing. Yes. Oh, right, this is also gonna... No. Okay, it's fine. Okay, okay, activate level. Yeah, okay, so this is now I need to, like, I had things, those comments, we need to start actually doing these things. Okay, so when the player enters the trigger of, we can, we get close to that map thing. A Mario song? Yes, it is! Haha. This was from Super Mario Galaxy, I guess the official name or whatever is called Blue Sky Athletics. There's, like, a few levels that use this music. I don't know which. Yeah, yeah. Some Mario Galaxy song that I recognize. It's played in Sweet Sweet Galaxy, in Super Mario Galaxy 1, I think. But it's played in a few levels, so it has like a generic name in the files, I guess. But yeah, it's usually in like the short levels that only have 1 star, that kind of thing. Anyways, okay, so, enter level preview. So first thing, I need to stop player controls. I don't have a reference to the players, I better get that. Private. Oh, I'm gonna need a reference to a bunch of things. Actually, I think, hold on here. Just thinking that, I think I actually basically need a reference to everything that all of this stuff. Just trying to think of, like, am I wrong on this? Because what I think I'm probably going to end up doing is not just stopping the player, but doing the same thing I do on the level windscreen, where I kind of hijack their movement and tell them to move to a certain area. In fact, maybe I might use some of the same code to do that. I'll see. But for now, let me just steely all of this. I could end up making some generic script that's just like its sole purpose is to be able to disable player movement and like move them to a specific place or whatever. But for now, if I get to the point of using this a third time, then I will. Make the music louder for stream. Can do. So I have this. When I bump this up, I have no idea how like, other than kind of estimating by looking at the bars, I can't tell how loud this is compared to, or how loud it actually is for you guys compared to me. Raising this up and down does nothing for how loud it is for me. For me, it's just my own headphone volumes that also doesn't affect this. These are independent of each other, is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. I mean, other than I have my own stream playing on my phone so I can see when things go wrong, usually. So I could test it through that. But anyways, okay. So, got these things, and I need to actually get those things. Where is the code I was just looking at? This. Okay. Right, so this thing I'm gonna steal, but also make better. Or make, eventually this will not be this catastrophic. That's an eventually thing. Okay. This, blah. I just need to copy a bunch of these lines, so I'm just kind of dismantling and putting back together, is the idea. Okay, you, and I need you. Because here I could do this all at once. In the other place, I needed to separate these lines a bit, for reasons. Okay, this, you, and you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so some of these I don't need, like, let me see here. So I don't need this. I do want this. I don't need these two. Don't need you, don't need you, don't need you, don't need you. Do I need you? No. Deciding if I need you. I'm gonna go with no for now. You make anything in Scratch? Yeah, it seemed pretty powerful of a program. A lot of cool stuff you can do with it. So yeah, it's very cool. Okay, now that we can open to the pause code, which pause UI, and I call it pause UI. Okay, blah blah. All right, continuing now. So first thing, stop player controls. That is, I'm disabling all of these scripts. Actually, well. No, I'm going to also steal from my other code. Just deciding that I think... I'm just deciding, like, do I want to take this exact stuff or am I going to do something slightly different? I think for now, I am just going to do the exact same thing, which... And then change things slightly. I don't know how much it'll stay the same in the end. That's why I'm not, like... Usually it's good programming practices to, in this case, you'd like combine the code so it's only being run once. But in this case, I might be copying and then changing significantly. So, yeah. Oh, you can actually do 3D stuff in Scratch, but it's hard. I imagined it would be. It seems like something would be quite difficult. But no, that's actually, okay, I'm curious now. I'm just going to Google it. Scratch 3D games. No way! That's very cool. Would you have to do, like, manual, like, graphical stuff to get that to happen? I'm not sure the extent of how much like how much work you'd have to do yourself to get this kind of thing to happen. But very, very cool. That is, yeah, it does seem cool. Yeah, very, very cool. One full 3D game made in 2013. Search for 3D maze in Scratch. Sure, Scratch. 1 second. Just 3D maze. Sure. Oh, like this. Oh yeah, I'm seeing results. Yeah, very cool. Very, actually, yeah, very, very cool. Actually, having textures and yeah, I've done a bit of manual graphics programming myself. I know this can get very, very complicated, very fast. So yeah, very impressive for sure. As I said, I don't know how much of that you have to do manually versus how much like Scratch has like built-in things to make that happen. But very cool though. Anyways, yeah, just blah and blah. Okay, so blah blah blah. This. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. All good. Just had a case of a huge bug. Anyways, where were we? Not me with huge bug, roommate with huge bug. Anyways, I mean real life bug, not bug into code. Had a million legs. Anyways, where were we? What was I doing? I was making it so that when we enter a level, blah blah blah, override the player's movement to have them go toward the center. And this was to override what way they were turning. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this just yet. Let me try just using transform.forward and angle it. I'll leave the 7 for right now. This would be number subject to change. Where's the part where I actually move them to the center, though? That's gonna be buried in here somewhere. Oh, that's these coroutines. Yeah, okay. Oh, I can even steal this. Oh, I can steal so much of this. See, like, I'm like, yeah, this code is similar or whatever, but like, I don't know if there's gonna be any other situation in the game where I'm having this kind of thing. Oh, you're back. Search 3D Maze on Scratch and click on the third game. Oh, that was what you were referring to with that. This one. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I mean, I can look at it for a second, but yeah, I don't plan on going through the whole thing. But no, definitely does seem interesting that. Oh, 3D-ness. Yeah, very cool. Okay, that is quite cool. Quite very cool. Oh, is that a wizard? Okay. Are you friendly or not? I don't know. Pay the wizard to show the way to the exit. When it gets dark, if you can't see, just wait. Okay. Interesting. Okay, it is quite cool. And conceptually, just it's cool of how all this was done. Now, is this like having to draw like every pixel manually? That would be my guess on what this is. You can play as a monkey. Okay. But no, I'm impressed. Very cool. I've done. Oh, can I even find it? See inside. Oh, all right. That is. If I want to know how things are working, yeah, I can totally just check. I forget that that's a thing. Yeah. Oh, complicated. From page 8, you're just a screen there. I see a. Let's see here. Oh, script and sprite. Interesting. Need map. Yep, something is going on here. Imagine this is what it looks like to look at my code here. Probably exactly what it's like, where I'm like, I see some words I recognize. Yeah, interesting. Oh, it's a lot. Yeah, wow, okay. That map. Oh, that's the map, yeah. Interesting. That's a map. Cool, very cool, very impressive, very neat. Can we go to there? Trying to find if I've done some graphics programming myself. I'm trying to see if I can remember where I might have some pictures of some of that stuff. Hold on one sec. Un segundo. Yeah, so at one point I had to do this. So, I was able to basically make this through code where I'm manually drawing pixels, the colors and all that based on having like a light and having a camera and blah, blah, blah. All that stuff's being done manually as well. This is part of me. Oh yeah, there was something where I had lost hours of progress just to like one word being the word world instead of viewing. Yeah. So, this was part of things not working correctly. And sort of working also, but like no color or anything. Working but wrong camera angle, and then like this is what it was supposed to look like eventually when I got the end. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, this was in... What programming language was that? Was that C++? I want to say it was. I might have been wrong. I might be wrong on that. But I had some streams a while back when I was doing all this. Yeah, I want to say it was either C or C++. Or it could have been Python or Java. Those are programming languages I was also using around the time for other school projects. I don't... I'm going to say it was most likely C++. Yeah. Oh! Solve Rubik's Cube. Can do. Yeah, I just... I have my microphone blocking part of my screen. I should probably, make my... Oh, that is like that. Make my setup better eventually to have that not be the case, but oh well. And timer. Nope, I said timer. Not that one. Stopwatch. Bam. There we go. So let me scramble this up, and then we can have a go at it. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Super Mario 3D World. Yes. That. No. Wait. Or hold on. Let me put this here. This is. Actually, it's a Super Mario 64 song that is Womp's Fortress or Bomb Battlefield, but it's also actually Super Mario Galaxy 2. There's a level that looks like Bob on Battlefield, so it's kind of like a remastered version of that song. So yeah, so that be thing. Anyway, so last time I did this, I got a time of a minute and 44 milliseconds. I think I remember with this one, I actually solved it slightly under a minute, but then just took slightly longer to actually stop the timer. But anyways, yeah, no preparation. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, immediately started with something, but like not a good turn. All right, great. Let me keep my arms up high so you can actually see what I'm doing. I don't have a dedicated Rubik's Cube cam yet. Who knows? Oh, okay. I am messing up F2L something fierce right now, but I am getting there. Sort of. Oh, if only I knew the better. There's a lot of things I could be doing better, but I'm not. But that's okay. 3, 2, no, well done. No, what am I doing? Am I counting down as way too early? Huh. Hold on. 3, 2. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Never mind. I also, again, did it too early, but now actually 3, 2, 1, and done. Ha 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 ha. Bam. Okay, 53 seconds. That's pretty good. Yeah. Happy with that. Despite the fact that I think I did F2L quite very slow. And like, right looking at the keyword at the beginning, I immediately turned something the wrong way and then had to turn it the other way. So it was not good. But, yeah, did that. And I'll put this back to normal. Yeah. And then we can continue. Yeah. Anyways, back to over here and here and... Oh, well, okay, just reset the thing. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, this. Back over here. Okay, we're good to continue. Okay, what was I doing? I was making it... Oh, this is not going to compile because I was still in the middle of copying code from point A to point B. Where do I have you? These functions, where are they? Where... These ones. Move camera and move player. Yeah, I think for now I'm just gonna... They might just be the same, but... Probably be good to eventually merge them. So I'm only calling one thing. Oh, I need to sleep. 3:47 a.m. Yes, bye. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Well, thanks for dropping by, Liam. And yeah, maybe see you around. And best of luck to you with your Scratch games and all that you got going on. And yeah. All right, I'm gonna continue working on this. This game is slowly, yeah, developing. Right now, I know we're doing kind of well, I mean, a lot of what I'm doing with this is complicated, but soon, once some of this is done, we're getting close to where we're going to start actually designing real levels and getting out of this level testing stuff. And yeah, see where we go from there. Okay, so let's see. So we got this. I need to. Okay, what do I need to? Let's see here. Yeah, for now, this is all going to be transferred up position. I need these numbers. These numbers will be different, but for right now, I'm just going to copy the same 4 floats. Except not win. More like... something like... it should be good enough. They're like our level select kind of deal. It's like a level select, but in a different way than you might describe a normal level select. Anyways. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, messed that up. That to there. That to there. Yep. A second. Okay, there, yep. And then these just need the word select in front of them. These numbers will probably need to be different. I don't know how different. They might be good enough for now. Well, actually, they might be fine, as is. Okay, that, that, and that. All this can be based on... Basically, this was just to move... Oh, actually, this might need to change. Or... maybe not. This is all just to move the player to, to where I want them relative to the thing that they're interacting with. And same thing with the camera. This will need to change quite significantly. We'll see how significantly. I'm going to try putting that to a 1 for right now. And then this camera offset to basically have, relative to the player being here, except I have a smiley face on there, they're actually the head, this is like going to be the back of their head facing whatever they're looking at. So if the player is at the center, that's where the camera pivot is, I want to move the camera so that it's this kind of camera angle, while also being pretty above them. So you're only just barely seeing their head, I think. But we're gonna play around with exactly what I want out of this later on. Actually, this is to the right. So we can put, for now, just to have some numbers in here that we'll see how they actually, how they look. Just thinking of... These numbers will be a lot smaller. I'm going to have to do some playing around to see what these numbers need to be. I'm going to start with just actually having them be 0 and 0. -1. Oops. -1. But that's going to take some changing. Yeah. Okay. Blah, 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 this. Blah. I wasn't done with you yet. Am I gonna change the focal length the same way? I say, why not? Actually, just thinking, I might actually want the focal length to be a bit higher, because the lower the focal length is, the further I have to pull back the camera. Is that a problem though? Here, let's put it at 30 at a good enough middle value. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Activate the UI. So I need a move title and position. We're actually going to do this out of order. I want to do the move the title into position 1 before I do the rest of the UI. Or do I? We'll see. I'll come back to that. Okay, but let me just see if the first step of this works. If I go into play mode, when I get close to this, I should lose player control. The camera should move into position. We'll see how close it is. Well, that's not correct. Oh, right. Right, so with the level pivot... It's turned the wrong way, because with the level pivot thing, sorry, with the level end trigger spring thing, I have whatever's the forward direction of that, I put the camera on the other side. In this case, with the level activate thing, I want to face in that direction. So that's first case of how this changes. Let's see here. Where do I set the rotation of this? Yeah, negative. Just get rid of that negative to start with. Do I do to the camera? I use the camera turn for that. No, this is the camera pivot. No. Yes. Yes. Okay. So that'll be closer. It still seemed like it was really far off, but of kind of what I have in mind, but this will make it closer. I also didn't need to open Blender. How about, don't do that. Okay. Let's see if things work how I want them to. Okay, this... Why are we below the floor? We should be... I specifically wanted to go up, not down. Oh yeah, this is like, why can't I see my mouse? Yeah, because yeah, that's Did the player at least move to the right spot? Let's just see if that happened. They're gonna be under... Okay, blah. No. They should be... If they... To have them move where I want them to move, they should be actually right on top of where this is. For now, anyway. Okay. So we got a few issues. The camera pivot moved to the right place. Actually, yeah, so the camera pivot in the right place, it just might need to be a bit higher. But then the camera is through the floor because I... Hold on. Let me just get it to be at least good enough for now. Since these numbers, I was like, I don't know what they need to be. I'll just guess. I do think I want this to be to the right, but more so like... The camera pivot is right, I can line it up properly. Basically, almost like this compared to the player's head, but the player's not in the right spot, so I need to pull this back even further for right now. I'm gonna, as I said, I'm going to mess around with the framing of all this. Oh yeah, the as I said, the having, as I predicted, having the as I predicted, having the focal length be smaller means I have to pull this back, which... we'll see. It would just... The further back I have to pull the camera, the more space I have to give this. Like, if this was up against a wall, I have to consider that so that the things aren't going through the walls. Right? So, I guess all I'd have to make sure is that the forward direction of this has enough clear space, which should be fine. I don't know how much I plan to have these level entrances up against walls. And, like... When I say up against walls, like, I have all, like, here, like, if I wanted to be in a boxed-off area, it could be, like, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't have to be, like, kind of a deal, right? So let's just start with this, shall we? Again, okay, it's hard to, like, really see with the player still being in the wrong spot. But let's just use this as a good for now kind of deal. Oh, yeah, that should have been positive. That was the issue. So... 0.19, if... actually, let me just try getting the numbers to be a bit nicer. Looks like 0.2, 3.25, and -3. 3.25, -3. Is that correct? Yes. Go to play mode. So that's an issue, but in addition, the player did not go to the right spot. Why? Player end wait. Player enter end position? What? Oh, sorry, no, yeah, I remember what this is. Yep. I don't know why there's a random space there. Is there a random space there in the other bit of code, or that concerns me? Yep, no, there is. Oh, because these are like 3 chunks of things. Yeah, I'll keep it that way. The problem is, why didn't they go to the right spot at all? So toward center direction. I'm using transfer deposition. Is that correct to my... Or do I have the parent object accidentally moved wrong from the child things? Or is there some third problem? I have a theory. Oh, no, those numbers, those floats I made in the inspector are all zeros right now because I didn't actually set them as anything. That would be the issue. Okay, that makes more sense. Fair enough. Okay, so now... this cancel, I'll have to also get back to that. This is basically gonna undo everything that this does. These public, I guess they don't need to be public yet, but they will need to eventually. Okay. Yeah. Wait, why did I go into play mode again? I still haven't set up those numbers. It's not going to work. The camera might work, but I guess I can quickly test that. Yeah! Oh, that actually, right now it kind of frames the Tesla perfectly, even though that's not... that's a temporary thing. Like, it's not going to actually be that, like that. Okay. Okay, so, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you're there. You're at 0.1. I would prefer, wait. Yeah, no, I'd like you to be perfectly in line with the floor for right now. It just makes things easier. If I don't like where your collider is, like right now that's going through the floor. If I don't like that, I can just change the collider. I mean, I can also, just go like that, and woo, problem solved. Something like that. Anyways, I don't know how close you have to get to actually kind of initiate the sequence. Gonna mess with it. And also, like, this requires the player's kind of colliders to interact with this, so, like, it's actually larger than it looks. So now I'm just gonna, for now, copy the values I have on those wind platform. The level, and, let's see, so... wait, what? Initial speed from... well, I thought this had all the... I thought all those had wind in the name. Or is the level manager that does that? Why would I put that stuff in the level manager? Oh. I guess I did, sure. That's fine, that's fine. But, so, 0.1035. No, that makes sense. Sorry, that makes sense. That I remember why I did it that way. That's fine. But over here, what numbers did I just say? I think it's 0.1035. We'll see how that is as a starting point. Okay, now let's frame this again. And then once we have this, then we can see, like, where does the title text need to go to be in position. I don't know if I'm going to mess with the scale of it. I'm going to try not to. Yeah, so currently it's like this. Also, actually, I might re-enable the mouse when in that screen, so you'll be able to, like, with the mouse, select the buttons. I'll get to that. Okay. Yeah. So that's how this is currently looking, except let's modify it more. So right now, the player is here. So then this is also going to move, as we've established. Yeah, so, yeah, for now, I'll have the player be at the center of the interacting thing. Even this might be floating higher. Also, this is going to move, so it's not going to be in the player, so, like, yeah, so that should be fine. Okay, player, camera. So the player is where I want them, and they're slightly turned. Sure. Let's now line up the camera, including the field of view. I'll see if I want to change the field of view, so that the player is like this. Except, again, this is more actually the back of their head. Just having it be in the left, the bottom left of the screen, where they're not taking up too much space. I'm gonna try to leave. Hold on. Yeah, let the camera pivot stay on the player. I think that'll just make things easier to reset afterwards. So yeah, just move the main camera kind of manually. Ignore that text. Actually, funny enough, is that text is going to be on screen soon. Let's just see here. And then I'll see how much I want to turn the player. I can change that angle. Let me try to just have it be just their head. I mean, okay, I could have it be like all like more of them like that. And of course, when right now the player is a temporary model. When I'm gonna change them eventually. You know, their height could be a little bit different, but this is all as a rough kind of idea. So let's say it was something like that. Does that work if the camera stayed here? I think so. And also, let me just try this with different fields of view. Right now, we have a field of view of 30, right? Make this bigger. Oh, if I make it bigger, then I have to... Or no, sorry. Oh, yeah. So at the field of view of what is currently for normal gameplay, you know, it would have to look something like that, right? To have them be at the side there. And they could also be, like, in the center if I really wanted them to be. Yeah, that is actually... That could look good. Wait, why is 0 there? 0's not supposed to be there. Oh, when I was messing around with stuff a second ago, I moved the camera pivot. I need to move it back. Yeah, I want the camera pivot to be... Actually, if I just unpause for a second, everything's going to move back to whatever the code is telling it to do, and I can now control... I can now hijack it again. Yeah, I meant to just move the camera... Like, I have the camera pivot, and then the main camera underneath. I mean to just move the main camera. I could also make it 10. Let's see. Yeah, now I'd have to pull it really far back to see it now. Just mess with this because I can. Are you also not cooperating? Okay. So it could be kind of like this, where okay, see now their head's too much in frame because when the screenshot thing is here, it's going to be all like this, right? So that's why I can't have them take up too much of the screen because there's going to be other stuff on top of them. But yeah, I might turn the player more. Also, I could have the player be facing the camera, but I kind of want it to be like they're looking at what the user is looking at. That's kind of the idea. So I might also turn their head a bit more. So the player's line of sight is at like the center of the screen essentially. We'll see. Okay, so this is field of view like 10, and then field of view 50. If I reset this up. You know, this kind of deal. Trying to think, like, I mean, it's hard to, like, without actually seeing everything here, kind of hard to sort out, but, we're gonna go, so the windscreen, if I wanted to match that has a focal length of 20. Kind of be like this. I mean, yeah, that works. And we're also pretending that we have more interesting background than a fan. Because presumably we will eventually. Also, it could just be kind of like the top of his head, or I don't know how much of it will be in frame. I think we can adjust that. I think ideally, we'll see if this ends up working out this way, but I want to set up all the UI so that I can change the position of the camera, and all the UI is like relative to where the main camera ends up being, so I could change this position. Hopefully that wouldn't mess up too much. Right now, everything that's canvas stuff that is going to stick to the camera should be fine. The one outlier is going to be that title. Unless I made it, let's say like one frame swapped it out for a canvas thing. Maybe I could do. I don't know. I'd have to see. Or if I did some trick where I like did some parenting things where I like temporarily. So right now this thing is parented to the text is parented to the level stuff. If I temporarily parented it to the camera instead, and then when I'm done with it, I parented it back. Assuming that doesn't cause other unexpected issues. Yeah. So anyways, I was thinking this could also, if I wanted a middle ground at like 30, it's not the middle, but it's like close enough. Okay, so we got this. We got, yeah, some options. This is so kind of like this. You can see a lot of background stuff. Like this where it's really flattened. And we had like, this when it was like really flattened. I kind of like it being mostly this flat when you're just seeing all the, what's about to be UI in front of you. Where's that middle ground? I'm mainly looking at the player's head, and with this, it seems very flattened because of getting closer to being orthographic. Whereas like this has more depth to it. So the question is kind of like, how much depth do I want there to be in the background of the screen? Answer, I don't know. But also keeping in mind that in terms of the physical position of the camera, the lower the field of view, the further back I need it. I would like to, you know, we'll go with the 31 for now, I think. We'll go with this one, yeah. I just like it being a bit closer. Gives me a bit more breathing room when I actually model all this stuff. Also, a thing that I might do that I think would be cool, as I said, I was going to flip when you go from easy mode to hard mode. I was thinking I would actually flip what side the player's on, and that would be an interesting thing, so might do that as well. And then I have to turn the player a bit. Oh, unless I don't turn the player. So right now that could also be interesting in its own way. So right now the player itself, I turn the player a little bit. Right? I have them on this angle, or specifically it's an angle of 7 degrees. If I didn't do that real quick, let me just mess with this for a sec. In order to, let me just reset all this real quick by doing this and this. Right now they're facing perfectly forward. If I had them facing perfectly forward, but I actually took the camera, and like the camera was on a bit of an angle, like, so it's like they're looking at, whatever the player's looking at. And then when I want to have it change sides, I did it as a two-step process. I made this negative, but then also turned the camera. That might look visually interesting to see the camera actually kind of go like whoop, 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 as it moves from side to side. Instead of it just, so the idea is either it just pans over, like if it's facing exactly forward, either we're just seeing this motion, which is fine and all, like bleh, bleh. Which I should also mention, a lot of this probably doesn't make sense unless like I'm imagining information here that is not here. This information that is going to be here soon. Right now we have the player here in the corner. We don't have any of this stuff here yet, but pretending that that's there, and the whole flipperoo that I do that we're going to do, it's not there yet, what I would like to do when we flip from normal to hard. I just want to kind of flip the camera to the other side. This is just for graphical spectacle, but I think it could look cool. And I like the idea of having that bit of turning the camera to it. It also will just make it look better as far as the player's concerned. So, yeah, I'm decided on that. So it'll also be easy that I do this by turning the camera pivot. Okay, so now let me get some of these values recorded into the code to know how we're going to move things. I'm actually going to put Unity on over here for a second on my second screen so I can go back and forth. What I'm actually changing is the code, so it's what you guys get to see for the moment. Okay, starting with the player. I've just decided that they're not going to turn. So override turn is just going to be transform.forward. That makes that slightly easier on the calculations. Move player stays the same, just without the turning step. Move camera. This +1, you're still there. I mean, okay, it's either I add a 1 here or I add a 1 in some of this. I'm fine with... yeah, keep that +1 as is. So then these numbers are changing to 0.55, 2, doesn't need the F anymore, and negative 1.5 F. And then the field of view we did decide will be 30. This stuff gets to stay the same for right now. Okay. Did I not move something else? I didn't move the camera pivot. I kind of moved it and then moved it back. I messed with the player rotation stuff. Put that back. Okay, so this should be the numbers I want. So I did all that just to change those two numbers, but conceptually then we're going to be changing more, where eventually there's going to be some boolean that controls... Oh wait, no, I didn't do the 30. There was another number. The camera pivot that is at a negative 30 needs to also have a negative 20 involved in it. Where do I do... Let's see here. Where do I do that 30? That's this. Okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot I did this way. I need to rotate you. So I rotate it 30 degrees based on the left axis. I need to now rotate it 20 based on like the top, which hold on, how do I do that? Plus 30 times that. Wouldn't it just be plus 20 times vector few dots down for counterclockwise? I mean, it could be, this could be right and this be a negative, and this could be up and this a negative, but just to save on a negative sign, I guess. That, I think, is how that works with rotating. Oh, player note! Oh yeah. Hello! Welcome. We are doing, making a screen for selecting our levels in our hub world to then have our hub world fly over to them. So we're making some of the UI and some of that is going to kind of look like this when we get there. But yeah, well, this with some, you know, in Unity and not in Paint thing. Anyways, so that's that. I should be able to go out of play mode. Yep. And now actually save all this stuff. Okay. So now let those changes in camera position save. And now I just want to double check that it's going to work, and it should go back to what we were just seeing. Oh, one of those, huh? Yes. It will look cool, I think. Yeah. Anyway, so if I touch this, I should see the player stop. The camera goes where it needs to. The player goes where it needs to. Yeah. Right now, we just got, like, the camera framing of where UI is about to be. You have my condolences? Oh, yeah. Oh, I need to stop pausing. I need to, undo that we can pause eventually. Yeah, it's a process. It's a long and difficult process. One thing I can show you that I think one thing that is cool that we've been doing, we launching into our levels in terms of other UI kind of things that we've been setting up. So we have, I forget exactly the last time you were here, but like we have more fancy UI stuff for objectives. This has to do with how we actually beat our levels, and our strikes are back up and running. All that. I have a cheat button that makes us automatically complete all of those, so that's would be actually doing the level, but I have a button that basically auto wins the level. Then this is our win platform that eventually will look way better. This is meant to be our like victory, like you touch this, you win. So eventually it'll look a lot better, a lot more worthy of being a you win platform. Anyways, level complete. This kind of cool stuff. Hit continue. It's a spring. Surprise! You get launched. Eventually it'll be look like a proper, you know, like boing kind of spring. That just launches you back to the hub world. And that's how we're doing our level transition, or that's how we're doing transitioning from hub world to level and level back to hub world, is just by getting launched by a spring. We also have a restart button where we have this, and ta-da, things restart. Restart from a pause menu, same deal. And a back to hub world. Ta-da, we're here. And look how fast that is, because I'm actually doing that manually. All of that resetting that needs to be done, which hopefully we'll see later how many flaws there is in that system of things not resetting properly. But for now, it's seeming to be okay. Yeah, so that's that. So also now we are making how we change from level to level. It used to be you step on a button and then this hub world that we're on flies over to another level. And it's still gonna be that, but how we initiate that is gonna be like, you go up to this thing that will visually, everything here will eventually visually look a lot better. That's the plan, hopefully. But you touch this, brings up UI of level information, you hit confirm, and then the hub world flies over. So, yeah, that's the plan. So we got our kind of camera angle set up. Now we're on to the next step, which I want to be getting this title to move into place. So let's figure that out, shall we? Okay, so right now this title is hovering, and it's being told to face the camera. I still kind of want the UI element to kind of be hovering, but, actually you might need to be hovering a lot less. So first, let me just, let these guys be hovering like basically nothing, just for the moment, and I'll kind of figure out, what it needs. So if I were to move this to be now plastered, with the camera, in this kind of position, not taking up the whole thing and having enough space to exist, especially, like, I don't know how long our level titles are going to be, but I want to have room for whatever the longest title would be. So let's say, like, 2 lines worth of and we'll go from there. If I need to change, like the font size could be different if a level name is really long, but hopefully that's not necessary. Anywho, so this, how are you set up again? Right. This is on a world canvas, right? Yeah. Yeah. This is on a world canvas, and the idea is I want to move it to basically match where the camera is. Except, you know, not being that big. So I can move it back like that. The one problem that presents itself is that... Wait, why are you kind of turned? Oh, because your rotation does not match... Is not actually... No, your rotation should be told through code to face the camera. Oh, I have a random 5-degree turn on that, right? Or not? Why is changing that not doing anything? Okay, sure. Whatever, it's close enough. Anyways, oh no, you have a random turn there, maybe. Whatever, anyways, it's fine. Let's just look. Anyways, so should we move somewhere like this? Yada yada, blah blah. The problem with this is if there's like walls in the way, blah blah blah. I would almost rather, so with the other UI elements, they are canvas stuff. They will render on top of everything. All that fun stuff. Let me just see if I can quickly find... Like, actually, this is some of that text. The normal easy button, the confirm, cancel. The only reason it's not kind of in with all this stuff at the moment is just because I wanted to have, before you go into the level, it's this floating piece of level text above it. That's going to have it move into place. I'm kind of not sure if I want to do that now. I'm wondering if... Well, I mean, I totally can. It just would be really hard. I'm wondering if I, like, were to... In a single frame, like, swap it out with a version that's meant to stick to the camera. If I can have it behave just like these UI elements, that would be a lot easier. So maybe I have... Okay, maybe for now as a temporary thing, I'll take this text, move it so high above the camera, or high enough above the camera that like it just swoops up off screen, and then I have the UI that's sticking to the camera come down onto screen. I'll do that kind of thing. It's so hot, I'm suggesting my sweating. Yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya. Especially wearing the lab coat and all, but I refuse to take it off. No. If like no, here it's fine enough. If I need to take off the lab coat, I can. But gotta have that branding, of course. Yeah, anyways, okay, so yeah, this is what I'm gonna start with, is that by this up and off screen, and then new one down onto screen, and then later I might find a way to basically swap. Because doing stuff, yeah, having this move relative to the camera will just probably make my life a lot easier. And have less issues with the text being on the other side of a wall. Because to get this to work, with the size of it, I have to move it very far away. Yeah, okay. So with that decided... Oh, you're doing that first. I need a reference to things to move. Okay, level manager. Start with that. Actually... I might... So, a thing I was about to do is write a bunch of stuff in this code that I'm thinking that I might actually separate into two pieces of code. In the same way that I have this level manager, I have this Win UI. I'm probably actually going to, yeah, just open that up. And actually I can close some of these things. Close you, and you. Yeah, I'm probably just going to, yeah, copy from this. Okay, scripts, level manager. Win code, where are you? Under UI, of course. Duplicate. It's gonna be very similar that I'm just going to duplicate it to start, and then go from there. Win UI. This is going to be level info UI. It's not necessarily a level select. It's not a level select in that in the way that games usually have level selects. This is just the screen that brings up, well, info for a level, and then you select it, but it's in a hub world. So, yeah. Have you tried doing visual scripting in combination with C# code? I've glanced at it, if that's something. I'm aware that that is a thing that exists. And I have done shader graph stuff, which is similar. It's the same node system. But no, I have not actually used Unity scripting, visual scripting stuff for anything at the moment. Yeah. So, yeah. Why are you... yeah, okay. Level info. You don't like that you have things that are, yeah, the same. Okay. So now a lot of this is going to have to change, but it's just a good start. So select the growth speed, blah, blah. Those would be the same. All the buttons, of which there are 3, except one of them is going to behave very differently than normal and hard button thing. Yeah. This stuff will stay the same for right now. You will not need a reference to this. Will you? Actually, you will. But in a different way. Yeah. And you'll need a reference to one of the... Yeah, actually, yeah, this is more similar than I initially thought. I don't think either of these need to be here. This has to do with... Or no. This is essentially the Boolean of yes, bring up the screen, or don't. In select mode? I don't know. And can select. Actually, I will use these now that I'm remembering their contexts. This stops us from being able to like press a button too early, and also like when we press a button, making it so that we immediately cannot like press the same button. Like if we press the confirm button in the menu, we can't immediately press it again to stop spamming issues. Yeah, this. Oh, I'm gonna have to set up this. Actually, I think you might already be partially set up. You're actually gonna need 3 of these. There's a up, left, and right, because with the win screen, I have everything coming from the right with the way that it is. For this level select screen, we're going to have some information come up from the top, some information come up from the left and right. So far, nothing from the bottom, although that could change. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, now getting these references gets slightly more difficult. Left. Right. This will not be a get component, children, because I need to get specific things. I'll just see. I'm going to do a game object.find. No, a transform.find, but I'll just say the names of those game objects. Let's replace these booleans. Can't select. This will change a bit. This will not be exactly the same, but for now it will be as a starting point. There's going to be... There are going to be 3 cases here. That for right now is going to be, difficulty toggle? It's a button, but I'll call it button toggle. Or toggle button. Because it is a button, but it toggles information. But it's not a toggle as far as Unity's concerned. I believe Playmaker can make your life a lot easier. Playmaker is that what it's called? Unity Playmaker. Let me have a quick... Oh yeah, is it visual scripting? Oh. It's like, yeah, it's visual scripting, yeah. I've dabbled with this kind of thing a little bit, but for me, I'm totally fine I'm totally fine using C#. And I'm going to continue using it for now. I think if I were to experiment with Unreal, the Unreal game engine, which I did for like an afternoon, I would probably try using its blueprint system, which is the equivalent kind of thing there. But for Unity, I'm at home with C#. I like programming in C#. I'm going to continue to program in C# for now. Yeah, this is a confirm button, and this one was a cancel button. I'm kind of doing a bunch of pieces all at once, but yeah. Okay. Up, slide screen, left, slide on screen, right, slide screen. I guess all these behave the same, so I might be able to actually group it into some kind of an array. Actually, trying to think of, is that going to cause me any issues? Only if I wanted to delay when some of the things actually came on screen, but I don't think I do, so you know what? I am actually just going to make this an array of all of the 3 bits. Slide off screens, I guess. Sure. Get components in children. Yeah, alright. That works. And then this, I just need to array through it all. For each slide on off screen, slide on off screen, in, slide on off screens. There you go. And this one is slide is select in select mode. That's what I call the Boolean. Just trying to remember where I'm having to scroll up. I'm back. I can't sleep. Oh, I feel that, Liam. Yeah. And also, welcome back. Yeah. In select mode. Blah blah blah. This is not. This will need to get this info. This information is going to come from a. Literally, actually, this can come from when we have save information stuff. Yeah. So right now, like when we actually have saving, like game saving stuff, this is what this is going to be retrieving this from. So, get from save file. Something like that to remind me later on. We're not implementing saving just yet. We have a lot of other stuff. No, I'll try again. Yeah. Good luck. So for right now, I'm going to just say num strikes for level equals 2. And that's what this is going to use. That's what both of these are going to use. Where did you get num strikes left? Oh. Activate select screen. It's not it's level info. You're not taking any input now. Or maybe you will get that from the hub manager. Nah. I won't worry about it for right now. I'll worry about that. I'll worry about how exactly it gets this information. Actually, num strikes left. I'll worry about how it gets this information when I actually do the save file stuff. Because that's when I'll have the information to give. Oh, right. I know how to make variables. I've only been doing it for 8 years. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Wait to allow continue. Wait a second, and then can select. That's how we'll do that for right now. Now this will have to change for this guy. That, and then, is in select mode. A lot of this will be the same as just how these booleans are being used, which is nice because I just don't have to think about it. I can just copy what past me did with the other things. But some things will need to change, which is why, yeah, I was copying some things to then change most of it. But some of this stuff will at least stay the same as a starting point. So now these functions are going to be different. This is basically now the... Oh, actually, yeah, no, it's going to be quite different. This is going to be now a, whatever I called these 3 functions up here. Difficulty toggle button. Which will all need to know what state we're currently in and whether we even unlocked hard mode for the level. Because that's a requirement. But we'll get there. I'm building some of the so where each level will have like a normal mode and hard mode. I'm building some of the infrastructure of how we're going to switch to like the UI with the hard mode, but we're going to worry about just getting the normal one kind of finalized, but I was having the hard version kind of planned because it mattered. Okay, so yeah, this is not, let's see. So the parts that are actually going to stay the same are, so this will not be here because this does not actually leave the menu. This kind of just makes the menu different. So we'll come back to that. This we'll call some kind of confirm other stuff. This will call some kind of cancel other stuff. This whole code is also going to not have a reference to the level manager, but going to have a reference to activate level. Where then, actually, yeah, it's going to handle a lot of this. Yep. Okay. Actually, I can put some of these in temporarily. It's going to be like activate level dot continue and like activate level dot like cancel. But these will need to do more very soon, because this will actually also need to start setting up. Oh no, it is already getting rid of the UI, but more than that probably. Okay. Make these public. Okay. Uh-huh. Alright. Well, oh, okay, actually. Oh, wait. You don't have continue? I thought I just made confirm. Fine. Very well then. Yep, okay. Now you should be fine. While this saves and goes into play mode, I'm gonna refill my water real quick. Be right back. Alright, so also, I went to play mode prematurely. I actually need to set up things in the inspector, so much for that. Numbers, those good. Apply on you. I need to set up, what, I know that there's, oh no, I made code, but I didn't actually attach it. That's an important step. Let's see, fail, level info UI. Bam, there we go. Now, these numbers are gonna have to be, they're gonna start as being the same, actually a lot of this information is gonna start as being the same as whatever I have on any Win UI. So I'm gonna go and write those down. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Ah, WinUI, where are you? I also, so one thing I did here, initially how I thought I was going to do some level loading stuff, I had the entire scene under a game object of a thing. I don't think that's necessary anymore. It's necessary for the hub world, might not be necessary for levels, but that'll be something I eventually undo. Wait, no, not over here. My WinUI is in this level. Okay. Windscreen, this. I'm actually just going to screenshot this, because I'm also going to need to drag and drop some of those references. Just me remembering just seeing what they're called will help guide the way. Okay, level activate. I need to actually see the thing I just screenshotted. Over here, so 3.15. No, I said 0.15 and 0.25. Buttons. These are going to be the individual buttons that... Oh. No, sorry, wait, no, this code will need to be on the actual... The thing with the buttons. Which is on the player, so I'll need to do that. Fair enough. Yeah, like these I have win screen, fail screen. On here is where I'm going to have level UI. That's what makes the most sense. So... Yeah, 3.15.25. And then left, right. I'm about to have up for the title, I think. Which means it's also gonna need to fill in what it is eventually. I'll get there. It's a process. Can start setting up some of this anyway. So this will be at probably 0, and then try 1,000 on the Y, just to have it match what I have in other places. Wait, how do you... I moved the wrong objects here. Hold on. Just realizing, when I was unsetting up things before, I moved the wrong things. That would have caused problems. This needs to be 1,000. No. No, you need to be negative 1,000. And you need to be positive 1,000. You are positive 1,000 on the Y, but 0 here. Yeah, I just got blinded by the light mode Unity. Yeah. Also, hello, National Neos. You get blinded by more white light by being in paint. Is this Sonic Heroes Season Hailed? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Not just that, it's actually in Sonic Generations, the Seaside Hill level from that, so, aha. For my random level music playlist from a bunch of different games, yeah. And this website is just a thing that plays YouTube playlists, but better. Because, yeah. Anyways. So, we're setting up... Oh, thought it sounded different? Yeah, it's a bit different, because it being a remix. It also, actually, this one level music has both Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace in one. So, yeah. Anyways. What was I doing? What am I looking for? Okay, so we are setting up our screen for when we're in the hub world and we select a level to go to from our hub world. That's what we're setting up some UI stuff for right now, and it's complicated, but it'll be really cool when we pull it off. So I just needed to set up some code here. I need to drag and drop a bunch of numbers here, so I need to go find those. Well, no, so I got the numbers. These are assets mainly for text stuff. So now I need to find those. I remember playing my first Sonic game. That was Generations, I think back in 2012 or earlier. I was young. Fun. Or did Generations come out 2012? That seems a bit early, but I could be wrong. Sonic Generations. When did that come out? That came out in 2011? No, I don't believe you. Excuse me? It was late 2011, so... Okay, wow, now I feel old. It's like, oh, the game celebrating Sonic's legacy, and it came out ages ago. Okay, fair enough. I mean, when they haven't, when they used to release, a Sonic game, every year or every 2 years, and then stop doing that, and it's... Whatever. Anyways, yeah. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for my fonts. I want to see more of the... yeah, I'll do like that for now. I need default here, selected here, default gradient here, selected gradient here. These two are gonna be... Oh, hold on. Strike number text is here. And then the strike X is here. Those might be out of order, but whatever. Okay, got those. I can close my... I had a screenshot of what I needed off to the side. Yeah, so early 2010s. I forgot because it was a long time. It has been a long time, longer than I thought. Xbox 360 just can't even work anymore. It's so scratched for how much I played it. Oh, geez. Fun. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so got those things in. Blah, blah, blah. Can this. Apply. Back to over... Nope, come on. Let me select what I want to select. Go back to this actually being like this. Sky Hub. Yeah, okay. Level activate thing. So now You're not gonna work. Oh, wait, I'm not calling this. Hold on. Haha, I'm missing a step where I actually have to call that code. I always forget that, the most crucial step. Level info UI. Level info UI. Yeah. And before I was like, I'm just splitting it into different bits of code for clarity or whatever. But no, those things of code are on two different game objects, so, yeah, is more important than that. Okay, so, this equals, here's gonna be a find object of type, level info UI. I really need to set up some, like, a lot of these can be instances. Every single bit of code here, there's only one of in the game. You know, unless I do, like, multiplayer as far as the player is concerned. But for now, there's only one. So rather than these find object of types, I can make them static and have instances. And that is the thing I'm probably going to do eventually. It will make things faster. Because I severely underestimated how expensive of a function find object of type is. But, oh well. Also, I'm making a little game in Godot right now. Ooh, fun. Yeah, I have never used Godot, but I'm aware of its existence. It's primarily used for 2D games, right? If I remember correctly. Godot. I did not spell it right. Good. Oh, it is with an O. Yeah. This. Oh, can it? Oh, it can do 3D stuff? Oh. Interesting. It's easy. It still has some work to do in 3D. Ah, fair enough. So it's primarily for 2D, but can be done in 3D stuff. Sort of, I guess. Cool. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Like, Unity's kind of the opposite. Actually, when Unity started... Unity started as a 2D game engine back in 2005, I think. It's come a long way since then, but, yeah. Or did it start as only 3D? Do I have that backwards? It may have started as only 3D and then they added, like, 2D being a thing later. I just remember it started as one and then got the other. Early on, relatively speaking, in its history, but... Okay. So, activate UI. This is going to be level info UI. No, the variable, not the class. Dot activate. Yeah, that you might. This might actually. Oh, yeah. This might need to take in some input. You know, it probably will. Yeah. Not yet. Eventually, this will pass in all the save data input that it needs. Which will just be like the number of the status of having beaten or not beaten the level, the status of having the strike count, the status of having unlocked hard mode, the hard mode level of strikes, hard mode, have we beaten it or not, and stuff. Yeah, we'll figure out that information when we get to actually saving, but something along those lines. Yeah, anyways, but we'll get there. For now, I'll just kind of have some default placeholder-y data. Okay, move, blah. What am I... This move title to position, yeah, that's gonna come eventually. And this move level preview into position, that's also gonna happen eventually. We'll get there in due time. Sedge Streams, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, welcome. We are doing, in our hub world, when we select a level, we're making the fancy UI with that. It's being very complicated and very technical, but just to work with everything else I got going on. But it will look cool when it's done. It's gonna be complicated in order to look cool eventually. Okay, errors, great. Love to see it. Not really. Oh, I didn't set up the buttons. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah. Hold on. Over here, I set up some public variables. I did not drag and drop everything I needed to. This over here. Level info screen. You need... Where are my buttons? My buttons are all on the right. It's, these three. So, yeah, okay. Blah. This. And blah. Did you get the right order? The order is very important. May I also just rename this to, difficulty text? Because, well... So it is difficulty, but not really. It's like, it's close enough. There's two versions of the level. It's not like an in-game difficulty slider. There's two versions of the level, and you have to beat both. Is the way I have my game designed. But I want to make it in a way that, like, the two versions are different enough that it's worth doing both. The hard mode isn't just the same but more, the same but harder. Ideally, gonna be different enough. Like, not just more hazards, but like swap this hazard out for this hazard, so now you gotta think about things differently. That's the kind of idea. I'm also in the wrong scene. Yeah, my coding comes back with errors but has no squigglies. Oh no, yeah, that do be a problem. Actually, that's literally the error I was just having right now, because so when you have no red squiggly lines, that means that the code it compiles, but it just might not run. And there's a difference. Yeah. So, different errors mean different things. I'm also still in the wrong scene. That's not the scene I meant to load into. Yeah, let's try that again. Third time's the charm. Back into hub world. Yeah. Error immediately. Awesome. Why? Index, oh, do you not have... Did I not set up your slide on a screen? I did. What do you mean? Or unless that's not what caused the error. It keeps saying bracket expected. Oh. Well, that kind of error usually means that it should be having, you know, problem with like having a tiny bit of like red squigglies like this. Like right here, I just deleted a bracket, and it's like, oh, it's expecting it. Are you sure you might not be seeing? Because you saw that was like very small. It wasn't like an entire line that was all red. It was just like a tiny little thing. In fact, checked in, everything is paired. Ah, interesting. See here though, like I'm missing a bracket here, but the red line is down here because of just the way that it is. Trying to think of useful suggestions. So it's in your case it's like a regular bracket that says it's expected. So it says that a bracket is expected. That should mean, like, that would usually mean that something is not paired correctly. That you have one more of these than these, or you have like, let's see here, like if you have like this is okay, but if you had like trying to think of how I would just set up this example. And even like that's fine, but if each one doesn't have just because the number is right. How am I trying to do this? Hold on. Like you can have where there's not. What am I trying to say? Where the brackets don't like match up good. Actually, I guess in this case it's fine. No, I guess I'd more so come if you had different types of brackets. Like you had square brackets here, but I guess what I'm trying to say is if you had something like this. That's not good. Even though you technically have even though this technically is the right number of brackets, doesn't mean that everything's paired up good. But in this case, I am still getting red lines. Although also just have these brackets in the middle of nothing, so it'd also probably be Y. Yeah. Okay, back to... Oh, wait, I saved it. Oh, wait, okay, line 30. I was having issue there. Y. 30. You had problems with that. I thought I... Oh, you know what? I dragged and dropped those references, but I don't think I applied the prefab. I did not. That would do it. Okay. Haha. The equivalent there of not saving my code. Let's try that again, shall we? So now I should get no errors. Yeah. All right. So when I touch this, oh yeah. I didn't actually set up the up section of code. Hold on. Let me do that. So yeah, that partially did what I expected. Just with a bit of unexpected thrown in there, just for the funsies. So this should actually change. Hold on. Blah. And why do you still have a plus? It kind of shouldn't. Player, objectives UI, win UI. Just do that, yeah. All these should be kind of applied anyways, I guess. Would be good to do. Let me just double check. Kind of, yeah, clearing some things that should have been applied. Let me just go. Yeah. Okay. So what am I looking on the up section of this? Wait. I thought. Wait, is this actually? Hold on. Let me just check something. Yeah, you are your own screen. Okay, I was just making that. For a second, I thought that. Yeah, you weren't for a second. No, you're good. You're how you should be. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm looking for up. Up, you are not set up properly because I just didn't do that. Yeah. Instead of this is just going to have the title. Which, for now, I'm going to copy... I guess we'll steal this font for it for right now. Give me... Oh, because I'm in a prefab, it doesn't like me trying to select that. I'm just going to steal this text just to use it for the font for right now. Font, size, all that stuff. Okay, blah, the level info screen. You're going to go paste as child. And this would be like... This is a level name. Right? That's the idea. Are you a J? Oh, it's that thing again. Where the... I had this problem before with, was it a capital S? Or something that came across as like a T for some reason. I'm trying to remember what it was. Just, but some... I'm going to have to sort of check some things with the font of that I'm using with this that may just be behaving weirdly and not grabbing the right letter or something like that. I'll double check that in a minute. But let's just... Down here, it's typed correctly. Yeah. I'll come back to that. Oh, small caps it doesn't like. Oh, no. So you're still wrong there. I mean, I also have to see what the... You know, do I want small caps? Whatever. Like, how it looks visually is not that important right now. Other than I don't like how it's physically using the wrong, like a different letter than what I typed, but... So what happens if I typed in a capital J? Is it just, like, swapped? Or... So no. The answer to that is a no. Is that just how eyes are looking in this font for some reason, which is a problem. I mean, you know, just... get a different font, but yeah, weird. Anyways, I will ignore it for now. Let's see here. So you're there. I delete you. I delete you. I don't know how high you need to be. Well, I can set that up easily enough. Why are you also... You look different than you do here. Whatever. behaving strangely, but it's fine, I guess. Did I have, these anchored? No. Okay, so I won't anchor this just to be consistent with it. Also, oh, not you. In terms of width and stuff, I should, like, I want to be able to potentially fit in a large level name if I so desire. You know what, this is going to get to, basically go to the edge of the screen. Close enough. Yeah. So this is a level name. Keep it. Deciding if I want it to be like one line or two. I'll put it like that for right now. Anyways, not important. Okay. I am curious to quickly look at the... This is under... Let me look at the font thing real quick. Just because I'm curious now. Font asset. This guy. What's your problem? Why are you not... Are you using the... Like, what is it? Oh, these are all over the place. No, you have an I. I see a lowercase I in here, and you're not using it. You're also very blurry in this, but okay. Oof. This is a thing. The Atlas material. I have not done much with this and how this works. Oh, there's a bunch of settings. See, like, one, I set this up a long time ago. Two, I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, when I initially set up this tech stuff, I don't even think I set this up. I think I, like, copied this in from something. This may have been... Did this come from, like, a default, Okay, this is the font, I guess. Forte. I did some things that, like, automatically generated this stuff, but that also, like, I've changed Unity version since then. I've upgraded from the default render pipeline to the universal render pipeline. There's a number of things that could have messed with things. I'm gonna generate font atlas. This character sequence here, I worry if this is weird. I've dabbled in hexadecimals the tiniest bit. I don't know if I'm, want to be messing with all this at the moment. Let's keep a look at this if this suddenly, like, changes. Like, I don't even know how to begin to mess with. Okay. Googling away. Unity, font, atlas, wrong, characters? It's not that it's generating nothing. It's got almost everything, just... Is there a way I can sort of swap, like to manually tell it, like, for an I, get this? Or something like that? I don't, let's see. See, I don't know if, in terms of the font, there's stuff coming from here, from this. I don't know which thing is the thing to change. Probably not the material, if I had to guess. I see an I. Oh, that's an exclamation mark, unless this is upside down. These letters aren't in order either. Like, that also, like, I don't see it like, A, B, C, blah, 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 blah. So I partially just don't know what I'm looking at here. Font names, font, yeah, name of the font, references to other fonts in project. Sure, they include font data, font size 16, smooth character dynamic, And I see nothing in this preview, so I don't know if that's an issue. Texture. You don't have a texture, I guess? Maybe you don't need one? I see a bunch of information here, behind my head here. So, like, whatever all this is, I don't know if there's something here I'm supposed to change. So face info, font family, that's a regular font size, scale, line height, accent line, da 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 da, tab width, source font pile, forte, atlas population mode, dynamic. What if I set you to static? Oh wait, oh hold on. I see a character table. Ooh. I might need my ASCII table. Or let me yeah, ASCII table. Let me just do a quick little bit of dabbling, see if I can figure this out. Unicode, like, this is hexadecimals, right? It's like 0x, and then that becomes hexadecimals. Except it's like, the actual hexadecimals would be like all zeros up until, like, this is what's different, effectively. Yeah. So I need to first find what is a lowercase I and uppercase I seem to both be wrong. Let's start with an uppercase I, because that's what I'm actually using here. I mean, I and a J are right beside each other in that, so... Let's see. Hexadecimal is 4A. No. 4-9 for an I and 4A for a J. So. Aha! So, yeah, you're using. But what's weird is you have a different looking J, which just seems strange. But, so I take this, edit glyph. Oh, edit glyph. I need to go off of this, right? So, if there's a J, where is it? There's a lowercase I. I haven't seen an uppercase I in this font. But, like, surely there's one in here, hopefully. There's something that, like that looks close. Or is there anything that's, like, good enough for now? Just to... Of course, I also have the power and freedom to pick a different font. I don't remember where I found this font, somewhere. Yeah, no, I don't see an uppercase I in this anywhere. But I see a lowercase I there. And I think that's a 1. Maybe we go hunting for a different font real quick. See, I don't even know what, like, font we'd kind of be going with for all this. Just not, like, the default Unity font was kind of a starting point here. Oh, I would really prefer... I'm really hoping that I don't have to kind of reset up everything. If I do this... Oh, this came from... Yeah, there's a few font things. Let's just put it back to Arial for a minute, just to see if I can. Just to change from... Like, how annoying is the process of changing from one font to another? Is question number 1. I mean, I'm not... So, mainly here. This is the material. I've been changing stuff with this, right? Like, this is settings that I've been setting for all these different pieces of text in the game. And let me also double check the one I'm messing with here. This is the one that's what this is using, right? Yeah, so I changed this. I'm going to see this change live. Cool. Here, let me click on you again. No, get to the actual text. Ah, no. You are this one. Text Mesh Pro. So font asset. This guy. I can put in different font assets, but I'm trying to, as I said, like, change the font without it being a big pain. I don't know. I don't know what, like, how some of these are kind of skipping some things. I don't know if that's weird and wrong. I said that, yeah, it's 49 to and 4A. That was lowercase I, and it seems to cover that range here. I don't know what I'm doing. Here, let me try this. This is a What type of asset is this? Like what, you need to say dot asset. Okay, yeah, but what is in you in terms of, oh, I tried to open up in a notepad document. This is not happy with that at all. Oh, well, okay. Oh, no, never mind. I just saw that. Oh, wait, no, there's more. I was like, oh, it's not that bad. Interesting. So how do I just, like, is there a way I can quickly, easily change what font this is going off of? Okay, asset. If I do this, like, to Arial, let's just go to Arial. Inval tried to use Arial for some reason. Okay. I use any of these are in the project elsewhere. Just try one of them. I'm not seeing you change. I'll save you here for a minute, but then the problem is I don't keep the material the way that's set up. Where did you go? I thought you just said you were gonna save in here. You didn't overwrite this, did you? No. You still look the same. What step am I missing here? Move me back to this side for a sec. I can change this to, like, this one. I'm not seeing anything change. Oh, no. Like, I'm expecting this to change. I'll know that things have worked when I see this thing change. Excusez-moi. Work, please, somehow. Like, this looks different down here. Oh, you didn't save it. Okay, you saved in a different place, sure. But if I just save you here real quick. Okay, that's where you went. So you saved it as a new thing, even though I didn't click save as. So yeah, now you're a different font, sure, and I can put you on this. Like, I can do that, but I've lost... Like, I mean, I can go and manually reset these settings. I just didn't want to. So to see, like, is there a way I can avoid that? I might Google it in a second. This is like a Text Mesh Pro thing. So, like, more settings to do with that. I'll be able to figure out what I'm trying to figure out. But just starting this, if I just kind of went like this, it'll change to something. That's not going to have... Ooh, it's another font. Cool. But can I get back, like, can I just change the font with keeping the same material? Is what I'm just trying to figure out right now. So, Unity, Text Mesh Pro, change font, keep material. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You're telling me I should have a material preset somewhere else as a different thing? But I thought I remember attempting to do that and not being able to for some reason. Well, I could be wrong. See, I don't want to do this, kind of manually load things, but... Let me just look at a different thing here. Okay, working with material preset. Let me just, if material presets is a thing that's different than whatever I was attempting to do before So you can just have the material be its own thing. Okay. Sure. So, okay, I assume this is going to be like a type of thing I can make up here somehow. Text Mesh Pro. Color gradient. That's not font asset variant. That's not... It wouldn't be material, right? Unless it is Text Mesh Pro just distance field. Maybe it is. Let's try this for a sec. Material, material, material. Something like... Oh, just right now, just like text material. If I have to like rebuild some of these just like a single time, I can live with that. Just ideally not every time I go to switch out fonts, not having this stuff change, preferably. So apparently, if I go Text Mesh Pro, distance field. Okay, now you look like that. Sure. Let me just put in like some things just to as a test. So apparently, I should be able to leave whatever this is as like default, whatever. But then, the question is now, how do I give this particular text that material? Is it as simple as... So you don't have you're a drop down. You're not a drag and drop kind of deal. Can't just like... Okay, so there's gotta be some other step. What is that? What would that be? Guide me, YouTube tutorial. Blah, blah, blah. Just skipping through a bit. Wait, no, you... Okay, no, hold on, wait. We're gonna pause this, and we're gonna crank up this more and go... Actually, back to the beginning.
Hello, everyone. In this video, I'm going to be going over material presets in Text Mesh Pro and explaining what they are, how you create them.
2016 though, so we'll see how much this actually works. And yes, it's playing at times 2 speed.
15 different permutations of that during the outline to showcase efficiency.
I'm just skipping forward a bit.
Make sure that my sampling point size, which in this case turned out to be 63, is good in relationship to our padding value. As I discussed in the previous video about font asset creation, the relationship of the padding to the sampling point size determines the range of our material properties. And by range, I mean how far will the shadow offset go, how far will the glow offset go. So it's determined by the relationship of these two. And as I mentioned in a previous video, as long as you have a range between 8 and 10%, it gives you a good versatile font to work with. So in this case, everything looks good. So I'm going to save this font asset. And our next step is I'm going to create a new text object and assign this new font asset to it. UI, and then we're going to...
Yep.
I'm going to adjust the rect transform so everything's on one line and recenter it, embedded in that font asset. So as you assign a new font asset, Text Mesh Pro will automatically use the default material that's embedded in that font asset.
Yes, and how do I change that?
So if I select a font asset and I navigate to it to bring up the font asset editor panel, you're going to see that the editor panel shows that the font asset has information about the font and the font metrics. So in this case, it tells us what the font source was, which was the Futura standard TTF file. It tells us what our sampling point size ended up being, which was 63. It gives information about the font metrics, which is the line height, baseline, ascender, and all these different things. But it also contains our padding value and our width and our height of our atlas resolution, font atlas resolution. It contains a list of all the glyphs or characters included in the font asset. And in this case, we never imported a returning table, but if we had, we would see all of our turning pairs. And I could actually...
I don't even know what a kerning table is.
Now, this font asset also includes sub-assets that are embedded in it. And those sub-assets are the font atlas texture. So if I double-click on it to expand it, this is all of our characters that we generated.
I'm aware of this.
So that's included as a sub-asset to our font asset.
I just need the step of how do I change this? How do I swap one thing out for another thing?
It contains a reference to this font atlas texture that we created. So when I refer to this default font material, we're talking about this one here that's embedded in the font asset itself. Okay?
Yes.
So every font asset is constructed the same way. Every single one of them will have a reference and include its font atlas texture, and it's going to include a default material that references that texture. So let's go back to our text object. If we scroll down to take a look at the material inspector, the material and properties that we're seeing here are those of the default material that's embedded in the font asset. As a general rule, I never modify the properties of my default materials. I always leave them as plain white text with no styling. That way, as I switch from font asset to font asset, I know I'm going to be getting a consistent visual result between all of them.
Yeah.
Since they'll all be using the plain white text with no styling.
So apparently that's what I should be doing.
Presets that give me the visual styling that I want with outlines and shadow and so on and so forth. The next thing that I always do is, since I'm not going to be using the advanced features available in the Text Mesh Pro Distance Field Shader, namely the texturing, the beveling, the glow, and all this functionality, I always switch to the more efficient Text Mesh Pro Mobile Distance Field Shader. Right now you can't see that part because it's off screen, but I always switch to Text Mesh Pro Mobile Distance Field. And this is more efficient.
Different
It
options.
doesn't have all the advanced features, but since I'm not using it, I may as well use the more efficient shader. So next, let's take a look at how we create our material presets to give us the visual styling that we want.
Yes. Inform me,
We want to create a
please.
material preset for this current font asset that would have an outline around our text. Now to do that, we would access a special context menu that I added for Text Mesh Pro, which is accessible by either clicking on the gear here, left click, or right clicking on the header of the material inspector. Now we can see the context menu and all of its options, and the one we're interested in right now is the duplicate material. When I click on this, a duplicate of the previously assigned material is automatically made, and this copy is instantly assigned to our current text object. So the previous material that we were using was our default material, and now we have a copy of this default material, and the copy is right here and accessible in our project panel. Now, since our intention is to have an outline, I'm going to rename it to whatever the name of our material was plus outline. So that way I know that when I'm going to use...
Is it now just going to appear, just from duplicating it, is it going to appear in the dropdown?
Enable outline, and I'll also
This is a weird way of going about it.
So now we do have a material preset called Futura Bold SDF Outline. So let's go back to our normal material. And the way
But what if I have a material that I already have made that I now want to
you can
like...
select the material preset and drag it over the material inspector. And now you can see that we switched back to our plain white text. If I want to go to the outline version or material preset, I select this material preset and drag it over the material inspector, and now we can see it's the one with an outline.
Oh.
Now let's create another one with a soft shadow. So to do so, same thing, bring up...
Okay. Wait, okay. If it works, but I have, like, minor issues with this. Wow, why are you as a material variant? Hold on. So this test material, whatever, have random glow, sure. On this, give me that text. Yep. Yeah, apparently I can just swap out one thing for another thing. I didn't see a change. Hold on. Hold on. This has no changes. No, all these off. Yeah. The change I should see is these being checked. I'm not seeing any changes. That's variant family of that, but I want to make a variant. I want it to be its own thing, I think. This sure doesn't have any children. Da da da. Okay. Edit. Oh, whoa, no. What is that? Nope. Oh no, I don't want to edit. No, thank you. Nope. Not what I'm after. So that just straight up didn't work. Okay, so other option might be to... This was the worry of looking at tutorial of way older version of Unity. Copy atlas. That's not gonna duplicate it. So why is this different?
Material preset called Futura Bold SDF Outline. So let's go back to our normal material. And the way you can...
What am I missing here, huh? Why are you like this? What is going on? Padding. I don't know what the issue is exactly. I just want to put one material on another. I do notice these don't look the same in terms of like... I don't know if they should. Not that I care about the preview that much. Unless I have to like... I don't know. Anyway, anything in debug settings? You have a font atlas. I could try giving you one, and then if maybe just swap that out, that would be a start. Could also, for now, give you the same numbers. Will you now suddenly work just because you have a font atlas set up? It's possible. Or not. Whatever error this was that happened just now, or was that from something in play mode? So, that. How? Why? So how do I make material presets, huh? TextMesh Pro. Material preset. That's what I'm trying to figure out how to do. Teach me the ways. So yes, that is, yeah, that's in there. But what if I want to use a different one? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is just telling me how to... No, that can't be it. No. I know how to work with them. Tell me how to change it. Swap one out for another. That's all I'm trying to do. I don't want to have to reset this up with every font I try. That's what I'm trying to avoid. How? Wait. You give me directions to older version of Unity that doesn't carry over. Then I have problems with that. I don't have a create material preset button. Isn't an option, and none of these are like the same thing but renamed. Or create. Oh, or hold on. Or it is. So why are you different than this, huh? Are you not? Why are you not the same? Should I delete that? This makes some random changes. Oh, there you go. Gee. Okay. But what's the difference? There's no difference really between those. But also the main thing that I'm looking for now is, so let's say, yeah, random changes for the sake of random changes. Right? Just that. Say that's a material. But so now on this one, I presumably can. Where are you? Hold on. Nope. This. So now if I just have one of these per font, and then all of these materials, like sure I can do that. But then if I wanted to swap out the font from Forte to something else, or even just, I guess for right now, from one of this to one of this, let's say, can I do that, but keep... No, because now you don't have another option. And I can't just, like, add you. So yeah, I have these two options. But I can't have the same material with different fonts. It's not letting me have the same material with different fonts, and that's being... Why? Just... I don't understand. Like, what's so special about this? You're just a material. That's all. I guess, I don't know, it's probably because of this, I guess, having this font atlas. I'm just trying to prevent knowing busy work later. Because it looks like every time now, if I want to put in a new font, if I wanted to swap out the font just to see what does this font look like, I just can't. Or I don't have to, like, remake the material. I mean, yeah, I can just copy the settings, and I guess there's not that many, but... fine. You win. Oh, hold on. Why are you gone? You still have this one. Why are you gone? Why would you break from that? Ooh. Oh, okay, you're good again. Sure. Okay, so if I wanted to switch between the other things that I have currently made, the gradient is not good. But this, yeah, it's barely noticeable. This is what it was initially made for. But I just don't know why it's having J's. I could try to bring in this font. Where did I get this font from? Was this a default font that, there's either a, like a Windows font, or I got it from some website, or it was a font part of the example Text Mesh Pro asset stuff. It was one of those things. So yeah, this has this. But it's weird that also that I can't just take like this one and just change the font that this one is using, because that would also work for my issue. Let me try again. Is there anything that I missed? Because you're, yeah, blah, 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 you're this. And, yeah, I can't just, like... I changed you to this, but you didn't actually update. Let me do another Google search of something like... Yeah, because these are things I can't, So, Text Mesh Pro, or Unity Text Mesh Pro. Something like, change font of font asset? Something like that. Not finding what I'm looking for. I just need to, yeah, why am I not finding, why is this not a common thing that people are needing to do? Font asset, change font. I guess I can't. Okay, fine. You win. So let me have a quick peek through. So yeah, I guess yeah, the font must have come from where those like other options come that I saw a second ago. They came from in here. Like, why is this? There's other examples, I guess. Fonts. Yeah, that's where some of these came from. So sure. And this is the thing I made here that doesn't need to be there. So, but you just have that, but don't you? You don't just have these fonts. You where's the font assets? Just kind of seeing how some of this is being done. Yeah, resources. Aha, yeah, there you are. Okay, fonts and materials. Yeah. And all the scenes that where you're doing all that. Okay, fine. I will do it manually if that's what I must do. So the first thing though, I was gonna see if I could find was it Forte? Yeah, so it is a font I currently have installed on my computer. Let me see if, like, to see kind of if it's a Unity thing or not. I mean, I see like I could see a capital I. No, you have a lowercase I. So it's so there's something happened weird. Oh no, you have a capital I that looks like a J, but lowercase i's are fine. So it's just a weird quirk of this font. Okay. I mean, I don't like that, and I'm gonna. That's a lowercase J. It also looks like an I, except just it's a little bit longer. Okay. So weirdness of the curly font. Fair enough. So I'm gonna want to find a different font. Simply enough. I can go to random font websites, or if I can just see something good enough here, right? Like that could be good enough for now. So something of that combined with if I add an outline and add this and that, looking good for. And for now, I might replace every bit of text. Like right now, all the text is using that same Forte font. If that font has an issue, I'd like to probably correct all of it. So we're gonna probably get a font that looks basically the same. Let me just actually, I can't have two this window to compare the other. I mean, I to a degree I can go Forte. Just so I can kind of have what we had before off to the side. Just kind of do a little bit of blah. Right. now. Didn't think this stream would turn into font hunting just yet, but here we are. Something that's like readable. That's so like yeah, it's a circus game, but like that's gonna be too much. I'm gonna predict. I might have, you know, multiple fonts. One for like the big text, one for like the small objectives text. Also, right now I'm just trying to not use Arial because that's like too default for me. And also with like the text we had before, we were kind of doing a tiny, a small caps thing. Might still do that. I'm gonna be very indecisive about this. How about this one? Oh, hey, there's that one. That's funny. And this one's very bold, but like this one's bold-ish. So is this too simple? Like this one has like has curves and stuff, so it like is stylized. But too stylized is a problem. Like those R's and S's, yeah, it's cursive R's and S's, but like, is it too much? I try to have a font where everything is very clear. Because, yeah, yes, I want the font to like look good, but I don't want it to be too hard to read. Something like this, maybe. What is... I don't know the lower one, but the upper one... I don't know if that's too blocky, though. I kind of like the other one, how it was more curved, but... I mean, I'm not limited to fonts on my own computer, and at the moment I can... and I recognize where I've used some fonts from like other random projects I've done in the past. Like I can go to random font websites. Just this would be easiest at the moment. If I can just find something good enough for now. I don't need I don't need a forever font. I just need maybe something good enough for right now. You know what? That works. Okay, let me get this. How do I actually... Oh, yeah. I just need to specifically copy the font from, yeah, where it is to... into my Unity project somewhere. So let me just do that real quick. Blah, and here to Windows. Fonts. That was called Modern Numbers 20, I guess. Oh, there's a thin version of it. I'll take the, not that one. Copy here. Goes lower. Eh. Ah. Paste. Cool. Start existing. Cool. Now, how did I make a font asset out of the other things before? Put this one back to Fort because it, well, Forte or whatever it's supposed to be pronounced, just because that's what that one's kind of meant to be at. Not the Atlas texture. Can I do... How do I do this? I have the font. How do I make a thing out of it? Oh, you made a submesh thing? No, thank you. You don't need that. Let me close some of this. If I do this, will you prompt up something? Be like, hey, turn this into a font. How did I do this before? TextMesh Pro, help me. Is there some like TextMesh Pro like settings in here or something? Maybe. I don't know. TextMesh Pro! Ah, font asset creator. Haha. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that was that same thing, but I'm not putting it into one that's already existed. Oh, so if it's at none, then maybe we'll make a new one. I don't know if these numbers are right. I don't know. So I'll try this. At this one, numbers. Let's just try it. Generate at font atlas. Okay. That looks good, I guess. Save as. Try, like, this is the one we're gonna kind of replace it with in a second. Just, wow, oh. Why did you open that? How about, no. I'll get rid of the font name in it, just selected. I'll have things more properly named. Or actually, as a new one, as a title thing. Title. I mean, it's not title of the game. That'll probably be its own. Actually, title screen for the game itself will probably have some special customized thing, like, way further than this. So, this is, like, meant to be a title thing that's the level info and probably also the you win thing, like the big, important, congratulatory text. I guess. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Just like this. And then I could try copying over the material settings from the other one. Give me that one. Okay, just replace this for... No. It's good enough. With a different gradient. Very much a different gradient. Or not even... Same gradient. When we bring back the material... Whatever material settings that were on this before, it'll kind of bring it back to the look of the other one, potentially. And here's also... I'm also going to just get rid of that on... Like, all these names just makes it easier to kind of see what's what. Okay. Should have done this a while ago. This is default. The balloon cart has its own special thing. I probably won't touch the balloon cart for right now. I'll leave the balloon cart one as is. Yeah. I'm gonna call it menu title. Because, yeah. Don't I also have it on the word paused? I think I do. So, menu title, but I want to have this copy the settings of the material from selected, I think. Oh boy. Okay, so... Here, that's what I'll do. I will screenshot yet again. Yeah, it's not that many settings to copy. It's just annoying to have to do it in the first place. When I shouldn't necessarily have to, but whatever. Is how it is. Okay. Menu title, this. Okay, starting with this the same. 0.161. Underlay, yes, and glow. So even just having the glow, it makes the actual gradient more subdued. Underlay, all the way there. 1, -1, 1, 1. That's looking like a title. Might change the sort of spacing. Is that like? Oh no, it must be. No, it looks like there's like a hint of something. Whatever. Let me just continue. This. It's like a yellow. Can I? I can. Haha. Just I drop the yellow from the screenshot. This looks like it's about 30 maybe. Oh, that's close enough. And then -0.21, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Yeah, okay, there we go. So now that's like, it's like how it was before at the very least. Of course I can change it, but just add as a starting point. Oh, I see. I don't know why that's having a bit of being able to physically see what's behind it. I don't know what's causing that, but okay. It's fine. Okay. So now actually having them be further apart, can I do that easily? And where would I change such a thing? Font size is here. Makes sense. Spacing options. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That was a lot of work for very little, but I don't even know if it's better than this font. It's just, I don't know. It works for now. I probably should be like, go back and change other things to be consistent. I mean, yeah, like all of these, like this is going to become these, in theory. I'm like, also, I'm more so not sure if I like the font. If I, also, what's up with it? I can physically see little squares. Very subtly. Why is the glow doing that? The underlay's doing it the tiniest bit as well. For if it wasn't, thank you. Like, yeah, it's very subtle, but I can. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing only in like the scene view. No, I'm seeing it in the game view, which means it's actually a concern. You can see it very clearly above. It's behind my head. Above the L, there's some black there. It's not supposed to be. Why? Could you not do that, please? And I don't know enough about fonts to have any idea of what settings I'm supposed to change here. I'm pretty sure a lot of this stuff got updated automatically, but padding. Okay, I'll do it because I'm guessing it's like certain things that are like spilling over. Let's see, what was on the other one? Padding. I could also try giving the atlas more resolution, which I don't know if that's too much, but try it for it now. And padding will go like some multiple 2s are usually good, so let's go 32. Probably is way too much, but see, yeah. Okay. Oh, that affects that. No, you're still. Why? What causes this? It's like a big problem. Why do you keep doing that? Okay. Unity, Text Mesh Pro. Boxes? I don't know. Squares around every character. Usually happens when you have an incorrect ratio of sampling point size to padding. Try to keep that around 10%. What does that even mean? Debug setting. Okay. Drop it. Reducing. Well, no, I mean, I get keep ratio around 10%, sure. But like the other number there, sampling point size, that wasn't a number here. Never mind, you are here. Auto sizing. Would you automatically be correct then? I don't know. Let me just try, like, is this too big, too small? Like, what's the problem? No, you're still very much there. I mean, would smaller be better? What? Oh, safe. Why? Why you do this? Could you not? It's also maybe like that doesn't. It wasn't the resolution. That was the issue. So 9 is what it started with. May I will try go. Oh, you know what? Is this the ratio? Hold on. If I put it back to auto sizing, is this the ratio? It's like 3.1, where this should be 10 apparently. Is that what does that? That's optimum. I don't care if it takes slightly longer, if it's a better result. I'd like there to be none of that, please, and thank you. Oh, this should also be not stretched. Go on the side like that. I don't know if that's doing anything funky. Okay, I'll go custom. You said 90%, so let's go 10 and yeah. Now you are at exactly 10%. Because when the ratio is too small, okay. Larger ratio. Okay. Let's try. What happens if I do 100 and 100? Is that too much? Is that a huge problem? Oh, bunch of characters excluded. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this anyway. Okay. Yeah. Ah. Oh, wow. Hey, it doesn't have the things, at least, but obviously it's not good. I'm just gonna now keep bumping this up until just see what happens. I'm learning now, I guess, of what things do. Okay. Why? What do I have to do to get rid of you? You're still there, very, very faintly, but I see you. Okay, if I go to the... Let me try something else real quick. Debug settings. There was some other thing. Perspective filter. That might help. Reducing perspective filter. I mean, I'm not seeing a change, but maybe it is helping. Put these back to, like, normal numbers. Go auto sizing with this being the default that it was of a 9. It's not helping. Oh, why am I not able to change these values anymore? What happened? Oh, because I had glow turned off. Yeah, that would do it. Okay. Huh. It's wrapping around is what's happening. But why is that happening? Or how can I stop that from happening? If I want it to be as extreme as this. That's also kind of interesting. Yeah, something that helps it. Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh. Yeah. That lessens it to a point, but I don't know if that's... Actually, it does reduce it, so... Yeah, sharpness all the way up, I guess. Masks, clip effect. Just messing with numbers and seeing what happens. These ratios. Oh. Oh no. Wait. I can't turn you off. Undo. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Oh. Oh. What in the what? That's weird, but okay. That's the entire... Okay, I see. I see. Okay, so it's... I see. So if this is a 9, then you're good. Okay, good. Good. Oh, but I put you back to a 10, you're fine again. Okay. Whatever, you're fine. You're fine. I put back the glow. I'm not seeing squares. I am still seeing that. So you at a 9. Whatever. That worked. How close can I get? 9 point... Yeah, okay, just a 9. Works. Okay, I figured that out. Cool. Moving on. I still said that, like... In terms of the font for a level name, I don't know if this actually works. I might do more font hunting. Let me go to an actual, like, font website thing. Just fonts. Is there, like... different websites to get fonts, yeah. Let's find a font for our level text. Basically something to replace this without being that exact font, because that exact font does some letters weird in a way that's just too weird. Literally the first thing I'm seeing here free. Okay, just making sure that I'm allowed to use this, no problem. Or actually, just download it directly from. How do I? Let's just try this one out. Okay, hold on here. Blah blah blah. This. Whoop, there. This guy. Extract. This. This be the font. Copy to here. And, yeah, unfortunately, because Text Mesh Pro is weird. Unless I'm missing something. Unless I really, truly am missing something. But I looked hard. Couldn't find, a way to now be able to just, like, swap out the font without having to change the material. Without having to reset up the material from scratch. But, no. Apparently that's too much to ask. Where is the... What do you just call it? Dish out? Oh, here you are. Okay. This, none, because I'm about to make a new one. Well, actually, hold on. No. Maybe I can actually overwrite. Well, what happens if I do this? And then... If I save on top of it, though, that sounds like it would overwrite the material. But, let's find out. Blah, blah, blah. Numbers. Missing... You're missing a character. You're missing, a dot of something. That's fine. Okay. Try saving over this and see what happens. I can save over it and have it keep the material thing. Yeah. Somehow. Awesome. Cool. I'll take it. Good enough for me. That means I can actually duplicate it and then save on top. Okay, I have a way. I have a way to switch out fonts. Thank you. Okay. So this, I'm fine with it. Let me maybe mess with the settings a bit more again, but like for level name stuff, like it's a good enough for now kind of deal, right? Good enough for now, and also, so the important things of is legible, is can read on any color background. That's why the outline is important. So that on a yellow background, on a white background, on a black background, you can still read what the text says. The outline helps with that. Well, also just looking artistically good. I did notice that the actual font is slightly bigger than the old font, which does mean that if I'm now to, like, replace things, that might have some issues. Also notice that this does this, but whatever. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So I'm also now at the stage where I'm just kind of messing with colors just to see what happens, what I can, what results I can get with it. So keep in mind that also the thinking of the theme of the game. The game is it's circus-y, so like doing stuff with circus colors could be a wise choice. Which circus colors are often white and red. However, to get a bit more color out of it, I've kind of been leaning more towards yellow and red, which is another set of common circus colors. And I do think that even the I'm thinking that the brand of this carnival, their logo colors and like their brand colors are going to be yellow and red, so it gives me more free reign to use yellow and red as a color scheme as far as UI goes. Have it make sense as far as game consistency goes. So something like this could work, could look interesting. Although I just don't know if I don't know if like having the red is gonna work and look good against other backgrounds. Could be like a not fully red, but just like a dark red. Just so that like there's some red in it, but still by being black, I don't know, that's more like standard outline kind of color. Okay, I'm happy with that as a new title kind of text. So let me I would like to I don't have to necessarily, because like these bits of text still work. However, I do know that this font has an issue. Also, even like this N and this U look kind of the same. So yeah, I have reasons to maybe want to change out the font, and I do think that I'm going to change out the font maybe everywhere. Let me also just test, so small caps. Ooh, that also looks nice. Why does that like seem to... it does make like the whole thing kind of take up less space, which... Yeah, fair. These all have Well, actually, I have the... This has small caps for... This is a level name, but then this is, like, normal. Maybe I'll keep it that way, just because it allows this to stand out even more. We also just mess with, because I have them... These other fonts that I just had around. Okay, back out, just let that be how that was. Okay. With that, so I'm going to be overly confident, and I can roll back. I have things backed up if this is super, absolutely catastrophic. We've just discovered that I can use that font, this asset creator thing, to overwrite some of these with this. I think Balloon Cart specifically, it's special because it's meant to be like a graphic, like on an actual balloon cart. I'll let this one stay the same. The rest I'm going to overwrite. So, generate this, and we're ignoring the ones that are coming from the example things from Text Mesh Pro. So just these ones. So we're gonna start top to bottom. So defaults. Why does it keep doing this? Keeps trying to Visual Studios. I'm just gonna put you on over here. So if you keep trying to open, you're gonna be off screen doing that. Save over default. And I can always undo it, as I've said. Try that again. Why are you that messed up? Oh. Okay, you're good. Just some weird momentary stuff. That's fine. I can live with that. I think I'm liking that font more than the old one. So. Cool. I was very unsure with the old, like the whatever we had before. It was like modern, some. I was like, on the fence. I don't know. But this one, I do think I'm liking it more. So, next is not interactable is the one we have to overwrite. Okay, not interactable. I don't know if they keep regenerating it, but I'm going to just because. Okay, saved. That was somewhere. I'm somewhere. Next is objective text. I'm also actually just going to change, as I said before, I've sort of switched to a thing where I kind of don't put spaces in the names of these things just because I can. It's just what I've started to do, and I'd like to be consistent with it. And I'll just do it here too, just real quick while I'm changing a bunch of this stuff anyway. Okay, and this one. And this one. Does not change anything about the functionality of it, just because I can. Technically, it means that the whole the project as a whole takes up slightly, like a few characters less of space, which is so insignificant it doesn't actually matter, but... okay, that, and then not interactable, and then objective text. That's this one here. I'm probably going to change the size of the border around it, but that's okay. I'm prepared for that. Okay, yeah, we're going to hold off on that. Like, when I do whatever refreshing stuff, hopefully that stuff will correct itself. Why am I not seeing... I feel like I should have seen more change by now. I thought I changed whatever font you're using. What are you using? You're using not interactable. I thought I just did that. Not interactable. Or is this not how this is working at all? Am I only... Oh, it's still... Okay, so this is not changing which one it's going to... I guess maybe I have to do like save as for it to work the way I'm actually trying to have it work. Fine. So save over all of these. And then this. All the ones that are actually... Hold on, I have to make sure I'm doing the right one. Like, there's certain ones not the ones that say color grade, just so not interactable. Yeah, and then I guess I'll correct all these afterwards. This. Objective text. Selected. Okay, so now, will you kind of correct yourself altogether? Yeah, okay. So, this is an interesting style for the text to be overlapping a little bit. It doesn't look bad just with the stylisticness of it. This is hard to read, but, I like this text, the font so much better. It's very stylistic, but Like, yeah, I might, you know, as I said, change minor things here and there, yada, yada, yada. But as a start, I'm liking it. Yeah. Wait, why am I seeing not the right letter? Why is it W being capital P? That's... No. Stop that. I just went through all this to be like, oh, the things weren't being correct. Where would I see... I see a capital W in here. Yes. Just to... Now you're... Wait. You're correct... Okay. If you're correct in one place and not correct in another, that might be better fixable. Yeah. So, wait. Why are you correct for one thing but not the other? So you were correct for the first thing I started with. Maybe I accidentally changed some number around while I was messing with things. Let me just try reopening this. It's like kind of select things from scratch. Not interactable is this. I don't think I messed with something in there. Hopefully not. Wait, how do you have every character? I thought Disho was missing a character. What? Okay. Okay. And now you're working, apparently. Sure, I'll take it. I mean, even though some of these don't have that letter in it, I just want to make sure that everything's all good, because if I go to change anything, I don't know what letters might not be working, if that's just one example that we see isn't. So I'm actually just going to try, I don't know what the change was. I'm going to try just closing this and reopening it fresh every time. Probably unnecessary. But I found a sequence of steps that just worked, so I'm going to continue that sequence of steps. I don't remember what default is used for, but I'm just gonna keep doing this. Okay. Let's see here. Text message row. This. Probably unnecessary, but I don't care. It's fine. Okay, so next objective text. That's gonna be this one. Generate. Save as. Objective text, I said. I need to make sure. There are certain ones here, the color grades, that I need to not overwrite. I need to specifically do these ones, otherwise we's are gonna have problems. Okay, so now you seem good. Just trust that you are. Close you. Reopen you again. And I'll skip out on this and I'll test the next one. So next is the selected, which is... Nothing is here with that at the moment, but it's fine. Where's the... Oh, actually, this might be default. Yeah, actually, yeah, no, I think that is what that is. So, let me double check, please. No, why did you not... Why? What do you... Yeah, so you are default, so why did that not work on you? Let's just try this again. Select you. This. Select, default. Generate. Save as. Default. You good? There you are. What's the difference? What was the difference? Okay, is every bit of text fine with typing a W? Okay. I guess the main one that's important is this objectives text. This is like the only one that actually is like gonna change. It's not working too. Okay. Fine. Because that one's gonna be like the list of objectives that is different for every level. Probably the most amount of text is going to be typed with that font. Other than subtitles, now that I say that aloud. Okay. Not default. What are your objectives text? No. Objective text. Okay. Okay, how about now? Ooh. Also, I don't know why you're... Did I do that just now of how this is going way past this, so it doesn't need to? It can just match with that. Anyways. Okay, so... Yeah. Are you telling me that a lowercase j is now a W? No, a capital J is a W. Why? What's with the W's? I need to, like... I might need to... Like, type out, like, the full alphabet and kind of confirm. Okay, well, rather than whole, I just go by the QWERTY alphabet. And then, well, same thing, but capitals, but I can just kind of... So what's changing letters? Is it just that? The J is turning into a W. Is that the only one? Yes. It's gonna. So I don't have to type this out again. I'm gonna cut this out into a notepad. Actually, no. I'll keep it for now until I fix the problem. Okay. Let's try this again. And if it still doesn't work, I don't know. I'll try looking at something to change. Objective text. Ah, you changed. You changed things there. Selecting a font asset shouldn't do that. Yeah, you say 65 out of 65. This number keeps changing. Is that good or bad at the moment? Good, apparently. So this number is good. This oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I just meant to copy it. Oh no, hold on. Okay, whatever. You're fine. You seem to be good. I will quickly just. Every letter is as it should be. Okay. Or as I said, I'm gonna cut this to. Now, just double check with every font. Yeah, sorry this is, being a long and tedious process, but it is kind of necessary if the fonts are breaking. I don't know why, but they were. Okay, unfortunately, I'm going to just quickly test this with every bit of text that's kind of, that we're seeing right now. Like that. Okay, fine. Be that way. So I think I'm looking for it to say 65 out of 65. If it doesn't say 65, I guess I'll take that as that it's missing something. That text there is the menu title one. 58. So that seems like that's a problem. Is this character sequence? Oh, that's not good. Okay. So let me do this. We know that objective text just works. So if I copy this, if I were to go generate now, you're going to do 65 out of 65? And I guess paste that here? No, also, I guess I haven't tested if, like, brackets and stuff are working, but... Hold on. Maybe I should quickly Google, like, proper, like, it's auto-filling this information, but maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe the reason that it is also is because I'm not just making a new character thing. I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to overwrite these other ones. And I think that's a part of what's causing the issue. So, Unity, TextMesh Pro, character sequence. Because, yeah, maybe if I can just find more of a what should it be for all, like, English characters. I just need, like, capitals, lowercase numbers, and, like, symbols on a keyboard. Let's see here. I'm trying to see, like, examples of stuff being typed. I'm not worrying about, I'm fine with not worrying about, like, other, I'm fine with not having to worry about, like, you know, other, like, non-English characters for now. Okay, so you got percent sign, a slash, that. I see no brackets, and that's actually a concern. Uh-oh. No, don't do this to me. Unless, like, is this, including the missing information? Like, is this with the, what's missing? Because I know some blanks, I wonder if, because I need, specifically in the objectives thing. No, but I like this font, no. Or I could learn enough photoshopping stuff to kind of, like, make my own, make my own, like, brackets and add it into the font. That'd be kind of funny. Hold on here. If I, let me select this text. Because you have text that, because you'll have, like, 0 out of 2, right? Oh, no. Why also the opening brackets at that? Okay. So what is a usual character sequence here? I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm just trying to see character sequence. Like what's normal? What values do I put in here? I mean, if I put this to none, I can go 0 to 0. Can I go, like, you know, make some, figure out what you should be. Go ASCII. You gotta figure out what you have? Ooh. Let me try saving this as in objective text. It does! Yeah! Okay. Thank you. Ugh. I don't know why that wasn't the default of whatever was going on there, but again, that probably just was carried over from when I set the stuff up initially. I do notice that the O is, like, not as big as the B there, but frankly, that's okay. I don't care. Oh, in this font, do a lowercase o and a capital O look the same? They're not exactly the same, but they're basically the same. You know what? I can live with that. How about a 0? 0 is very clearly different. I'm okay with that. It's, like, goofy enough that it's okay. Huh. Okay, yeah, okay. So now, one last time, and you know, I'm gonna try not switching over. This ASCII thing, maybe it is working good. Oh, it doesn't even ask for the, what thing is going out for. Okay. So, as I said, we're skipping balloon cart. That's gonna stay with the old thing. So I just need to make sure to replace everyone that doesn't have color gradient. Oh, I didn't mess with the spaces there. Yeah, none of the ones that have color gradient. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in big trouble. Well, no, it wouldn't take that long to recreate. It would just be annoying, too. I'd rather not. Okay. This to menu title. Generate. Save as. Under not interactable. Generate. Objective text. Just making sure that I'm, even some of the names of those, like, the names of some of them might change. For now, yeah, need to overwrite the right ones. This is the last one, I think. Okay. Okay, so then I just need to get this to kind of refresh itself, and then it should be good. Thank you. So now I can type all the... Oh, yeah, that looks like it's doing good. That's not what I meant to... Did I not? I didn't... Let me just quickly get every letter of the alphabet. Just one last double check. And you know what, for good measure, the symbols, well, and numbers. Let's do the numbers too. See what this can handle. Just to double check that it seems to be working. Okay, now you see this to, oh, it actually got it all. Like with, I was expecting to have to extend it, like, yeah. Do I see anything immediately out of the ordinary? I mean, I didn't type this, like, alphabetically, so it's a bit harder to catch, but switching this to this, no letter seems to immediately become a different letter. You know, it was kind of interesting. If I wanted, like, a thing to kind of, like, shake a bit, just toggling it like this is interesting. That's a capital P, right? And not a D. No, you are a D. Okay, you're, oh, and, P, okay, yeah. No, you're good, you're good. It's just the way it's kind of squishing itself together is not good. Okay. Alright, that took way too long, way too much effort, but it seems to all be working out. I'll trust that it's working there. Hopefully it's working on the other bits of text. Whatever the text says right now, everything is all good. Cool. Okay. So now some of this is like too squished together, so let's do that next. These should probably all be the same. Well, no. The font's different, so the font size is different, so it will be different. I'd like that to kind of match. I could also reduce the font size. For now, I'll try to not. See if I don't need to. This X3. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. By having it be small caps, it's like a capital, but lower. Because that's up. Yeah, okay. Sure. I'll go with that. I prefer it like that. Yeah, okay. If that's what it takes. Cheating, in a way. Okay. So now, objectives. I know that this is no longer matching. Let's see here. The background. Oh, wait, why is changing your width changing that? Because your position is not anchored like that is. I'm just trying to quickly make it so that when I'm modifying the width, it's not modifying the position of this. Yeah. Something like that. Good enough. Actually, I'd like this to move forward just a little bit more. Okay, finally. Let me just go to play mode and just see how things are kind of looking at the moment. In play mode. Hey, it's different. That's gonna take some getting used to, just because I'm so used to it, like how it looked before. Also, these options are kind of squished together more because the font is just bigger. So I might, like, these are maybe too close. Actually, no, this is supposed to be one line. Back to hub was supposed to, I think, be all the way across, if I remember. So this looks more squished because it's not, because it is wrapping to the next line as opposed to, not doing that. So, let's fix that. Okay, so that's part of that. I don't know if I want to go through and, like, decrease the, font size of all that, but for now I'm not going to worry about it. It's, like, good enough. Let me separate those just a little bit more. Yeah, because I have to, like, go through and change every single one, and yeah, I might do that eventually, but not right now. Okay, I just want to mess with one more thing, and then we'll probably move on. I can see the tiny little bit of there being like the squares. I want to see messing with these settings as I did before. Just gonna mess with anything. it's the sharpness. Okay, so setting the sharpness on all of these apparently is going to make things look better on the material on all of them. So I'm going to quickly just fold out all of these. Can I shift select? Can I shift select materials? See if this actually, the change sticks. Oh, I can't change your, can I change your name? No, oh well, it's fine. Weird, but okay. Sharpness all the way up. This perspective filter all the way down, I guess. I don't know why that's so, I'm seeing that much detail. What is up with, what's that? Why is that? Oh yeah, this is, wow, funky. Not how that's supposed to be. I still don't know why it looks like that's not the font. That's like, let's see, make it the one that's specifically this and just mess with this one specifically. Outline. Am I not seeing a difference? Because that's not that one. Which one are you? This one? No, you're gonna be... I don't know which one. Let me just... Are you this one? You are. Okay. Okay, I'm just messing with, like... Yeah, what might fix this? It's on the outline, right? Yeah. Oh, so okay, even with no outline, you still very clearly have whatever that is. Now I can turn you off, and you still have whatever that is. Why? Even oh, so it might just be that the starting text just has this as part of what the text... Like, this might be part of the font, which I'm fine with. I just wanted to know what was causing it. Just to know. Nah, I can also mess with that. Oh, wait, I actually want to undo. Okay, I'm fine with this. Well, I'm just gonna... I say I'm fine with it. I'm gonna mess with it just a little bit more. There was, like, a resolution thing. And also, okay, those little bumps, if, like, they're so small you can't see them from here. So I shouldn't be worrying about it that much anyways. Okay, continuing on. Excuse me? Oh, because, okay, this looks different because seeing it here is going to be after post-processing stuff, I think. Okay, so I can't trust how it looks like here. If I'm editing stuff, I need to be editing it. But that doesn't look different, does it? Weird. Whatever. Don't care. It's fine. I'm gonna move you, I think, even further apart. I'll have to see, like, because this actually might be too low with where the screenshot's gonna be. This actually, no, I am gonna say it will probably need to be higher. Okay. Let me go back to our test level. I just want to see how all this text is looking for everything else right now. For everywhere where we are using text. Let me also just close all the tabs I've had open trying to figure this out. Okay, yeah, so I knew this would happen. I'm gonna have to reset those boxes. Pause screen's different. Oh, I'm gonna have to get used to it. Oh, why did you... Oh, I didn't apply those prefabs. Ha 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 ha. Hold on. Apply all. Well, okay, actually, this is a level name is going to be on screen at all times, I think. I need to move it off screen, but I'm going to ignore it for the moment. And then I'll probably go and update the objectives thing. Okay. Fail screen. Whoops, you got sued. Yeah. I'm fine with that. Win. Looks like this. It's all bigger. Yeah, I'm happy with this text change. It was necessary. Well, it wouldn't have been necessary if the text wasn't broken, but I'm actually I like it more than what it looked like before. So okay, that's a slight thing to fix later. Oh wait, no, I think I know what. Oh, okay, hold on, yeah. I think these rides are too close together. Is what's causing that? Yeah. Supposed to like go away and come back, but like I think I'm going straight from one collider kind of into the other and then leaving them or something like that. Yeah, I'll come back to that. That is just if they're placed ever so slightly too close. If they're placed slightly further apart, that would be fine, I think. Assuming that I'm correct on what is causing the problem. Okay, back to Hub World. Here. You are the same. Oh yeah, that's using the balloon cart font, which, as I said, for now I'll leave it as is. I don't want to, because that's going to mess with other models that I have to change. I'd rather not right now, because that's like on a balloon cart. And also that the test level thing was not on screen, so cool. So this, I want it should match the thing that's like on the screen. So it's going to be menu title, or actually level title might have its own thing, but it's, yeah, that's fine like this for now. You are supposed to get that material, and you kind of didn't. Okay. Hold on here. Blah. This. Wait. Take back these. Why do you not match? I thought I specifically... It's like you have a different material. Why you say you're using this, but you're not... Oh, wait, maybe you are, but you aren't using the right color gradient. Oh, or is that the right one? I think that's the right one. It looks slightly different, but I just want longer. I just want it to be a longer thing. Just for the sake of making sure that this works with longer titles. So, yeah, okay. This, and then let me go back to the other one. I just want to make sure it matches exactly what the text says, because it's supposed to be the same thing that I might swap out in a single frame. Okay. Where are you? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And again, we can fine-tune how it exactly looks later on. Okay, this is test level A. That's the same. Ah. Okay. I just want the height to, like, be all in frame. Okay, so... Ha! If I can make that negative, that seems... That's yeah, interesting, but okay. Here, hovers... Yeah, da-da-da. Small capsules that I was also seeing... Ooh. Wait. Why are you... Wait, what? Hold on, what? Wait, why is the lowercase stuff being capital looking? What? Wait, that's not how the... Wait, was that how the font was? I mean, that might actually be fine. Oh, it is, huh? How did I go this long without catching that? Sure. Fine. I'll let that be how that is. But that means just not having this, it looks more... Yeah, impactful than having small caps. Oh, I don't know. Also, why do these look different? Wait, yeah, why do these look different? These two are using the same material thing. They're supposed to look the same. Or are they? Wait, actually, no, I did change it, didn't I? Huh. No, menu title. This is also supposed to be menu title. Oh, no, that's that. Selected? That was my... Oh, yeah, because I took the, when you select something out of a pause menu and then repurposed it. That's what that's coming from. So I'm changing it to that. Which means these might also change. I mean, either way, I would like them to share materials, but they might change the material, maybe go back more towards what it started with. But get it off the selected one. It also helps make these look even more different. So that's good. Yeah. Pause, we got sued. Level complete from there. Okay. But did I not notice that, I mean, I guess I didn't, but let me just go back real quick and just double check that I'm not... Because maybe I did something, The font I started with here is a... Yeah, looks the same. Caps and lowercase. That's fine. I can live with that. And they are different. Just like they're a bit smaller, but it's... Yeah, okay. I can live with it. That's okay. I like the, yeah, how the font looks enough that, yeah. What I do want to do, though, is probably actually the objectives. Might have it say small caps as well, just so that it, helps it looks smaller. Yeah, everything after the O looks a bit smaller. And actually, that also makes the objectives thing not be as too big as it is currently. Okay, almost there. Okay. Apply this. Been so long just doing text things. Again, not what I thought we would be, not where I thought we'd be spending most of our time today. I was hoping that it would be more on the, like, functionally getting it to work, but this ended up being necessary, I guess. Okay, now I just want to, next I'm going to, correct the objectives thing, and I'm going to take on a notepad preemptively because I know I'm going to need it. I'm also going to, yeah, each of these, actually I'm going to, before I go any further, the prefab, I'm going to have the prefab be small caps, because it's going to affect the sizes. Where is that? Music? No, not under music, but where's, where am I looking? I'm looking at prefabs under UI, objective. There we go. Objective text. All caps. Just, yeah, makes it, lets it be a bit smaller. From just how the font is. So I should probably then, yeah. I'll see. I'll see about other things I might change, but for now, yeah. So it's a lot closer, but no, like, not good enough. So, in order to make it good enough, gotta find layer. Where are you? Objective, or hold on, canvas. Objectives UI. Objectives. These guys. So first I need to, like, the way I have this set up right now, I was thinking eventually I might try to have the code, like, figure out how long it should be based on the number of characters. But for now, until I get around to doing that. Oh, I'm not changing it with the correct thing. Background. I'm doing it manually for now. But manually in a way that was going to save for each one. Whoops, wrong thing. Why am I not seeing this change anything? Unless I need to do it in play mode. Oh, yeah. Oh. Rather that's so much... It's in a different place, but it, yeah, still functions good. Okay. Am I gonna... I don't know if a level's gonna fail in the background. I guess even if it does, it's actually... It doesn't affect this. So, 603... Actually, slightly more... Yeah. Go to the nearest whole number. I don't need it to be that. Like, exact. This. Enough. Might also... this font might... I might want to make this a bit thicker to match with it. Come back to that. Because also with the border, I'm not having the border change as the text changes, so I do have to kind of account for, I'm accounting for, like, when, like, this becomes, like, a 1 out of 2 or a 2 out of 2, make sure that it still works. Have it be the longest for all the cases. Next this one. Again, just need to be good enough. Just good enough, yeah. Okay. So with that, then I go out, so I can go out of play mode. So we would do that. Now, it's in the camera bug. It's fine. We close my things again because I brought them back to see if the thing with the text. So now I go into my objective manager and I have places to put all those numbers, and that's gonna make things good. Okay. Objective manager. All these. This number is now what I change for each one. Okay. That. And that. And that. And now they shall be good. I'm gonna delete the notepad document. I was writing things in. And now I think we're gonna be good to get back to actually doing this. I don't know how much longer I'll be working on this, but I'd like to make a bit more progress. Yeah. What I might also do maybe between this stream and next stream is like, in my to-do list, like, this is one massive task. I might split it into smaller ones. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Did you... Why are you changing sizes when I change the text? You're changing out of small caps. I changed with the... hold on. Oh, no, I know why. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's giving it the line. Giving it the line is undoing the, small caps. I can fix that. I just gotta find... what controls that? That is the objective manager. Let's go there. Okay, so objectives manager... where I actually set the... Specifically where I set the text complete. So this is where I have maybe bold and strike through, and font styles dot small caps. That'll do it. Okay. Let that recompile. Okay, can I close some of these? Yeah, I can close you. Okay, Yep, okay. Eventually. Okay, while this is going, next thing we're going to be doing specifically is going to be what? Getting the text to go on screen when we now go to our, like when we go to the level select thing, level info thing, whatever, to the map piece, fragment, whatever it is. Yeah, okay. Cool. Doing what it's supposed to do. Yeah. And it's worth mentioning that the entire pause screen might be eventually changing. Because as the game develops, as I decide, certain information becomes, it might be more relevant to be shown at a pause screen. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it could change. But what we have right now works for now. But yeah, might change. Especially just even adding more options. If I have other tabs, I'm gonna have to, like, change things for that. Anyways, okay. So, how does this currently behave? Where did we leave off with this upon, like, actually changing the font? The text billboards towards the camera. Yeah, this is test level A. You go towards it. Oh, I already have. Oh, no. I have some of the text coming on screen. I don't know why specifically this is doing that, but that's something I can fix, hopefully. The confirm thing is just being way smaller than it's supposed to. So ignoring the background of this is test level A. Why does it look different than, like, this versus this? It is looking different. Oh, no. That's actually maybe a bit of a problem. Here, if I do... Oh. Wait, you're not supposed to be able to restart right now. Wait, why was... I shouldn't have had those buttons. Hold on, let me check a different thing. Yeah, okay, I shouldn't have restart and back to hub here. But I think when I get kicked out of a level, it sets it out properly. But I think on start, it's not being set up properly. So why are you... Okay, I thought it was because of the post-processing, but... Or, you know what? No, it is, because in my head I was like, oh, the post-processing is making it more saturated, but no, this is post-processing is making it look less saturated, I think. Let me confirm by just quickly turning on and off the processing. I might have to look into basically, can I make this text specifically not use the post-processing? But post-processing kind of goes on top of everything. Or more so, it kind of needs to be an all or nothing situation. So either both of them are or both of them aren't. Or specifically with the level text. That's the only part that actually matters. Okay, let's see here. What am I looking for? Not in this. Or no, yes in this. This has the post-processing. Lighting. It is you! Okay. As I thought. Which I do want to be able to have post-processing. I don't want that to just not be a thing. So how can I have... Let's see here. So now I'm looking for... Here, I'm going to activate... Do this so I can kind of see both of them. I want this text and this text to look visually the same. Ignore their different sizes. And ignore that this over here is broken. Let's see here. So you're going to be under... Not there. You're going to be under canvas. Level info screen. Up. Oh, you're still called level complete text. That needs to change at some point. You're on the UI layer. Being on a different layer, I'm going to... Today. Let me look at on the canvas that this is on. Well, wait, the canvas is the whole thing. Well, if I had to change the whole thing, that's okay. Yeah, I change you to different things. You're gonna behave differently. Oh. Wait, excuse me? Wait, what? Why would... Putting you on as a world space canvas isn't suddenly having you have... Now you are. Oh. Is it just that, okay. I think, all I need is for this text to be on the UI layer, I think. No, that's not what I wanted. I just want game view, please. Oh, that didn't work. I thought it would for a second. If you used the UI camera, no. Oh, I have to change the child object. Aha. Okay. Good. Okay. Cool. So I can make them look the same. I just need that to be on UI. Let me go out of play mode and why do you keep doing this with greater frequency? I prefer if you weren't. This is an annoying bug I've been dealing with where, because I start with no cameras, I spawn in cameras at runtime, and then going out of play mode then deletes those cameras. It sometimes does this weird thing where then it basically messes up the scene view camera. It is then fixed as soon as I recompile code or go back into Unity, but it's annoying just that it, like, wastes time. It just takes longer to, like, do. Yeah. And I know this bug is fixed in, so I'm in 2022.1. I know that this bug is fixed in 22.2, but 22.2 is still in beta, or alpha, whatever, is very unstable, so I'm waiting for that to kind of get stable, and then I'll jump ship. Okay, so both of these, UI, and you're good. Okay. Also, you're not, let me double check that none of this is interactable, right? Polyfine? I don't see anything with that would imply that you are clickable, so you're probably okay. Okay, anyways, that's all good. So next thing is, so we got that, so we got some of the text coming on screen. I want to now have, the level text that's there go up off screen, so it can whoosh. Now, I would also like it to be delayed enough so that, like, it seems like it's the same bit of text. Like, you're not seeing one leave as the other's coming on. I'd like to see one leave and then the other come on. But then eventually I might try to sort of combine them into the same piece of text. Or specifically, take on player testing. On the player, the text that is over here. This is the, ignore that we can't see anything for right now. I'm not going to go into play mode yet. The level complete text that comes onto screen, which I should rename that. It's not level complete. It's level name text. Maybe compile you. Okay. The level name text, what I might do is, when I need to do stuff with it, move this in one frame to the position of the other one, turn off the other one, and then have it move into to be against the camera. Actually, that's what I'd rather do. So why don't I just skip ahead to doing that specifically? So let's start with just because I'd like it to look like that level text that was there moves into being against the camera. But it's hard to have that text specifically move against the camera properly. Hard to, like, line up other things, so I'd rather swap it out for the version that's already kind of against the camera. Yeah, anyways, okay, so level manager, not level manager, activate level needs a reference to that flying level text. That is, put that here, private, level name, I only need the whole game object. I'm just gonna be disabling it, and actually I will need its position as well. But yeah, level name text. Okay, getting this in here. This is going to be get component. If I just go get component in children text. Right now, it should be the only text thing that's a child game object of this. If that changes, then we'll see. Wait, hold on. Using MIDI and, or just Text Mesh Pro is just on its own, yeah. What is the text asset? Tempo, text, yeah, hopefully that's not good. Oh, dot game object. Just, this is kind of my shortcut to just getting to the game object that I need to be on. Okay, so presuming that I have this, it's gonna, yeah, be enabled on start. Yeah, and then on, where are you? Actually, I'm almost thinking, now that I think about it, level info UI might want to deal with that. No, yes, no, no. Activate level of stuff with the level activating thingy, which includes that text that's there. Level info UI is for the UI stuff. So they're gonna talk to each other to get this to happen, but they won't, yeah, okay. So this dot set active false, but then level info UI, I'm probably gonna actually pass along this dot transform. I only need its transform. Yeah. Transform, level name. Oh wait, actually, I need to actually fill in what the name is, because thinking that we're going up to multiple level things, I need to actually grab what that level name is. So let's. I'll pass in just the text thing. Yeah. So not the transfer. I'll pass in TMP text. Level name text. So you know what? Actually, and because of that, I'm gonna change my mind on how I'm grabbing it. Okay, I don't need some of these things open. I do that, change you to be a TMP text, and not do the dot game object. And I find this being a dot game object, but this just pass along that. Move title and position is going to be not the job of this, it's going to be the job of this. Okay. Okay, so now I have this, do all this stuff. Well, hold on. Why are you happening there? You should be happening in start. Just thinking, is this a problem? No, you should be okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so da-da-da-da-da-da-da, you do this stuff, you select one of these, yep. I have to figure out why the buttons when they're active are not having the right scale, like, at all. Oh, you know why? Because I think some of these might still be 0, or I didn't set them to the right numbers, and that's why they're not behaving properly. That's gonna be my theory. Okay, or if there was something else I was supposed to do in start that I didn't do. Yeah, selected grow default. Probably this default that's not set correctly. Or it may have been set up properly for the pause screen, but not for this screen. Might need different numbers. Okay, while you're doing that. Okay. Activate level info screen. You have view. This is sliding in things. Trying to get order. The order I should do this, I'm going to go, I guess, top down, right? So this is tell all the elements to start sliding on screen. Okay. This activates the cursor to select stuff, but I'll worry about that later. This sets us that we're in the mode that is to select things. So set up. So I need our version, this game object's version of the title text. I'm gonna do it like this, and actually I'm gonna swap these just because this comes up first. Where to this? Okay, so I don't like the names being the same. They're both the text that will say the name of the level, but this is like the UI version of it. Screen text. Like it's the version that's on the screen rather than hovering out in wherever. Floating text, I guess. Equals this. So that's the thing. Yeah. Set up. Have the text match. That's what I needed that for. I disabled this already in the other place. I also need its... So I'm going to take its position and then have it move towards its own... Not all zeros, whatever it started as. Move towards its default position. Which actually should make it actually... Because the other thing is sliding on screen. Should actually make it do like a this motion. Rather than move directly. Which will actually be kind of cool. Dot transform dot position equals this dot transform dot position. Same with the rotations, same with the scales. Local scale. No. You should be lossy scale, so that's like all global. Global equals global to make sure that'll make it the same. Or not. Local scale it is. I mean, I think... actually, that might present a problem. And maybe, as long as I do scale things good, maybe it should be fine. We'll see. We're gonna find out. I do need the scales to... I need to basically have one look like the other, despite it not being... So I need the scales to match, otherwise it's gonna suddenly go like, wait, in one frame. Which ain't what I want to see happen. Okay, let me also look at selected grow default. Did I copy the numbers wrong? Huh, I totally did. It's 1.25. Because it's meant to be bigger than 1. It's meant to get bigger when you're on it. Okay. Yeah, that would do that. Okay, that's why so that's that problem solved. And this, I'm just going to drag and drop this. Just makes that easier. Okay. So that should do that. This text is all ones. And the other one is all one. So it's actually, you know what? It might actually just be the font size? Let me go have a look if they're the same. This is an 85. Because I'm going to need to be able to, yeah, as I said, have the text things match. I would like to. I kind of have a backup if they don't. But I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. Okay, so yeah, you're all one. So that line is not going to do anything. But your font size is a 0.4. Oh, it's because your canvas is different. Your canvas is what's gonna. Okay, so I'm gonna mess with that. Okay, so I'll take the scale line. I'll get the position and rotation the same, and I'll mess with. I'll see what numbers I can mess with, so that ideally it's only one number that I have to slide up and down, or if it's a vector 3, if it's scale, that's fine. In order to have the bits of text match. So let me, before I go any further, just do this. I should see. Oh wait, it's gonna move and then slide down because I told the other thing to slide down. I'm just trying to think the up-down sliding on off screen might not need to be how it is. Let's just see what happens. You didn't do anything. Also, yeah, that's massive. I think actually all three of those might need to move down a little bit, but we'll see. Like, it didn't just... This didn't just not... I was expecting, yeah, because so the text in the background disappeared. Yeah, sure, but I was expecting this text to move. Let me select you. Let me just, fine, get it manually. Under up, this. Also, I have you turned a bit. Oh no, because you turned to match the other one, I think. Okay, hold on here. Let me just kind of lowering some things so it's easier for me to find what I'm looking for. So these are the two that need to cooperate, right? What I'm trying to do, because I'm supposed to have like, I want to have this one smoothly become this one, but with fancy camera tricks. Yeah, and ideally have it work regardless if later I change this or later I change kind of where this is, that kind of stuff. So let's just kind of see, right? So I try to have them copy their positions. It seems to have copied the rotation properly, and then I'd have it smoothly go back to a rotation of all zeros matches it up with the camera again. But it just didn't really take in the position, and I don't exactly know why. I was having a look at, so yeah, their widths are different, like a lot of stuff is different. I'm wondering if I basically might need to try and have these have the same width and height in order to get this to work. Like, that goes on a lot. But then, what do I have scaled down? I thought oh, it's the font size that's like that. Okay, so let me try just, I'm going to have to redo this in a second, but just to kind of see if it would even work. Change, so those, font size, let's try giving it the same font size. Yeah, a little bit of a problem, huh? And let's go 0-1. I kind of jump forward a frame to see these changes with the way this is. That's not exactly the same, but it might be like, you know, close enough. So now it might just be a matter if I can get this to work this way to just change the scale. Wait, okay, I prefer if like the border here matched. It doesn't technically need to. I would like it to though. Hold on here. Okay, well, I can just line up this one. Good. Should be fine enough. Actually, it does need to be decently wide. But why doesn't this need to match? It's probably something to do with the canvas information. Let me have a look at the difference between these. I mean, screen space cameras versus world space cameras. Yeah, that's gonna be different. Anything? I'm just looking at other things that are different. Like this canvas scaler. Well, like, you don't need one. You have this dynamic pixels per unit. Put you to 1600 just to see if it's... Because I saw the other one was... Or, I don't know. Maybe I'll leave that as is. Okay, I think I can get this to work with this. Let me just first get this width and stuff to match. Although, this could be a lot longer, yada yada. I'm worried though, I'm just thinking like it might still be too big because, again, this needs to work with, even if the level title is like really big. Here, let me go, this is what I'm gonna do. Go out to look at this. Okay, hold on, let me bring back, hold on, okay. So I copied and I can paste this and now compare thing A to thing B. That's up pretty fat though. Wait, why am I not seeing... Negative 10, 10. Okay, so, yeah, get this text to be the same size. And then... Wait. Well, not the same size. Hold on. Let me get this text to match this, and then I can copy the values over one for one. The rotation doesn't matter, though. Actually, this being 180 matters. Also, you don't seem to match your center position anymore, but I guess that's okay. Also, you're rotated on an angle when you kind of shouldn't be. Because that immediately gets undone anyway. Actually, maybe it doesn't. But it should. It should. Okay, so make you bigger again. Okay, somewhere between this and... It'll be exactly the same. Just good enough. In fact, maybe slightly smaller is fine. Yeah, okay. So now I just like this width to match better. Actually, no, I'll let this be long in case I have any really long names. Would I have different, like, so I'm about to, like, control the font. I just don't know if I'll have, if I'd want to be able to have different level titles have different fonts. Actually, in theory, yeah, would you be able to, rather than hard coding things to, right now it's 85, just pull in that number, like, read what it is, and go from there. Okay. So, okay. So now you need to copy this information to this, even though, like, with the canvases being different. Just get the widths to match. Or, actually, I mean... You would match, I'd like the lower thing to match. 375? Okay. Yeah, I just want them both to match, preferably. So start by giving these the same. This is 1500. Oh, you're not all zeroed out. I would prefer if you were. Like, this one should have been as well. That, yeah, fair enough. And then a 0.4 on everything. And then a font size of 85 seems to do it. Wait, didn't on the other one, didn't I do small caps? Or I don't remember if I did, but that should be an easy correction if that's not the case in terms of looking the same. Either I did or I didn't. Okay, so this is now the only thing I need to then correct, other than for some reason the position wasn't being right, is the font size. Okay. So let's start there. I'm also going to, or, yeah, okay, okay. So let's, yeah, with that, okay. So this should be dot font size. Why do I just have a min and a max? Size? But you were... I didn't see you there a second ago. Okay. So do that. But then, this stuff's gonna smoothly get to what it should be. But for now, I want to just see it snap to being on top of the other one. Because that's what should be happening. The one thing that might cause a slight issue is the hovering. We're going to see if the hovering causes any problems. Oh, the hovering might be why the other one isn't cooperating. Yeah, hold on. Let me just, for now... No, I hover the whole... Let me just turn off both hover scripts just as a temporary measure to see if that code might be messing with things. Okay, this up. You. Turn you off. With the intention to hopefully turn you back on later once this is all cooperated. Okay. This is level A, alright. You're not supposed to be there. No. So, like, why aren't you moving at all? Is my question. Or if you are moving, what's moving you back? Like this is supposed to be off over. Oh, that's interesting. Something is smoothly trying to move it. If I'm doing hover script, I disabled it, but I didn't actually disable it. I didn't apply the prefab on the player, the thing that I'm supposed to do with that. Yeah. And then of course I have this happen again. Great. Yeah. In a minute, when Unity decides to cooperate, player testing. You canvas this, that, or no, I did the changes. I just need to apply. Go back here and save, or not save. To save, sure, but also go into play mode. Yes. Yup. Any minute now. Any minute now. Come on. Okay. Oh, that's appearing like on top of things when it shouldn't. But okay, that's a different problem. We'll worry about that. So I'm gonna expect that the text gonna be up in my face and giant. No. Oh. Hey, wait. That may actually. It moved to the right position. That's progress. Let's see. Let me just find the other text to compare. Font size change. Okay, so what's off now? Something is now off of something else isn't right. Oh, also I think I moved it to the right place, but then because the camera is moving, it didn't like stay there. But that's okay because it's gonna be there and then immediately start like moving back. So it's actually it moved. I'm gonna trust that it was like hopefully kind of close enough. So once I start the whole smoothing process. So my next question is why is it still not the same? Oh, because you can't be... And you have a scale of that, so I almost might need to change... Oh, how can I do this? I can't change the scale of this to 0.4. If I copy the scale, it's just going to make this one even smaller. What else could I change to get this to match more? To match completely, 100%. Despite one being a world canvas and the other being a screen space camera canvas. That makes this trickier. I wonder if I could, like, temporarily, just to set things up. If I parented this under this for a minute. I just made you giant. Made you match in scale. If I, yeah, parented to this, then made everything match, like, everything. Level entrance text. You still have a thing of 80. One's thing of 80. One's 275. Whatever. Yeah. You're still not exact, but let's just say you were. Then if I put it back under here, then I might be able to sort of lerp the scale to 1, lerp the positions to blah blah blah, and the rotations to all whatever. I guess that could work. So I put it there and then change the scale. I'm just trying to think. So at this point, like, I almost wonder, like, do I need the 2 bits of text? I might be able to actually just get away with stealing this one, like, the one that's there initially. If I were to get rid of that for a second, if I did, my worry initially, though, is just, like, breaking something, but maybe I can get away with not breaking things. And also, like, I could try to, as I said, position this in the distance so that it, like, matches up with where it's supposed to be. But then it's like being pulled really far away. I want it to kind of be in line with all the other bits of text. It'll just be easier that way. So, maybe what I could do is, like, the text is here, whatever, doing its own thing. The second that we enter the thing, I steal the text, put it under here, and then have it lerp to size of 1s, positions of 0s. Well, I mean, I'll have some empty game object as a reference for where it's supposed to go. Have it go up there. And your rotation should be all 0s. And then whether you confirm or cancel, the level title needs to go back where it was. So then I just put it back where it was, and then I reset everything, which is zeroing everything out, putting the scale back to 0.04. Or what I could do is actually have the canvas have a scale of all 4s, so then it has a scale of 1. That make the code just a bit easier. And then this has to be 180. Or does it? I might be able to mess with the parent canvas so that this gets to be all 0s. That, again, would just make the code easier. Okay. Oh, come on, not again. I thought I could avoid you. I don't know. I thought I knew it could kind of cause this happening or not happening, but nope, apparently not. Okay, so this is what I'm going to try and do. Is just, yeah, I'm going to go back to my initial idea of just hijacking the text. But just by parenting things differently, that will help me do what I want. I also, actually, then I think I can get rid of the up thing. Let me just go in play mode and out of play mode to fix the camera. Unless, okay, the two things I can do is have the text either just go smoothly right where it needs to be, or I thought by having the up thing of where it's trying to go being up and then go down, it would basically, like, kind of have an upper arc thing. But I don't even know if it needs to. Frankly, I might just let it go straight to where it needs to go, and then that might be okay. I don't need to turn off, it has the code to face towards the camera. I don't need to turn that off because it's, and I could, but I don't need to. Because it's already facing the camera. It's already doing its job for it. Actually, that would almost make it so that I don't even need to adjust the rotation. I mean, actually, both bit of text are already facing the camera, so I might not need to adjust the rotations just because of that. But, yeah, I might anyway, just in case. We'll see. We'll see how cooperative it is. Okay. So, under... in the player, yeah, I won't delete this just yet, but I think I might get rid of this up entire thing. But what I will then just need is a placeholder game object for where the title where the center of the title should be. Because it'd be easy to just say, like, go to the position of this game object rather than having to manually, like, type in position and stuff. Let's see here. And actually, just to make sure this works properly, I'm going to anchor it to the top of the screen. Or will that cause me problems? I don't know. I'll just leave it as is for right now. I will have to make sure to check some of this stuff with different resolutions and make sure everything all works good as it should. We'll see. So this is going to be title position. Title. Let's see. Level title position. That seems roughly in the right place. Seems probably good enough. Okay, so if I just have this, I'm going to turn you off. I'll delete it when it's done, just in case I back out on this idea. Don't want to delete it too soon. So I'm going to just use that. So in the Sky Hub world, I have that text. Okay, so I will need to now change how this is working. So I'm not going to have a public reference to get because I'm going to, on the fly, get this text. So I don't need the word floating anymore because that was just to differentiate the two. And I'm already passing it along, which is nice. However, I will then probably be messing with the transform of it and all that, mainly yeah. Actually, then I don't even need the text component of it, do I? I only need the text component, like the actual text part, to change the text. I don't even necessarily need to mess with the font size anymore, do I? Because I just go with scales. If I just go off of scales, if they have the same font size, currently it's an 85, then that should be okay. Hopefully. Yeah. Okay. So in the Sky Hub world, yeah. I do just want to now try to make my life easier with the actual coding of things. I want to make it so that ideally this has the scale of all ones, and it's the canvas that has a scale of 0.04. Hold on. 1, this. 4. Okay. And then ooh. Actually, no. This needs a rotation of 180 for the way that the turn towards the camera thing works. That should be fine. So I don't need to lerp the rotations. Just positions, scales. And the position of this can be all zeros. So what I will need a reference to is the 2 canvases. Or the 2 things to parent under. Which, yeah, okay. Okay, so this is going to now be a transform. Well, I also have text in the name. Before I go any further, let me just change what I'm passing. Transform. Okay. Do that. And then I don't need to turn the game object itself off anymore. This will do the whole moving it into position. Okay, so then on this side, don't need to set the text. What I need references to are the 2 offsets. One, I can get oh wait, no, the level info UI will, because it'll have the 1 on itself always, but then when we interact with a level thing, it'll need to get that one. Which will actually just be the parent of the text that it's using for the function, so it can do that. Should be easy enough. So these are just going to be transforms. I mean, the rect transforms, but actually, just thinking of if I should do this through rect transforms instead, if that's going to be any sort of a problem. I'll try just doing it through normal vector 3s, even though they're 2D things, just to see. I might be able to get away with that. Okay, so transform. This is going to be level info text camera pause. That's a mouthful, but it's necessary. And then the other one is going to be, this is going to be private. No. This one will be public, but then this one will, the other one I need to get through code, so it can be private. So, this is going to be the other one. Level info, starting pause. Parent. Yes. Okay. So that one will be public. I'll drag and drop the reference. The private one will be passed, or it's going to be the parent of this thing. So okay. Which is going to be that canvas. So then I don't need to set any positions directly, actually. I'm not messing with the font size. And I'm not messing with the rotation. I just need to start a coroutine that's going to say, start moving towards being where you're supposed to be. So enumerator, move level, info, text, Level name, it should be level name. And then preemptively, I'm going to need another one. It's going to be like, move it back. For right now, I'm just going to temporarily put one of these just so it's not erroring at me. It's going to change very shortly, though. Okay, so... move. Okay. Yep. That, and then, nah, let's get out of there. So you have this, I mean, actually, you can, I'll get the parent even in this just to kind of keep it together. No, I'll get it. Okay, okay, so this is going to need a... I'll do the same trick I do before, where I basically make this like a temporary update by just going yield return null, and then keep doing some kind of movements until it is in place, and then yada yada. Okay, so I need to first change the parent of the thing I'm moving. Well, I need to pass it along. I'll just go... I'll make a variable that's like... cur level name text. This should also just be name. Which, of course, means I'm going to need to now change it here. Cool. Level name text, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now... hold on. Cur level name text equals blah. But I need to make sure I clear out the reference at some point. Okay. Cur da 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 da. This dot pair cur level name text dot parent equals the camera one. The one that the camera parent, and then while true, I need to lerp the dot position equals vector3 dot lerp. Let's see. From where you are to all zeros. That's the point of the offset. Just easy to move around an empty game object to say where it needs to be. And then I need some smoothing. Float. Level name move smoothing. Yeah. Delta time. What else do I need to scale? The scale. Local scale. To all ones. And it'll get the same smoothing. Hopefully that'll be fine. Now rather than this repeating infinitely, I'd like to say, like, once it's close enough, hard set it to where it needs to be. And then I'll need to do something to kind of override the hovering. Where I might... Actually, I could disable its hovering script that's on it now, then re-enable it once this finishes it. So it, like, moves and then starts hovering, which hopefully will look fine. I mean, if it's hovering as it's moving in, I don't know. We'll see how that looks. If... if... We'll say... If they're... I need to make sure that they're both close. Unless I move them both differently. But, so if... you just go, because I'm specifically testing it to be for 0, I can say if its magnitude is less than or equal to 0.01 f, and the scale dot magnitude is less than or equal to, oh wait, 1 is if it's, because it's we know that it's going. Wait, is it going down or up? As soon as I change it, it's gonna be massive. It's gonna be shrinking, so it's going down. So if it's less than or equal to 1.01, we'll say, then we can break. Not only break, but just also I'm gonna hard set it to what it should be. So this is becoming then vector 3.0. And this is going to become vector 3.1 as a hard number. The rotation should be handled already by the camera turning, as we established. Hopefully that should be okay. And then, to move it back, the code is going to be very similar. Instead, this is going to go back to starting parent. And then these should actually be the same, except we know that the scale is going up, so this should become the opposite symbol, and now I guess the 0.099, I think. Might be backwards, we'll see. Gotta find it. Except I need to actually call this function still. That'll be on cancel and continue. I guess I can start to write some of those. Oh yeah, these are gonna change as we... actually, no, some of it's maybe fine. So, start coroutine this. Regardless of our option, we're gonna do that. Not for this one though. This will have some other special, complicated things. I do need to make sure that, I guess, if we do this, stop. Should be fine maybe doing a stop on coroutines. Just make sure that the other, if it was already in the middle of moving, cancel that and immediately start moving it the other way. Hopefully I don't make other coroutines on this that are going to have any issues with that. We're going to find out. Yeah, hopefully it should be fine. Okay, so, I do need to, when I move text back, I want to clear out, like, we should get rid of this. If we're moving it back, then it's, I want to clear the reference. Because, like, we no longer have use of this text. Yeah. Not here, though. There it should still be as is. Okay. So, does that cover everything? Yes. Even the level name should also eventually get itself from a text file. I mean, I can actually... I guess I actually will be setting them all up individually, so it doesn't actually need to. So, never mind. In fact, it could get it from, like, a scene name if I decide to have it be... Like, the scene name matches the actual level name, which it could. Could do that, too. We'll see. That'll be, like, further down the line. But also, I could, because the hub world is so specialized, it could just be handwritten each time. I wouldn't mind that. Okay. So let's see. Will this work? Where did you go? Did your scale get set to 0 by some code I didn't mean to write? That's gonna be my my guess. Okay. So, oh, I didn't set up. Haha. There's a variable that I was supposed to set. Didn't do that. Supposed to drag and drop the level title position. Is gonna do this again. Okay. Nope. Yep. Any minute now. Okay. Yep. Back to here. I don't need to see in order to fix this. I went to the wrong scene though. Over to here. This player. Where is player, not on player, on the canvas. Low fail info screen. Yeah, this parent. Go here. Make sure that that's the correct one. Yeah, make sure to apply the prefab, otherwise this won't do what I want it to. Okay. Back here. Back in here. Yep. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, hopefully this will work. We'll see. So before, because that wasn't set, I think it was just kind of going to the origin of the whole world, which, sure, not exactly what I want, but yeah. Any day now. I could also set up, in more of the canceling, I need to, like, undo all the player stuff. Could do some of that very shortly. Yeah, just so I'm not, like, eternally locked in the screen as I am now. But let's just see. Work, please. That almost worked. It, like... It looked... It moved relative to the camera there, but not entirely correctly. So let's see why. Where is it? Under here... So is it currently under here? It is. The position is not being set right, and the scale's wrong. So, This is supposed to be all zeros. That's gonna be massive, yeah. And it's supposed to be all ones. So what happened? What went wrong? Local. The problem is local. I did everything globally. The whole point of this is now it all should be local. Okay. Well, no, I did local scale, but that was also wrong. We'll see. Let me just do this first. Like, yeah, like one step at a time. I can at least get the position to be right. That's a step in the right direction. And maybe soon I will have to kind of, I will have to change it to getting the rect transform rather than the normal transform, but I don't know. Something that just changing the transform scale and stuff would be, like, good enough. I probably should just do it that way anyway. Well, okay. See in a second if this works or not. Come on. Any day now. Yeah, if this doesn't work, then maybe next thing I'll try is actually having this happen through rect transforms. You could go a little bit faster, Unity. That would be great. You're done? Okay. So local positions everywhere. I did call those functions, right? Like I didn't miss a step that was, yeah, you're being called. So I'm just looking at this one and you're all local. I set your parent things. Yeah. Okay. Okay, what if I temporarily were to remove your rect transform? You can't because those depend on it. Fair enough. I'm trying to figure out not to have that not happen, but okay. Fine. Well, this was a thing that needed to happen anyways, but okay. I will change these to be rect transforms. Not the parents. The parents are fine. This rect transform, and then this pass into rect transform. Nothing else needs to change there, and then you need to be a rect transform. And then you need to be a rect transform. Yeah. Now you should be all good. Eventually. Yep. Any minute now. Yep. Just a little bit faster would be nice. Someday it will run. Please, Unity. Okay. Please work. That's fine. Parent direct transform is being set with parent property. Consider using the set parent method instead with work position. Okay. Common UI scaling issues. Okay, I think I'll look into, sure, but why are you not? Like, I see things that aren't zeros and things that aren't one. Why? So, first I'll do the thing that it recommended me do, because maybe that's, like, causing some part of the problem. Okay, oh, I'm looking at the wrong code. That would do it. So I take the parent of whatever it had, yeah, then I go, like, I'll do that, I guess. Transform, okay. And you said world position stays? True. So that is what I want. But that seemed like what I was doing anyways. Is it fine for me to do this off of a rect transform? I'm gonna hope so. But I'll do what it suggests I do anyway. Okay, so here's my theory. What if I've messed something up where then this is being true immediately? No, but then these should still be being set. So let me, I guess, just print. Is anything happening here? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anything that, like, basically, is this running once? Is it, when the text isn't where it should be, is this function still running? Did it stop early? Is any of that the problem? If not, then next thing I'll do is just, like, print out what this is and see if, like, that has any thing that could help me solve this problem. Yeah. Okay. And I do have, yeah, the position is going to 0. The scale is going to 1. We aren't running this yet, so this, like, down there isn't doing anything for us. Mm-hmm. A chance. Any chance of this working? Please. I don't know what else, okay, I'd like if those weren't happening, but, So, but now, no. So you are still running. I don't know why you printed this as two separate things. So you are currently running, which means you are apparently... I made it a public variable and it's currently at 0. I'm an idiot. That's the problem. That's the problem. Okay, fair enough. Very well then. Of course, of course. You be at like 10. I gotta actually apply the prefab. I've been through this already multiple times today. If I don't say the prefab, it's not gonna change in the other scene. When I spawn in said prefab. Okay. Yep. Got this. Please. Yeah! Woo! That's what it's supposed to do. And the speed happened to be pretty nice first try. Awesome. So then, supposedly, when I hit either confirm or cancel, it should kind of move back to where it was. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Can't have all of it. But that's progress. Okay, that looked nice. That looked pretty. That looked really nice for it to just smoothly move like that. Did I not copy something else over correctly? So my next theory is that maybe this didn't. Maybe this exited right away. Let me just go straight into. We're kind of jumping ahead of ourselves, I guess, in terms of moving it back. But I just kind of want to test it anyways. These are supposedly being called. I'm pretty sure they are. Well, this print statement is gonna tell. Oh, print statement in the wrong place. So tell us if it's being called or not. It's using the same smoothing, so that wouldn't be the issue. Yeah. Any minute now. Okay. Let's see here. This moves. Oh, it's so good. Like, it's something so simple, but like it looks so good. Confirm. It ran once. Okay, that would explain that. Can I? No, you're not gonna work here. Yeah, okay. I will need to set that up as well at some point. To have the pause menu not have it be in hub world mode when we spawn into the hub world rather than spawning into a level. That whole stuff. So why did you leave immediately? Probably because of this. You know what? Nah, I was gonna say I could do just test one of them, but it's greater than if it's greater than or equal to blah. This one is supposed to be the opposite because it's supposed to be shrinking. I think it is. No, they wouldn't both be shrinking. I mean, if I wanted to be consistent, real quick, I go vector. If the kind of test it both ways by going vector 3 dot distance between. Actually, I mean, I only care about the magnitude, so the distance between those two vectors, I was gonna say, and then take their magnitude or whatever. But just go the magnitude minus. I'll just put in vector 3.1 dot magnitude. I don't want to -1 and then mathf dot. Actually, vector 3.1. Oh, sorry, vector 3.1. The magnitude of that is not 1 everywhere. Oh, I mean, that's my problem. Because I'm trying to have it be 1 everywhere. But actually, you should have still been set by force that there anyway. There's rising that, yeah, saying if its magnitude is greater than that. That doesn't work here. Okay, fine. Vector 3 dot distance between... The distance between this and vector 3.1 is less than or equal to 0.01. That's what this is supposed to be. I was trying to like do it in a way that would be better. In fact, that's what like. Yeah. Okay, just. That's what this one should be too. So I guess now they get to be the same. The distance between them is really small, and then the distance between this is really small. Okay. Let's try that. Wouldn't the or I don't know. The magnitude of a thing that's like all ones. If it was a 2D plane, it's like twos. That's square root of 2, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. So you're still running once and then leaving. Why? Like, this is supposedly... Well, no. So, even if this was being considered true, it should then be doing this stuff, but it doesn't seem to be. I say it doesn't seem to be. Let me make sure that it isn't. Just to be... Yeah, sure. Actually, like, now, actually, this and this is all the same code, so I might be able to, actually combine it all into one function. In fact, while I'm waiting for this to run, I'll do that. So probably just move text to parent, and then whatever calls it, do this line beforehand. Right? Oh, what's your problem? Oh, yeah. Oh, except this needs to do this afterwards. It doesn't actually need to do this. This is just the clear references to not have weird issues happen, but I guess it doesn't actually need to clear that reference. But still, like, okay, I'm about to... it didn't save any of that yet, so hold on. Oh, wait, I hit normal. That's not gonna run what I want to run. So I won't see that do anything. Also, the hitting normal makes that stuff go away when it's not supposed to. Let me just get rid of what's even doing that. Yeah, that's a no. Oh, did I hit save at some point? Whoops. Okay, fine. Guess I'm locked into this now. As I said, these should basically be the same. So with this, is going to happen over both of these cases. There's 2 parent. And then I can get rid of this function entirely. Hold on, let me just, yeah. Da-da-da. That's slightly more efficient, I suppose. Let it compile. Go back to play. In a minute. Yeah. Yup. Let's see here. While I'm waiting, okay. Really? You're just taking your sweet old time. Okay. Okay, confirm. Is your parent not being set properly? Let's see. I'm just trying to say that might be the problem. Or was it? Actually, I don't remember. Let's find out. You're not. Okay, so the problem is actually the parent. Oh. And that explains why it was exiting immediately and then not doing anything. Oh, okay. So why was the parent not being set back to what it was? Not there. Over here. Yeah, you're still there. You were supposed to move back. Why didn't you? Oh, Revelos! Hello, hello! Sup? I've never seen so agitated. I'm scared. Unity compilation time. I'm not agitated. I'm fine. Just, like, I don't mind being patient just for this stream. I don't like waiting, like 10 minutes for my code to compile, but nah, it's fine. All's good. I'm also, like, well, I'm also trying to solve a bug that I don't know exactly what's causing it. But it's only a matter of time. I set you... I guess I haven't confirmed that that's being set to the right object. Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on. Are you not? Hold on. Let's see here. Did I put you in the wrong thing? No? I know that this code is running, otherwise the things wouldn't go off screen. I wouldn't get the mouse back and all that stuff. Solid coroutines, that's fine. My only guess would be that... Let me just, I guess, print what this is and double check that it is being what I think it is. Because I need to get this number through code. Dot name. I'm out of play mode, right? Yeah. My guess is that maybe somehow that's not getting what I think it'll... Okay. Do you ever do any 2D stuff in Unity? A little bit, yeah. I've like 3D more, mainly because I'm kind of better at 3D modeling than I am at drawing. I mean, of course, I make a game out of, like, 2D cubes and stuff, sure, but, yeah, I don't know, I just tend to like 3D more, so I've been trying to do more things in 3D. And, yeah, but I have done some stuff in 2D. Or sometimes I have, like, done a 3D thing with, like, an orthographic camera to kind of fake something being in 2D. Like a while back, I did a school project where I had to take like essentially I took a like a poorly made kids game and like remade it and made it better. And that game was a top-down 2D thing. So what I did is I just had 3D models from a top-down camera angle and then just flattened the camera, and that worked really well for me. And yeah. Why do you print two things? Oh! You run twice somehow. You're not supposed to run twice. That's the issue. Okay. How can I quickly just make sure that... So I guess if we aren't already in select mode, I guess. If we're not already in select mode, then do all this. I mean, it shouldn't have been running twice to begin with, but just in case. In fact, actually, I mean, I have that there, sure. But the code that's calling that code, this guy, enter level preview, that means that this is running twice, which I would really prefer if it wasn't. Do I not have a Boolean for... okay. Yeah, so I'd rather the Boolean be there. Private bool in select mode. Sure, that works. Actually, I think it's exactly what I called the other one. So make sure that it starts being false. Even though the default value is false, just sometimes I like to just have it be there anyway. Just for, like, safety of if I change code later and then blah, blah, blah problems. Okay, so, where is that, this here? So if we are not already, actually, I guess I'll put this the other way around. Yeah, if the thing we enter the trigger of is the player and we are not already in select mode, do this, where the first line of this is going to be in select mode equals true. And then... setting it to false is going to come from somewhere else. Here. Wait, did I not have enter, but did I have exit being a function yet? No, not yet? Okay. I think I will eventually, but, so now I have that there, which means I don't need this here, but doesn't hurt to have it in both, I guess. I mean, I already have this variable anyways, might as well use it. This is much more disastrous if this runs twice, because then, the text that's supposed to be with all the levels will become permanently attached to the camera, and that's bad. You can just start moving around the level names, which does not sound like something we want to happen, so just, yeah, I guess make extra sure it's a double safety net to not do that, I guess. And I think I know why it was being called twice, because there's, I think, 2 sets of triggers on the player, and I think both of them were setting off the function, which, sure, fine. Okay. Bam. So now that's like that. Oh, it's so good that it's working that way. Bam. Okay, I think, yeah, it did move back to where it's supposed to be, but I just haven't undone camera stuff yet. So that, I think, is intended behavior in this scenario. Cool. Okay, cool. I think actually one thing I might do right now, just so I can kind of, so I'm able to exit that menu and then restart it. Let's now go to, giving back player control, which is going to be more code I'm going to steal from the level manager. I have code here to, let's see, let me just find what I'm looking for. Just double checking that, no, not there. Reset player, I think this code will do it. With some changes. So, we'll see. For now, I'm just going to, I guess for now it'll have its own reset player. I think I might eventually reroute both of them through the same thing. For now, I'm just going to do the easy way of just copying it. I would like this to be the last line that runs, because technically that, yeah. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This isn't everything, though. I need to have the camera... Or do you just work? Maybe you do. I guess we're about to find out. Let's see. Let's see. But I really like how that text thing is working. That is looking really nice. Did you find computer graphics course at Udolio helpful at all in expanding your mind, by the way? Isn't there there's a few... Is there a few graphics courses? Or specifically the one I took that I think was just called computer graphics. So... It was interesting. It actually was conceptually pretty neat. My prior knowledge using Unity and more specifically Blender, or more specifically 3D applications where I kind of have an idea of, like, you know, meshes and cameras, even just like understanding just from doing game stuff the idea of a camera in a 3D space and what that means in this context, and lights and all that. That helped a ton with doing that course. But yeah, a lot of it was like working from the learning from the ground up. Yeah, just how graphic stuff happens. So I do think it was interesting. Interesting depending on your level of interest with how computer graphics work. I do remember that the my Blender knowledge helped with like some of the exams and all that. So yeah. Yeah, so I remember I enjoyed it as an elective. Or, no, wait. No, it wasn't an elective for me. I think I had to take it. I forget. But anyways, yeah. So bam. Oh no. Oh, you know what? Wait. No, like, you know what thing is happening? No, I don't know what's happening. What's happening? Why it's doing that? It's like... Are we entering and exiting over and over? No. It's the opposite for me. That course is making it easier to understand Unity for me now since I just started learning Unity. Oh, fair enough. That works too. Yeah. Fair enough. So is making. So are you in the middle of taking it at the moment? Is that what I'm taking from that? Yeah. If so, cool, and best of luck with that. Yeah. Okay, what's going wrong? I'm looking at the wrong code. That's for starters. Why is... Oh, let me have another look at that. No, let me look at my continue code. That's more what I'm after. Yeah, clear level. Oh, because the cannon takes care of that. Yes, of course. Do I need to run... Is there something happening in clear level that's not happening in the other things? I think, But, no, because pausing isn't the issue. This isn't the issue. It's not doing anything that should be causing an issue, supposedly. What's the problem? So I'm enabling these three, yeah. Wait, so is the problem... So the problem is the player can't move, so that's one problem. And the camera is doing whatever weird jittering it's doing right now. Also, this text isn't being faded. I'll need to look into why that's happening. It should be, though? Or I'll have a look at it, eventually. Yeah, no, I'm the guy that ambushed you. Oh, yeah, right. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. I remember. Okay. You said is making it easier for you to learn, so I thought maybe, I don't know, you're doing something with it now. Forgot about that. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, in my case, I've been using Unity for 8 years now, so, I would say, like, it's not like Unity things of, I mean, yeah, game objects and stuff, sure, but more so, any tool that has had me have to have some understanding of a 3D interface thing, such as Unity and Blender, and all that. And also, like, Blender has Bezier curves, and, did you say 8 years? Yes, I've been using Unity for 8 years. Well, I started programming 8 years ago, but there was, like, a few months in that I started learning Unity. Let's see, so the timeline was, like, I actually have, on, like, the website that I started learning Unity, the website I started learning programming, which is Python. I have a thing that I can track down, like, one of the earliest dates of when I saved a thing on there. So I'm pretty sure I started in November. I started learning programming in November of whatever 8 years ago is from now. Or for me, because so I just, finished 4th year university of grade 9. November of grade 9 for me, which is 2014, maybe? Or am I wrong on that? No, because also it would have been before New Year, so 2013, I think. 2013, maybe. Great hobby to pick up early. Yeah, I mean, some people like doing stuff in, like, elementary school and all that, but, yeah, I've enjoyed doing it and blah, blah, blah. And me learning programming on my own has then made doing programming classes a million times easier. Especially the classes that, like, assume base knowledge, or, like, you've never touched Unity before, you've never touched code before. Yeah. Okay, so what is going on? Oh, the camera is trying to forcefully go to the front. I enable all of these things, but that should be fine. Why do I forcefully set this? Hold on. I'm just trying to confirm things. No, I think I'm kind of copying the wrong kind of bit of code. I should be going off of more so this continue code. Okay, let's see here. So I just re-enable these. Let's start there. Let's do this one thing at a time, I guess. Just re-enable these as a starting point. Which actually is just these three, right? Yeah. Technically, this shouldn't be active or this shouldn't have been disabled to begin with. Actually, no. Yes, it definitely should have. Okay, so let's just do this. Go out of play mode. Are you doing that now? I didn't. Okay, fine. I don't know why the player isn't being reset properly from that. It didn't seem like... I thought that maybe they were exiting it, and then this was making them re-enter that mode. I don't think that's the case, because I didn't see this print statement wherever it is. I have a print statement here that's essentially running when that other part is called. And I didn't see this running multiple times, so... I mean, I meant to get rid of it anyways, but... I guess I'm gonna put a thing here, just in case. Yep. Okay, so... I'm just trying to think of, like, because I don't think... I'm trying to think of what specifically is the problem of what's not resetting and why, and I don't actually... No. Oh, I know why. Because I don't think I stopped the code that was setting those things. Yeah, this never stops. That's the problem. Okay, so... Enough. I'm going to be overly confident and bring back... Oops. All of this. Yes. Okay. Once that eventually... it gets back into working. Yeah, as I've mentioned before... Oh, no, okay, it's doing... My specific project, or like, from a very specific thing I'm doing, there's a bug in Unity that is affecting me quite horribly without making things slower. But, I'm doing such a very specific, extremely specific thing in my Unity project that, like, is a very uncommon thing that is causing the bug, but it's kind of necessary for my game. That thing being having a scene that has 0 cameras in it, which is already very uncommon. Usually you'd have a camera always, whatever, but I don't have a camera because I spawn in a camera at runtime. And like, then when I go out of play mode, it gets rid of that camera, and then I think something with that deletion process is breaking the scene camera, in weird ways. Sometimes. It doesn't happen every time. It seems to happen when I, like, oh. Okay, so I get camera control back. I have camera control, sure. I don't have player controls, though, so why? Let me double check the other things that I set here that did I not override input. I don't see that one here. No, yes I do. Okay. Get input is false. I don't reset that? Oh, right. No, I don't reset it in the level manager for a reason. But here I do need to reset it. I think. I go out of play mode so that can be more cooperative. Saving your code while in play mode makes it be a lot slower. Because like, wait a minute. The code is changing mid-game? This is a problem. It just takes longer. Okay. That's already 2. Where'd the time go? I wanted to make more progress, but then we spent so much time finding, having to fix our fonts. But, oh well. Yeah, Still, already, I don't know why, something about the level text that's like, the text that is just in the world on a world canvas. Too little time in the day feels bad, man. Yeah. But already, this thing, I don't know, there's something about it I just think is really cool. How there's this text that's just in the world, but then when I get close to it, it now sticks to the camera, and then, like, goes into position relative to the camera. So about that, I just think came together really well. That. Like, it's so smooth, it looks so cool. It's something so small, but it's so cool. Confirm. And then, okay, so that snaps back really fast. I'd prefer if it snapped back slower, or didn't snap at all. Okay, I can't move still. But I have free control over the camera. Let me, before I go to play mode, just see if there's anything on the player that could seem like the culprit. These scripts are on. Player interact and center false. Interesting. They should be on. Or they should have been re-enabled. So... Right, this reset... Okay, this name is misleading. In the level manager, I don't reset everything, because there's certain things that I need to wait to reset with the way that the resetting works. Oh, get input. Oh, haha, I know what the problem is. I said get input equals false. In my head, there was like, oh yeah, it's like override input. Nope. Get input to true is the problem. Okay. Yeah, so, should coroutines be used literally, or are they a cheat code of sorts? They seem OP. So, the performance of coroutines, I don't think it's that terrible. I use them, so I mean, they are your one-stop shop for delays of any kind. I have been more recently using them sometimes as like a temporary while loop, because my alternative with some of this is to have like a boolean running or in update to always have, if this boolean is true, do this stuff. But then I'm all the time, every frame, testing that boolean, and it's like always being false for like 90% of the game. So I'm like, what if it's more efficient to just have what I'm basically treating as like a temporary while loop, where I'm like, when I actually want to, start this coroutine that then does some setup, and then while true, do stuff, yield return null, waits a single frame, like update. And then there's other things like wait for fixed update, could make it run with the physics loop. As well as just normal delays, like the normal way how you might use a coroutine, by just, wait 1 second and then do stuff. I imagine maybe if you're calling coroutines like all the time, or it's like every frame you're calling coroutines, maybe that's bad. I imagine that, yeah, that would probably be bad. But in my case, I'm like, yeah, using a lot of coroutines, but it's not like I'm using a lot of coroutines that are running all the time. Yeah, and mainly a lot of these coroutines are some of these times where I'm like, take control away from the player and use this coroutine to move the camera to this spot. So in that case, I'm like using these coroutines in a time when like the amount of stuff going on is significantly less, because I'm like taking control away from the player to set up a menu, and stuff like that. Yeah. Anywho, okay. Shabam. And shabam. Yeah, okay. Full movement again. As I said, we kind of come out of this too fast. I prefer if it was not like that. I also, okay. So, also I have this weird thing where this fade is supposed to, like, this is supposed to fade also. I'll get back to that, why it's not doing that. First, let me just, level info UI. This, looking for a thing. Looking for a thing. Where are you? I'm looking for wait to continue this. This is way too high in this scene. It makes sense being a bit higher in the where I copied that code from. Okay, so no. What am I trying to do? So I want to the reset. The reset be smoother. I think the stuff going out of play mode is fine. It's the problem at the moment is the camera moving super fast, which I know why it is. So actually, what I just need to do is, instead of calling reset player this early, I should basically do this, and when this stops, then call reset player. Actually, I don't even need to reset this. I just need to, it's just the camera. So, hold on. Yeah, so I'm gonna go enumerator, move to select angle to reset camera. Just reset camera, sure. Good rundown already. 3 things in 20 minutes of being here. Woo. Yeah. Yeah, slowly, yeah, making progress, and I'm explaining what I'm doing as I'm doing it to try to be descriptive, and so people watching aren't just completely, totally lost of whatever it is I'm doing. Okay, so blah. So right, I say as I was about to do things, but explaining at all of what I was doing. Basically, when I move the camera, when we're in that screen, this is move camera back to default value. So all of these things are becoming default values. I think this is all zeros. Say yes. No, it's not. I can go see what those values need to be. I think it's gonna be. I know. This is gonna be a 0. These values are gonna be close to correct, but not exactly. They're values that I have just whatever. Yes, I'm hard coding it for right now, but it's fine. 4 and -4.5. Okay. 4 and negative 4.5. This... I'm just trying to remember what I'm doing with this. I think this I can just get rid of. This I don't need. Or maybe I will, but without the turning. Just thinking, like, yes, is this... Yes. Okay, so, I think just get rid of that line. Just have this one. This 50... And then this stuff gets to stay the same. Now I just need to call this somewhere. So what I need is go start coroutine. That same here. But then I also I can't run this right away, otherwise this will just overwrite that stuff. So I need to like wait some time. So you know what? This needs to actually detect when it's done. So if let's say I get this. Basically, are all 4 of these values what they should be? That's a lot in one line, though. So, basically, we're to say which is going to take the longest to get back to its original thing, or which value is the most important, I guess. Which is actually this one. Yeah, once this one's back, then the rest should be fine. This one's barely gonna change. This one's barely gonna change. This one, change a bit, but not like, but pretty fast. So let's go this one. Player camera dot, or specifically all this. If player camera, actually, okay. So how I can basically say like, so I don't want to say for more learning's sake, I guess. I don't want to test if these are completely equal, because with this lerp thing, they're going to get like, ooh, really close, really close, yeah, and then eventually hit. I want to basically say when it's like at that pretty close state, then do what I want it to do. So how I usually do that is these are both vectors, so I basically want to say, are they close enough? How I can do that is with a handy function called vector3.distance. So it's like if the distance, usually you'd use this as like distance between 2 places, but yeah, this works similar enough. If the distance between these 2 places, these 2 vectors, I want them to basically be 0. So I'm saying like if they're like less than or equal to 0.01, and like that's close enough for me, then break out of this loop. Actually, not only that, but then I'm gonna call reset player. And here's E. Yeah. And although not only this, I want to make sure that like, so yeah, these numbers were close enough, so these are probably close enough. It is important that I make sure that these numbers do actually go back to exactly what they were. So now I'm then gonna on one final frame, yeah, I'm gonna take these and say here, like we're about to be done. So let's just make sure. One last setting these of exactly what I want them to be. Yup. No point, like 0.0000001s. I want to be exact. And this will also clean up if they weren't actually that close. Just, yeah. And they should be. Okay. Yeah, okay. Those comments are, I don't know how accurate they are, but whatever, it's fine. So let's see if this works. Hopefully it does. Okay, so I just need to, we'll see. So for both cancel and, hold on, let me go back to player testing. For both cancel and confirm, this should work. The normal button still doesn't do anything, or doesn't do what it should yet. It will eventually. Oh, I went into the wrong scene. No. Wrong place. Let me undo my mistake. Why are you taking so long? Okay. Out of here. Over here. And play mode. And this scene. Eventually, we're hopefully going to also sort out the skybox thing. Like, this skybox, I don't like that the bottom half is completely like a solid color. I want a skybox where it's like all clouds, all sky, all the way around. Like, basically what we have on the top, but all the way around. I just haven't been able to find a good skybox that fits my description. But eventually I'm going to be experimenting more with actually like making my own skyboxes, because eventually I'm going to kind of have to do that anyway if I want to have skyboxes to the degree and consistency that I want. Okay. Yeah. Okay, blah. Something's not correct. So you didn't call reset player? Did I call these correctly? You have to do this, reset player. Why? Oh, you know what I think? Actually, hold on, what? You are still lerping, but you're not lerping to the right value. This should be a 0. Why are you trying to do anything but that? Excuse me? Did I not set these up right? Let's see here. What? No. Hold on, what? Was anything like, my guess maybe it would be something as local, was supposed to be global, or something like that, maybe? I see, so behind my head, I see the numbers like very subtly changing, which means that they're not reaching what they're supposed to be reaching. But what's confusing me more is that just these aren't seeming to be the right. Don't seem to be going to the right places. What, the field of view is trying to go to 40? What? It's not the smoothing that's the problem. Why? Like, this is working perfectly. Oh, do I not stop this? Are these two things competing with each other? Is that the issue? That would totally be it, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think that is what's happening. Okay. Cool. I mean, this should have, frankly, the same test, just so that it is able to actually stop. But also, yeah, they're fighting with each other, I think. That's my theory at the moment. So let me put in the same, test. So that's why it's just never ending. But you do not have a reset player. In this, they just become what they are. Also, technically, this should say right because of what it's actually doing. No, yeah, these comments are a bit of a mess. Okay, so that's that. However, I'm also gonna bump up the how much on that. This one, I think I'm gonna bump up the smoothing a little bit, especially on this, just a little bit more. Have it reset just a little bit faster. Yeah, this I'm also gonna go just to, yeah, should have a stop all coroutines. Should dish. I'll put it at the top so I only hit the right ones. Actually, I don't remember how that works if stop all coroutines will stop the coroutine that is itself. I'd rather not accidentally do that. So, okay, let's try that again, shall we? Yeah. So what was happening basically? Yeah, there is the code to move the camera into place, like for the screen, and then trying to move the other code trying to move back to normal. They were both running at the same time, so they were fighting with each other. One being like, move forward, move back, So that was the issue. I'm pretty sure that's what the issue was. We're about to find out. Oh, I didn't hit play. I was like, ah, yep, just waiting for the things to compile, things to go into play mode. But I didn't click the button. So that ain't gonna happen. Okay. Yeah. How about now? Okay. Woo! Okay, so, ish. I could see the little bit of, yeah, I don't like that, but also, wait, why are you being turned weirdly? Okay, so I'm about multiple attempts, but we'll ignore that for a second. So I need to put the 0-1 into, I think of, okay. I get, bring, okay. So first of all, 0-1, too much. Wait, no, you are 0-1, but I still noticed you very clearly. I mean, I could test each individual one to make sure that, like, snap all of them when they're all as they should be. It's just so much code. But let me do this first, because I need to basically, for this, I need to get the player back to moving faster. I mean on this, like, this matters less. This doesn't even need this necessarily, other than just making sure that it stops when that time is right. But then I also need to figure out why the text is being weird on repeat attempts. But something about its rotation is not being set correctly, but I actually don't know why that would be. Okay, but so let me do this, but then I need to do something that's going to make it. So I need to get control. I want to get control of the player again much faster. So maybe I do put the smoothing on this a lot higher. Or I'd find it even while it's like zooming back if I could get control again. Now, but it's kind of I have to do it like with one or the other. You know what? Okay. I might be able to. I might have a way of actually making this better. Basically, some of these values I actually don't need to reset here. If I just turn on these scripts, they will smoothly go back themselves. Particularly this one and this one. This one is a maybe. This one does not. So this would be the one I'd need to reset manually. But yeah, it should be fine. Okay. Oh, I can't press up and down for some reason. Yeah. Okay, something's still being a bit not exactly working correct. Oh well. I'd have to figure out why. There's being a few quirks. A few bugs we gotta squash. Aha. But just on like the initial attempt is what I'm kind of focusing on for now. I meant to have the default thing should be confirmed, so also I might make this smoother, but yeah, that's a secondary issue. Okay, something about me not going completely away from it, I think, is maybe what's breaking that. I don't know, we'll have to see. But, yeah. Oh, hi again from the WordWorks. Hello, player known. At least you don't gotta re-import stuff you made small changes to every time. Oh, no. I imagine that is something that you're having to deal with, and, yeah, does not sound fun. Yeah. Okay, yeah, definitely the... Maybe I could try to somehow call reset player, give back player control earlier than I give back player camera control? Will I use the last bit of zooming back? I'm trying to think of how I might best do that. Well, here, let me put that back to just this and see that I don't think I need to forcefully put that back or this one. And maybe not that one either. Let me just see what that's gonna do. Oh, wait, no, let me go back. Also, I meant to make this faster. Try using mouse cursor, lock and unlock. Maybe it'll work. Oh, that's not my problem. Is not at all what to do with mouse stuff. My problem isn't to do with the physical mouse at the moment. I'm having an issue with moving the camera in doing stuff with that and giving back player control when we exit a menu in a clean way. I can give back player control. That's not the problem. It's doing it in a way that's smooth, which I think is almost there. The code I've just typed might work, but yeah, I do use cursor lock mode or whatever to disable the mouse and all that. Even though I'm not actually using mouse buttons yet. Right now, all the buttons are set up like as if it was on a console thing, where you're pressing up and down on the joystick to toggle through menu options. That's how all the menus are set up at the moment, but eventually that'll change. Maybe add a ready body to the camera restraint on trigger enter. No, like actually there is a is there a ready body to the camera? But like the actual camera side of things isn't the issue at the moment. But yeah, so it's close. It's close to what it needs to be. What is... Okay, so right now, I'm resetting 4 things at once. I need to see... One of them is being snappy, and I need to see... I'm trying to just see which one of those 4 things. Let me go to... I'm gonna have... I have a... Because it shouldn't be the... it shouldn't be the camera pivot. It's probably the child object main camera thing. Okay, this... Camera pivot, this. I'm guessing it's you. And actually, let me see. Is it your field? Oh wait, am I already? Oh, it's the field of view, isn't it? Haha. I think I found it. So it's behind my head. It is. Okay. Yep. Yep. So I will just, if I just actually limit this test to just testing the field of view, then easy. That's easier. Is like a mathf dot distance? No. I just do it manually. Mathf dot. Mathf dot absolute value between these two actually. Oh, these also have win in the name. That's not supposed to be what that's called. Oops. Because again, that's what happens if you just take code from other parts of things. It's supposed to be like select or something. Whatever, it's fine. It's just a variable name. I just need it to work first, then I can make it proper later. Why? Oh, sorry. That's supposed to be common. That's supposed to be this minus this. Take the absolute value is less than 0.1. Might be too close, but we're about to find out. Go faster, you. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was gonna be the camera thing snapping back, but no. It does make sense that I guess it makes sense that my issue is coming from the field of view thing. It's not as much an issue as it is the, like, I think I solved the issue, maybe, with my change. Let's see. So, going in, totally fine. Going out. Hey, okay. So, I mean, it was smooth. Yeah, sure, but actually, that's not entirely... How soon do I get back player movement? Is it fast enough? No, not at all. So, okay, all I need is to just, I need to call this earlier than I finish this function. That's all. I just need a good way to test that. I mean, I could test that it's like halfway there. I already know. You know what? No, don't tie this to this. Just tie this to a delay. That would be... Actually, that would be way better than what I'm trying to do. Well... And then... Or... Okay, actually, hold on. I take that back. I'm like, oh, it'd be way better. But hold on. Just because... when these get turned on... I mean... I can turn these on in stages a little bit. I'll try it. Not like that. Okay, so let's see. If I, as I just said, sort of turn these things on in stages rather than all at once. Do it like this. I might not have that there. Yield, return, new, wait. Seconds, I'm just gonna hard code delays for right now. I also need some delay at, like, at the beginning. Actually, if I do it in stages, then the delays can be smaller. Let me just try putting just a 0.1 everywhere just to kind of get the delays kind of as, like, a baseline value. Okay, so then, let's see here. This will be the last thing to go. Just seeing what needs to... What order is going to be the best for this? So, as far as the player is concerned, turn on camera turn as early as possible. Not as early, like player first, then the camera turn, then camera follow should actually maybe happen at the same time. Actually, no, it's fine being delayed. Although it's this one, actually, camera follow is not going to be causing problems. The one causing problems is mainly this guy and this guy. So I'm just trying to delay these while allowing this to happen as soon as possible. And then this is like medium concern. And this is also not really an issue, but this one's like a low priority for resetting. So let's maybe just try this, but with these numbers, I'll mess with them. So then don't have you there. When that's blah, then you blah, and then... Actually, because of this, I don't need you at all. You'll reset when you're done. Don't tie you to a delay, I guess. Yeah. This one, though... Let's see, player camera. Let me double check that that's... Where do I set your rotation? Do I set your rotation? If I don't need to reset you. Or I think I do this just for safety, in case something changed it. Because if this isn't this... Are you a problem? What are you? Are you the camera or the camera pivot? No, you are the actual camera itself. Okay. Do I change you at all? I do change you. Okay, so no, you do need to be reset. But you're basically being reset. You know, what resets you? It's that... Oh, this. No. Hold on. No, I don't use you. I don't change you. No, so you don't need to be there, but I'll have you for safekeeping. Mr. Sir, can you carry me with my AR course scripting homework? Ooh, fun, except I've never used AR core before. Unfortunately, my homework didn't teach it. I just dropped the assignment. Oh no. Fun. And there's YouTube tutorials, possibly, but, unfortunately, I don't think I'd be much help, because I've never used AR core. Unfortunately. Yeah. Don't know a thing about it, really. Other than general AR stuff. I've done the tiniest bit of AR testing. Not that much, but... Okay. Like, using some AR things, but, like, seeing some example projects, but not really, like... going too far in that rabbit hole. In terms of like making AR work from scratch or anything. What am I looking for now? Blah blah blah. I was gonna actually. Oh no, I'm not calling this. I have to call this code somewhere. Yeah. Okay. See if that does what I want. Yeah. Basically, yeah, we got it to reset. I'm just trying to, like, give back player control soon while also having the camera smoothly go back to where it was because it looks nice. Which, yeah, so I will be giving player control back slightly before giving camera control back, but I think that's fine. It allows me to not have to rewrite all my camera code, so I'm happy with that. It's already very complicated. Okay, woo, like this. Oh, something was happening there. I don't trust it. Oh, I see what's happening. Of course. I treated this like it's just resetting the field of view, but no, it is messing with all this stuff, which is... I need to move some of this stuff into their own functions. Ugh. Okay, fine. That I can do. He taught us how to set up project and told us to animate a cat, make them interactable. So I'm assuming hopefully maybe you've got like an image of a cat or whatever, or if it's a 3D model, I don't know. That to me sounds like you need to major. Well, I don't know AR Core, but I know Unity, and if you're trying to just make them interactable, interactable how I don't know. If you're just trying to like tap them and have it do something, when the player taps the screen. Or clicks on this, or if it's AR with like a, I'm assuming AR like on a phone, so yeah, if they tap the screen, so first thing I guess you'd need is just like, to get if a player, or if a user touched the screen of their phone, which I'm sure if you Google that, you might be able to find the code of how you do that. Like, Unity has code for that. And then you might be able to kind of raycast from where they tapped on the screen, like as a camera thing, raycast that forward, see if it hit this cat, and if it did, then run some function that is whatever interacting means. So that, I mean, that what I've just said does not involve AR things. It's just if user touches screen, or it would be similar to if they click somewhere with the mouse, raycast from that point forward, and to see if it hit something. So if input.touch equals true. I have no idea what the actual lines of code are for that, because I also haven't done much mobile development. I don't know what the actual line is to get, where somebody clicked on a screen. But I'm sure if you Google that, you might be able to find some example code on like Stack Overflow or Unity answers of that kind of thing. But that's the kind of, I can, without doing any good, without having looked into this at all myself, to me, what the steps might be, or AR Core might have things built in. So I guess you might want to look for that first. Just AR Core, or Unity AR Core, how to tap object or something. That might be more so what you want to do. But I guess what I'm pitching, because I've never used AR Core, is something that's more along the line of, in general, on a phone, if you tap something, how to get that to test that you've tapped something, which to me that's so yeah, get position where user tapped screen, then raycast from that point through camera. I'm not describing this well, but if you Google it, you might be able to kind of find like a kind of straight line through the camera of what that means. See if raycast hit. Did it hit this cat that you're talking about? If yes, like run whatever function, you know, run function, like whatever interacting needs in this case. So that like might work, but I also might be giving you like I know so little that AR core that I might be giving you completely wrong advice. There might be a way easier way to do it. Might be some built-in function that does it for you. I don't know, unfortunately. But I think convincing everyone to mass skip these time would be much easier. Fair enough, fair enough. Reset camera. What was I just testing? I've forgotten whatever I was doing. I was gonna put some of this in its own code. Specifically, copy all of it. Yep, these are not accurate. They're not accurate enough. Or whatever. They don't need to be the same comment 3 times. It's fine. Field of view. So one that's gonna just set the field of view, and the other is gonna set the everything else. And so that they get to end at different times. And this should be good enough. So now I will also use this to compare, I guess I'll go this dot magnitude and this dot magnitude absolute. I guess actually this is probably slightly better, slightly faster, slightly better performance than a vector 3 dot distance. Maybe. This is now equal to this. No. I've said that I don't need to reset those things. I have other code that's gonna handle that. Just when this happens, great. Oh yeah, of course you're not. Yeah. Okay. Let me try this. Except that's actually call. Nope. Position and then field of view, just so those make sense. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Field of view. No. Whoops. Both of these. Replace this. Let's see if that works. Hopefully so. And then also it is almost 3 AM for me, so I should probably call it soon. Yeah. I would like to keep working on this. I'd like to keep making more progress. We are making some good progress, but unfortunately I would like to not be dead tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. In a minute. Any minute now. Okay. This, huzzah, cool. I might be able to re-enable this thing's hover script as well. We'll see if that cooperates. Actually, I'm gonna predict right now that it won't, but... Okay, you were close. You almost had it. What is happening? What is happening there? Okay, my guess is now that it's this fighting with the re-enabling of these guys. So here. Put them all to 0.2 for the moment. Because so we've, I believe. Actually, hold on. Let me actually also. Could this be a 1? Nah, it should be that low. Yeah, okay. Actually, do I know that? Wait, hold on. Actually, I could quickly also... Oh, no. This was the one that's going to take the longest to go back, so actually I'd rather test this one against this one. That just, yeah, makes that slightly better. It actually will mean that this runs for slightly longer, but that's okay. It should. But I need to basically make sure that that's finished before... Oh, wait. Before this runs. We're just gonna, yeah, we're gonna do that. If the timers are too long, it's fine. If they're too short, we have that weird jittering. Yeah. Could also mess with, once again, the amount of smoothing that I'm putting on this. You're at 5. You shouldn't need to be that much. I prefer... Well, I don't know what I prefer. I'm trying to give control to the player... Give control back to the player very fast, but also have my smooth camera go back to where it was. So I'm trying to get both of those. The smoothness without compromising the speed, and the speed without compromising the smoothness. I can do one or the other easily. Easily-ish. Getting both, that is what I'm trying to actually have happen. Hey, okay. It's not perfect. You know what, actually, so I think that the text going back, you know what, yeah, I think, okay, I'll ignore that the text is turning, that's the next problem to fix. But, I think the text is moving back too fast, and I think maybe it would be better if it wasn't. Okay, so let me have a look at, like, if it moved back into place a bit slower, would maybe be good. So the text itself over here. Why are you like slowly turning? That's gonna be. I'm guessing that the canvas is somehow getting to be wrong. Oh no, you know why? Oh, I see. It's because this is a thing that tells it to look at the camera always. I forgot that. So there is nothing that's actually telling this what it should be. It should be 0, 180, 0. Okay, so I do need to do that manually. That's fine. I guess, lapsed in judgment and thought that I didn't. Okay, so blah. Rotation equals quaternion dot Euler of a 0, a 180, and a 0. That points it directly at the camera with how this is currently. Oh, and you're going to be a quaternion dot slurp. You good? And then you need to be local rotation, and then all that stuff the same. Good, cool. And then for this end bit, go just completely to a 180. Okay. Yeah, in theory that should work. Yes. But also, oh, okay. They both use the same smoothing. Might maybe move this down? Well, okay, because right now I was about to say, I was saying that like it moving back into place should maybe be a bit slower than it moving into position. However, they're currently both having through the same code, so let's like separate them, or if I have some other booleans that say whether let's go bool. We'll call it half. Let's see here. If hold on here. Float player. I just times that everywhere, and then I call it once with it being 1 and once with it being 0.5. That should do it. Let's see. Yeah. So now the places I call it, I need to call it with 1 there, and then a 0.5. Again, this works good enough. Yeah. Works good enough for this, hopefully. I mean, I don't know if 0.5 is what I actually want that to be, but for now, it's what we're gonna try it with. Yeah. Any minute now. Any minute now. Okay. Okay. Huh. Yep, okay. And you're there. Okay. This, we... Oh. Wait. Well... I thought I put you at 180. How's 180 wrong? Oh, I know how 180 is wrong. Okay. I know how 180 is wrong. I see what needs to be fixed for this to work good enough. On here, I need to kind of double offset this by 180. Put a 180 on you, it should double flip. And I need it to sort of double flip with the way that, just how I'm easily doing the facing towards the camera thing. I think I'm okay to delete this up. All this stuff. Yeah. Don't need it. It can, yeah. Don't need that. I didn't apply, make sure I do. Otherwise, also I'm going to the wrong scene. Yeah. Okay. Make sure that you're, oh no, you're fine because I went into the rehab. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Now it seems like it's working as it should. Or it seemed before, but just other than 180, but I'm confident the 180 thing is going to work good. Any minute now. Okay. This and wah, that is here. I love that. Something about it, like how it, oh. Okay, going back is still a bit too... Okay, going into being where it's supposed to be is fine. It just seems like it's... Hold on, I need to see something. Absent of the text, if the text seems to be jittering, or actually, and kind of sort of see. Hold on. I'm gonna introduce a over. Where are you? This. Time scale. Time scale equals 0.1. Putting in temporary slow motion measures, just so I can see it in super slow mo, to kind of see how smooth it is, and see if I can see kind of what's jittering specifically. Is it just the text? Is it the camera a bit? What part of the camera? Is it the camera pivot or the underlying actual camera? Is it jittering because of snapping to the left or right, or because of forward and back? Because those are different because of the camera zoom, I think. Am I giving back functionality of things in the wrong order? Let's find out. Okay, so blah, slow-mo. Interesting how this actually still runs kind of like the physics be slow, but this actually still seems to run like kind of properly. Oh, and this isn't locked to things are frozen. We're not supposed to be able to pause in the screen, but currently we can. Okay, so confirm. Oh, no, I know why that happened. I have code, I think, that sets time to timescale equal to 1, even though it really doesn't need to. I'm pretty sure there's code somewhere that's... Oh, no, you know what it was, going in and out of the pause screen. No, I think it was just that. Never mind. When I paused and unpaused, even though I'm not supposed to be able to pause and unpause, it, unpausing sets time scale back to 1. So that was the problem. Yep, it was my own doing. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this Wii player's doing its thing. Again, we're also ignoring that thing there the player's now inside of. That's going to be a thing that's also going to move into place. Oh, if it's like in the player's face, that might actually be a problem. Well, no, then that'll just affect how I might move the, like, where the player is and all that. Anyways, okay, so confirm. So it is smooth, actually. It's just way too fast. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Because, okay. Yeah, it's kind of just, it's hard to tell. So it looks like just what I need to do is make that this level it goes back even slower. Yeah, okay. Can do. Or some other numbers might be happening too fast. Let's see here. Looking in the wrong place. No, I am. It's over here. So, multiplier thing. This thing here. Sorry, I'm looking for this. Yeah. This at, like, 0.1. I guess half speed ain't enough. Make it even smaller. Yeah. Any minute now. Yep. Soon. Possibly. Oh, no. I didn't want to do that. Go, please. Thank you. Okay, also you did that because of the shaking. Yep, okay. Okay. Yep, still like this. Waiting for it to kind of get in place. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Now, yeah, no, it's jittering because of the time thing, not because of actual jittering. Probably, hopefully. Okay, so that seemed good. I'm actually gonna make it even slower because I can. Also, this should not be what this actually does. That currently, yeah, this is gonna be doing completely different things. Where those are not what that should be doing. Also, while I'm now remembering to. This should be defaulted to 1. Okay. Yep. Oops. Also, nah, not yet. Okay. You're just taking longer and longer. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. I know that assembly references are a thing that could maybe make this take slightly less time, but they're also complicated and confusing to like set up and can have problems. But yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. That. I meant to actually put this back to normal time. Okay. And now we wait again. Yeah, good luck and good night, man. Alright, thanks for dropping by. Player unknown. I'm probably going to be stopping soon. This is coming along well. It's just being a bit slow getting there. But I am liking how it's turning out. If, like, once this is all fully functional, all of this stuff is fully in place, I'm looking forward to it. It's like, I've never been this excited over a menu. No. I mean, kind of. Mainly because I'm going to be doing some cool transitions with this menu. Yeah. I mean, I also quite like when we were with the spring thing, but I guess that wasn't really a... That part wasn't a menu, per se. That was part of after exiting the menu. But, yeah, okay. Anyways, yeah. This... still just seems a bit... fast. Why? Oh, wait, what's happening there? It is... Yo, why are things behaving differently in, like... It seems like things are behaving differently kind of in play mode. I do notice that it kind of like shrinks and grows because the I guess the position is smoothing back faster than the scale. Could also be smoothing with the look at thing of how it's being told to look at the camera always. It actually could be something with that that's actually influencing this. I keep going in and out just to kind of see. I'm also raising a problem where when I do this, I'm still like inside the trigger. I might do a thing where I actually like, because now I'll be inside the thing on the floor there. I might actually forcefully move the player back when they go out of the hub, out of the level info thing. That would be it. Might be a thing I do. That would actually kind of buy me more time to reset things. I'm also just curious of something. Let me just try a thing real quick. This wait for seconds, when I'm slowing down the time scale, I think this is actually waiting then less time, which is interesting. Let me do a thing real quick. If I kind of undo this for a minute, other than this initial time, I just want to see what happened, because I'm just realizing that, like, things still seem to be moving slow. Or things still seem to be moving fine with the slow time scale, even though those timers were maybe running out early. So I'm just curious, just kind of see if my theory is correct. Or it might not be. Yeah, we're gonna see. Because I wonder if that initial delay just might be enough. Possibly. I'll test it one day. Okay, there we go. It is! What? Why? Other than the text. Other than the text, which maybe I could do something more about. Which might just be... Let me just try something real quick, because the look at thing might be the actual problem. Huh. I don't know why I was able to do what I did and have it work. Okay. Also, yeah, that thing being paused should not actually be there right now. Like, we shouldn't be able to pause in this screen, but that will be disabled eventually. Oh, I'm just going to quickly turn off this thing's ability to turn. If I can find the thing that's actually under. This. Just want to turn... Where's the turning thing? Oh, it's this that does the look at. Oh. I do it on the whole canvas. Oh, that might be doing funky things. So just ignoring the fact that it's turned the wrong way. Oh, now it's fine. Oh. The problem was with the... So actually, I can get rid of these, apparently. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. We'll put this to 0.2 and then this to 0.1. Just to... Because I might be able to lower this as well, and then... Yeah. Interesting. So with that, okay, waiting for this to compile. So it's that look at camera script that's being weird. So I wonder if I actually I don't need. I was thinking that I could. No, I can't put that. If I put the look at on the text, then the text will always be facing the wrong way. That's what the double 180 is for. Unless I like do a more manual look at thing. I could also though just take the entire, if instead of parenting the text, if I parented this entire canvas, then I'd have a world canvas underneath a other canvas, and I don't know if that's gonna behave weirdly. No, then I'd have to more manually mess with the scales, and I'd rather not if I can help it. Trying to think of a good way around this. So it is actually okay. So now all I need to do, which is something that I've been I was saying that I might need to do anyways. I just need to make the look at just smooth rather than being immediate. But first, there was something I was gonna change. I was like, all right, first I want to change this one thing. This multiplier does not need to be this low because it's actually this isn't the problem. 0.2, let's say. Look at camera. Instead of this, I think I can just go transform.forward equals, and then have a vector that's looking at the camera. So equals transform.position minus main camera.position. I'm technically supposed to normalize this, so I guess I will. Oh, I keep saying this and I keep getting it wrong. I get it backwards. Which this is supposed to be? Actually, I think it's where I'm looking at minus what I'm at. But maybe yeah, that's that. And then I get rid of this. Or sorry, wait, hold on. This currently does the same thing. This does the same thing, but I'm going to test it first. But then I can. This is something that I can lerp to where this isn't. So that was that change. Yeah. Actually, also with that, I might be able to undo the double 180 thing. I don't have to, but I maybe could. Just throwing in a negative sign. Okay. So let's see what happens. So right now, it should behave the same. In a second, it's gonna behave, hopefully. Or like I'll have it be smooth. Yeah, okay. Any minute now! Okay, so blah blah. So yeah, it's the same. Is it smoother is also my question. I'm gonna think no. No. You see that? Yeah. Actually, you know what? Huh. Instead of doing what I was about to just do, isn't, basically I'm trying to achieve billboarding. If I put this in a different form of update, let me put it in fixed update real quick. I'm just realizing that this might fix it, because, in order to prevent jitter, to have less, or to actually have no jitter, so I moved the player in fixed update, but then I used to move the camera in update, but that would cause some jitter sometimes, or that would, yeah, cause some jitter, especially at high speeds. So I moved the camera in fixed update as well, just so that the camera and the player move on the same time step, and that made them, you know, samey relative to each other. So I think I might actually need to be turning this thing that's supposed to look at the camera. I think I might be needing to move that in the same time step as well. So that way I can have my billboarding, but also that might make it smooth. So I'm just gonna do this first when I'm like, oh, nope, that didn't do it. Okay, smoothing it out it is. Well, I guess just for good measure, I'm gonna put it in. There's 3 types of update that are all similar but different. So I'm gonna try late update, but preemptively, because it probably won't work. I'm just gonna go put this back to the normal update and then go public float smoothing. I'll call it turn smoothing. And just because my damage circles have this, I'm just gonna put in a default value that's gonna be pretty high, so that they should be fine with this. Vector3 dot lerp from this to this by smoothing times time dot delta time. Not saving yet because I want to just have tested the late update thing first just to see, and if it does happen to work, then I can undo what I've just done. But I'm going to predict that it won't. That's the thing. Eventually, I'd also like to get that hover script to work how it's supposed to. Actually, I have an idea. I think I... Right, the hover script is on the parent canvas, so it actually might be able to have it be fine. Oh, what? What? Oh, this does just work? Oh, how about that? Okay, fair enough. So I don't need any of this. I can just put it in late update. I'm like, it preemptively, like, it won't work. I won't even bother. Turns out I was wrong, which means I can also go back to just the easy version of this. Psh. Okay, fine. Very well then. Yeah, okay. I forget if that would also work with the main camera moving. I'm pretty sure I remember trying that and it not working, but I don't know, it could be worth a try again later. However, first I wanted this. This is working. When I get into play mode sometime today. Just keeps taking longer. Okay. This, blah, this. Oh wait. Well, hold on. Yeah, is smooth. However, the actual moving back, I might need to. You know what I think actually is part of the issue? I think it's doing that snapping thing at the end of it's close enough, so I put it the rest of the way there. It's because the scale gets so tiny that I think it's the scale that might actually be partially the problem. The scale has to change so much to get where it needs to go. So maybe that's part of the problem. Let's see here. Oh, the rotation. I mean, I guess. Oh, I guess also should be tested, shouldn't it? Oh, you know what? The scale, as I've said, it's so small. Like it needs to change so much. Well, it's just 0.04 to 1. But or I'm gonna try just adding new zeros to these. This doesn't, like, this can take longer. It doesn't need to take, it doesn't need to be so, the numbers don't need to be that large. Like, it's fine if it takes its time. So testing the, yeah, no, I'm gonna skip out on the rotation one. Or am I, like, or am I wrong? It might be something else that I'm needing to do here. I put the multiplier in all 3 calculations, yeah. I mean, I could try lerping the scale faster. Like, if I actually did put, like, a ×2, specifically on the scale, say, change the scale faster. I mean, ×2 might be too much, but let me test if that has anything to do with this. If it's still snappy, then I'm gonna try and see if I can pinpoint exactly what number. I'm gonna look at the transform and see, like, what number is changing the most, because that's probably the culprit. I'm also gonna apply you. Okay. So is it the position, the rotation, or the scale that is not doing as it should? My prediction: the scale. Actually, I'm about to say the scale. Maybe it could be the position. No, but I have it as an and, so it should be that they both are fine before it snaps. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if my scale change helps. Oh, does that? That actually kind of looks nice, but, okay. I don't know, it just feels... You still just see, it seems like it's kind of just, it feels like maybe it's snapping on, like, the first frame that's going back. I'm trying to, like, pause it. I mean, it's, like, fine. I actually quite like it whooshing, and I think I'm gonna actually keep it like that. It is snapping. Oh. Is it the rotation? Let me go back to, like, this way maybe and just see. And I guess it's gonna go back. No, the numbers are still lerping, which means it's still trying to get... It hasn't, okay, yeah. Okay, so it was actually... If it's doing that... Oh, wait, is it the camera? It's so hard to tell. I'm looking at, like, is it the text that's jumping? Or is it the entire camera that's jumping? So I'm, like, looking at, like, the background fan. I think it is actually the camera. Okay. Okay, so that means that the delays that I'm like, oh, I don't need these. Turns out maybe I do. Or, actually, it's the, are they too big or too small? Because actually, apparently them being too large might also be some weird issue. So, let me just try that first. Okay, so it seems the problem might not be the text, but because of it, we got a cool thing with our transition. I will, however, go back to thing and go... This being like 1.5, don't have it be as strong. And also, maybe those don't need to be that, they can, yeah, be a bit bigger, it seems. Okay. Okay. Yup. Almost there. Alright, they might also take like a test screenshot for the actual screenshot on the map piece thingy that I still gotta figure out what it actually is. But yeah, we'll get there. We shall get there. Okay. Almost there. 19, 20, 21, 22, 33. Okay. And eventually, this will also be moving up and down. Maybe you could also do this just a little bit to like emphasize, like, this is the title. Oh yeah. Oh, I still have that debug statement coming from somewhere. Should get rid of it while I remember to. Okay, so yeah, so I remove that delay. The snapping is definitely still happening, right? Oh wait, what? Hold on. No, it's 100% is, yeah. It's so minor. Let this completely stop, and then... I'm just like... Yeah. I'm pretty sure it still is. Okay, so... Solution. Bring back the slight delays, especially on... I guess I'll put on all of it for right now. Make it slightly longer. And then see what happens. And then try to pinpoint the culprit of which script is doing this. Is it the follow script, is it the turn script, or is it the zoom script? My money is on the zoom script, I think. Because turning on the turn script, I don't believe does anything right away. I don't think that unsets anything. It just goes off of whatever rotation it had at that moment. Unless the mouse is moving, of course, then it would turn the camera. The player follow should be putting the camera back to like the center of following the player, but I think it already is enough that it wouldn't be jumping. So the outlier I think might be the zoom. Oh, you know what that problem might be? It might be on the okay. It might actually be on the, rather than the problem come from this, it might actually be coming from the I'll still keep that there for a second. The coroutine that's resetting them might not be, maybe ending too soon. So, no, but you have a break in you. Could be this? Do that so it'll take longer for them to do. And I do think that of these three things, so yeah, of these three things, this is the one that's going to take longest to get back to where it needs to be. Maybe not. Maybe I should actually be testing all three. Turning one is weird though. fine. I will test 2 of them at any rate. Okay. If position. Testing these quaternions. I guess it would be like angle thing, but let's try that first. 0.01 might be too much now, though. But I guess we're gonna find out. Wait, do I have a stop all coroutines? I do. Before, not after. Okay, that's okay. I guess I should, though, make sure that I kind of reset the coroutines when I initiate this process. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Yeah, so already, like, we got, like, so how many of the things in place? This, and this was a hard one that I knew kind of going into this. We got these here, but they're not functional. Actually, kind of, the cancel one kind of is functional pretty well. The confirm just needs to do a few extra steps. This one's going to be the funkiest, but also the coolest button, once it's actually all working, I think. Because we're going to do this whole flipbook style thing of this flipping to that side and this flipping to that side, and then the title flipping into the alternate title would be cool. And then Handy Herald, the camera shifting so that he's on the right. Almost like a mirror kind of a deal. But I just think it'll look, hopefully look cool, yeah, when we can get it all working. Yeah. Okay, so... Any minute now. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Za. What is it? What is the problem? Okay. Let's see if I can see. Oh. Hold on. Front that. So escape brings back my mouse when it's hidden, but it also pauses the game. Okay. So, okay, camera. Let me get the camera. The camera pit. So, is it the camera or the child? This thing. I'm gonna guess it's the child one. So, jump forward frame by frame. The frame of the jitter. I want to see that these never suddenly just snap to whatever they need to be. Was that it or no? Didn't catch it. Or here's a better question, I guess. Is the number still changing a number that's still changing after the jitter supposedly is happening wouldn't be the cause in theory, unless it has a sudden jump. But for those hold on. Okay. Want this. Okay. I guess that's my way of doing this. What's happening on this frame? Something turned? It almost looked like... It almost looked like this camera was given some Z rotation. Oh my gosh, I think it was. So... It's not supposed to rotate on the Z-axis at all, and I totally see that it's getting some amount of Z rotation, which it's not supposed to have. Right now it has some amount of Z rotation as it's trying to get back to what it is. I guess that's not the biggest issue. It's an issue that's causing this amount of jitter. It just snapped to something different. Okay. So it's the camera pivot, not what I thought. Oh, here, let me have a look at another thing. Is it happening the frame that this was turning on? Because that would also solve a problem. Is it the frame that turns on that's jumping? Oh, it is. Oh. So it is camera turning, camera follow. So it is just a matter of increasing these. Contrary to what I thought. Huh. And I thought this was the one causing all the problems, but no, it was mainly this one. Maybe a little bit of this. Sure, okay. Sure, so just... Okay, yeah, I guess just increasing the delay then might actually do it. Well, at least we found the source of the problem. I mean, there was a few things jittering. We slowly, like, cut them all out one by one. This was just, I guess, the last, hopefully the last problem with that. Uh-huh. So now will it work? Okay, wait the obligatory 20 seconds. Yeah. Again, hopefully this will work. And then, again, there's other things I still need to do, like making so we can't pause during that screen. But right now, it's just helped with being able to stop the game. Ugh. Still were not... Wait. Oh. Oh? Oh! The camera is trying to go back here. It should be going to the player's position. Was this jitter? Dear God. Yeah, hey, lightning stripes. Yeah, problems be happening. That I may have just discovered the source of. A little bit. Well, kind of. Player, lean move with, I mean, those should be the same at the moment anyways. But this doesn't then continuously update. I almost want to, I just hard put that in there. Is that the issue though? Might have been. Are you using Cinema Machine or your own script? I've never used Cinema Machine before. All this camera stuff is my own code doing this. I get a lot more control, and, yeah, that's the main thing. Well, right now, I'm going, so if you've just arrived, we, for this, level select, but not like a level select. Cinema Machine is amazing, you're missing out. Possibly, probably, but, yeah. Yeah, might experiment with it someday, but right now though, for what I currently have it's all good. It's all like right now we're having this tiny jitter problem that I may have just fixed. But besides that, this is working, yeah, has been working wonderfully. Okay, hold on. What is this jitter now? Oh, wait. It's still trying to overwrite my camera thing because the coroutine's not stopping. I thought No, I don't tell the coroutine to stop until it's actually... Okay, so that is a symptom of... Okay, so I know what's causing that then. That's a symptom of... That is a symptom of this having too many zeros, for one. Okay, because that's what I thought this was what causing that jitter, but it's not. I need... So I call this coroutine, and then this one. I want this delay to be... like, the coroutine is mostly done, and done-ish, whatever. I'd like this to be like... Actually, I'd like this to be 0.2, I think. Oh, 100% pro if you get so much control over the camera. How much of it is, like, locked away? Like, I know it has, yeah, control over the camera stuff, whatever, but, like, is that a lot of it through, like, calling functions or setting variables on it? You don't have direct control over, like, its code, unless I'm mistaken, but, like, the code of Cinema Machine stuff? But, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I get something I might experiment with later, but, probably not with this project, though, because I already have a pretty good camera setup. In fact, this problem here isn't to do with, well, my general camera movement. It's me overriding my camera movement and then trying to undo it in a way that's nice and smooth. Smooth and fast. I can have it be slowly smooth, but smooth and quick. It's almost it. Just one tiny bug with this, oh, you have, direct control over its variables. You can, script with it. Oh, well, fair enough. Okay, well, I tell you I could look into. So many coroutines for a few different things. Going into certain menu, or I want to hijack not just the camera, but the player as well. This is hijacking the player. I'm hijacking player movement stuff for reasons. This is hijacking camera stuff. Then this is the undoing. Yeah, this is the undoing. And I have it split in two because I want two things to kind of finish at two different times. Yeah, okay. No, it's still, wait, hold on. Now you're doing on the, You're still not finishing it, and you should. Okay, that's, so, okay, that point one is too low now. But point one is too low. 0, 1. Yeah, because, so, as I said, this should finish before this time is up. And yeah, I could have, once this time is up, it calls this stuff. Actually, that's exactly what I should do. Hold on. Yeah, no, that is exactly what I'm going to do. What am I doing? That would actually just solve my problem. Just do that. I was like, oh, I gotta time the delay right. Just have it when this time's up, re-enable this, and then stop doing this. Then the number of zeros can be whatever. Alright, fair enough. For my understanding and how I use coroutines was if something has a lot of overhead, you should limit the code to only run so quickly to save on performance and stuff. Yeah. In my case, I'm using these coroutines, one, to have delays as you normally have coroutines for, but to almost have asynchronous code running is one part of it. Is have like this code chunk, this stuff is happening while this chunk is happening, and then this can cut off, but then this stuff keeps going, and then it cuts off when it's done. But also I'm almost using some coroutines like a temporary update. That's where you have some like kind of like multi-threading. A little bit, but without actually being multi-threading, I guess. Because I don't want to go through setting up all that. Because it's not actually completely out of sync. Just more so like, well, okay. Okay, I guess the reason I'm using multiple coroutines instead of one coroutine is because these coroutines, they're independent of each other, I should mention. Like, that's not the reason why I'm using coroutines, that's the reason why I'm, having multiple instead of one giant coroutine. Because I need stuff to happen independently, but so yeah, that could be multi-threading or whatever. But the reason I'm using a coroutine in general for this is basically for what I'm basically calling a temporary for loop. Sorry, a temporary update loop. Because I basically have stuff that like I could chuck that in update, but then it's in update where it's I'd have to have like a boolean to say whether to run that chunk of code that is going to be false 99% of the time, and it's only being set to it would only be set to true to run that chunk of code like 1% of the time. So I'm like, why bother be testing that boolean that's going to be false every single frame for 99% of the game? Instead, just do this thing in a coroutine so that it's only running when I actually care about it. And this is for the rare scenario of, in our entire game, it's for the rare scenario of when I touch this, and then also when I press this confirm button. But otherwise, I'd be testing a boolean like while the level's going on, while loading is going on, while all this stuff is going on that isn't this. Oh, hey, it's working. Smooth. Yeah. All right, perfect. Oh, wait. Not exactly smooth. Almost. I have no camera controls. Will you have a boolean either way? No, I have this in a way where I have no booleans going on. Or yes, there's inevitably boolean somewhere, but specifically, okay. Well, actually, okay. In a way, hold on. Where is over here? Okay, actually, yeah. So I do have stuff in update controlling my menu buttons. So in that case, I do have to test when we press down space, then do stuff. So in a way, well, no. How does it get called then? So, okay, actually, no, so the alternative would be, so this confirm button calls this function that then starts this code that starts this coroutine. The alternative, though, would be having some boolean down here if, bool, if whatever, if override camera or something, do stuff. And this is going to be false 99% of the time until I run this function where I would go override camera equals true. And then finally would do this for a short amount of time and then go right back to being false. So basically I'm not having to test a boolean here that's going to be false 99% of the time. That's what I'm doing, I guess. In other places of code, it has more use, I guess. In this particular instance, yeah, this is running an update. I have other cases where I've done this same strategy where it's not really the case. Well, I would have like an on-trigger enter event that initiates this kind of sequence. Actually, that's actually how the starting works. Actually, so perfect example right there. I have an on-trigger enter that once this happens, that starts these coroutines. As opposed to this stuff being an update running all the time when it doesn't need to, I guess. Anyways, even if it's, yeah, whether it's necessary, it's not necessary, it's just a performance. It's not even just a performance thing, it's also, it makes my code more organized in not having my update cluttered, I guess. I don't know. I have certain sequences run, and also I just have less booleans. I have less variables to test, I guess. Yeah. Anyways, it's fine. This code is also code that doesn't run often because it's update. Sorry, it's my level select code. So it's only maybe you should look at my code and critique it sometime. Haha. Oh no. This is just general stuff I've been doing over the years. Actually, specifically this temporary update stuff has only started 2 weeks ago or something. Well, during a stream, or it was a slow progression in this very project where I just kind of naturally started to do this process and then kind of looked back at it and it's like, oh, this is, better because it doesn't have this boolean thing, blah, blah, blah. So it was a natural progression of how I was doing some certain things with this project. Anyways, this, cool. Give me back my camera. I should eventually... Okay, hold on. If I kind of redo this. Okay, now I have camera control. Okay. I don't have to wait this long to give back the control of the camera. Okay, hold on. I need to, have it cut off earlier. I just gotta... It's this 0, or is this... Where is it? Move to that. Reset. It's this guy. Actually... So Unity plastic bugged my file out. Gotta figure out how to fix that too. Oh no. Yeah. I've dabbled in Unity plastic. I've seen that the general consensus has been that it's a lot more bug prone than Unity Collaborate. Currently with this project, I'm just using good old GitHub. But yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate that they took away Unity Collaborate, but is what they decided to do. I can't do much about it. What am I resetting? Let's see here. Git is probably a smarter way to go. Yeah, it's more industry standard and... Oh, okay. Also, so in terms of, as far as like branches and blah, blah, blah go, I'm working on this project solo, so I'm basically using GitHub as a glorified just backup of the project at different points in time to roll back to if things go catastrophic, and also if my computer spontaneously explodes. But yeah, so this project I'm not having to care too much about, like, actually I'm not having to care at all about like merge conflicts or any of that kind of stuff. I'm basically using it as a backup in the cloud. Yeah, anyways, okay, so what am I needing to... what is taking too long to reset? Wait a minute. No, hold on, I have an additional question. Why was I able to move the camera if this didn't finish? The problem was that this is being enabled, or it seems like this is being enabled before the code gets here. And that's an issue. Why is that happening? Like, something else is setting this to true, and I need to track down what. At least I think that's my theory. I could be very much completely wrong. You don't do anything with the player, do you? No. Double checking. It's this button. So, you do this stuff, sure. Do this, sure. That's fine. That's okay. I get the camera, but I don't do anything with it here. And then you go straight to this, where you do this thing. Is this doing something with the camera? No way. No. Level transition does not touch the camera. Right? I do something, yeah, with the player parent, but... Unity Collab had so many issues with merge conflicts. Oh no. Yeah. Fair enough. Like I thought that, like I would have thought that because being in Unity for Unity, it would be better at handling that kind of thing. But I also never experimented with it that much myself. Just from what I heard, the general consensus was that it was better than what now exists with Unity, the plastic thing. But yeah. Oh well. I'm not using it anyway. Okay, this. So what's the issue? You're doing that, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So okay, I'm probably wrong in what I'm let me not that print. It just seems like I'm getting back camera controlling, but it's still trying to do this stuff and lerp the camera back. Oh, what if the coroutine's getting called twice? Okay, what if that somehow that's happening? I mean, it shouldn't be, but that could explain things, maybe. But I do also stop coroutines beforehand, so it shouldn't have two of its that like ongoing. So maybe not, but I'm gonna also try. Yeah. I'm just gonna do my time scale equals 0.1. Run things in slow motion so I can more easily tell exactly when certain things are running. I haven't touched plastic much. Been busy getting the house renovated. Ooh, fun. I recently moved into where I'm living now, like a few months ago, and I guess it was the opposite. I was like, having to move in and then clean, and the renovating that is called moving in. But yeah, yeah. Anyways, when this runs soon, how's it already 4 o'clock? No. I want to finish this before I stop, but yeah, is getting very, very late. Ugh. Okay, this thing. Well, as soon as I press this, things will go slow-mo, but then I'll be able to see. Jiggling the mouse to see when I get mouse back. Okay, yeah, it's taking longer than it should. Yeah, it should have kind of, as soon as it kind of looked like it was in the right place, it should have basically, that should have ran. So that means those numbers are not, I need to kind of bump them up. But then there was the problem of, if I'm now moving in a direction, why do I was able, wait, you're not happening now? I can move, but I can't move the camera, which also shouldn't really, I definitely should have camera controls by now. I'm just jiggling the mouse. Wait, why is that problem not happening? Where I was like moving the camera, but then it was trying to like snap back to where it was. That's not happening now. But it was. Or did I change something that stopped that problem without me knowing about it? So I have a problem with my player movement relative to camera script. The bug happens whenever the camera goes below the mid-height of the character. Any general thoughts how I might fix that? Ooh, okay. So first of all, stop using Cinema Machine. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was a joke. You said you were using it. That's a joke. So player moving relative to the camera. The bug happens whenever the camera goes below the mid-height of my character. So I don't know if it helps at all, but I can quickly show how my character moves relative to the camera, and if that would in any way benefit you. Now my code is all very complicated, so ignore most of it. Let's see here. Part that leans relative to the camera. I'm just trying to find this. One second. I'm looking for it here. So I have a camera pivot rather than the camera specifically. So this is stuff I do to the player movement to have it be sort of relative, like to make the. So I set this. So I have a vector 3. I set the Z part of it relative to W and S. So that's forward and back. So I have the X part that I set left and right relative to A and D. The Y part is always 0. And then basically I take it. So the Z part, multiply it by camera pivot dot forward, plus the X part multiplied by camera pivot dot right. And then in my case, I make sure the Y is always 0 because no up-down movement happening as a result of that camera. And then I do more complicated stuff. I project it relative to the slope that we're on, because then it actually can like affect us going up or down a slope. Yeah. So basically the vertical axis goes below 0 and the controls invert kind of. Interesting. Below 0. And you're talking about the camera moving. So there isn't camera rotating going on. It's just if you have the player here, when the camera does this, suddenly the player movement's inverted or something like that. Weird. That might have to do with, I don't know, maybe how your player movement's hooked up or your camera. Could have to do with either. Exactly? Yeah, okay. So first question is, how are you moving, as a general thing, moving the player? Is it happening through directly modifying the transform with a rigid body or like a character controller or some fourth thing? And then camera movement, is that happening through, so rigid body, so player movement through rigid body. Okay, so that matches what I'm doing. Camera movement, transform, rigid body, third thing. Cinema Machine, you're using Cinema Machine, right? That would be that, right? I don't know if Cinema Machine uses a rigid body or not. I'm not, like, that's how little I know about it. Yeah, so Cinema Machine, okay. Thinking. So, does your code that makes the camera move relative to the player resemble this line specifically at all? If not, you feel free to paste in the chat, just like the line or the few line, maybe not your entire script in one big chat message, but like a line or two of relevance that has to do with specifically how your player moves relative to the camera. Yeah. Let me see if I can get it. Sure. I think I also, like you can also send it to me on Discord, I think. That might be better than a Twitch chat, but up to you. In the meantime, I'm going to... no, I've lost my train of thought with whatever I was doing. Oh no. What was I doing? Move you guys to the end. I need... Oh, the turning camera thing. Yeah. So, over here... So, moving player back to... Hold on. I almost think that this bit shouldn't get tested. It should just be the other half. And that's going to resolve some of my issues. Right? Yeah. This, that. Yeah, okay. I'm going to get rid of these for right now. And I'm going to put that up to 0.1 so it also comes back faster. Okay. And we'll see if that works. And if it does, I might be able to activate the camera turning sooner than I activate camera follow? Or other way around, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to see. But I might be able to activate them sooner. But I'm not testing for that part specifically. Because it's that part that causes an issue. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. One day, when this goes into play mode. Okay, let's see. This. I don't know. Wait, are you... Okay, oh, right. You're gonna be... No, wait. Hold on. Oh. Don't I... Hold on, I need to go check something. How is that smooth, but the other thing isn't? Hold on. I'm sure isn't that like... So, moving the camera like this, I see the player moving smooth. But moving the player and the camera with which should be the same system, that's a jittery player there. I think it is. I think so. Okay, sent in Discord. I shall check. First, let me just quickly... Did I not set, Look at how my level manager does this real quick. No, you're the same system. Oh wait, no, you're... Or... No, I'm looking at this one. So am I missing, I think. Let me have a look at this code. That is code, alright. Bam. Relative to the camera. So, yeah, so takes all three axes. Fly 3D space. So camera detection equals that type of, yeah, it's like, hold on here. Yeah, okay, hold on. I need to, like, process what I'm reading here. So... So camera direction is, so your player camera transfer.rotation times _ move. So I'm assuming this might be some variable or something like that from somewhere. Or unless, like, that's something with how your player is moving. But your camera direction, that's you're taking in the rotation and turning it by some amount. Okay. And then your target direction, you're taking the X and the Z, you're getting rid of the Y, sure. Oh, I see, oh. Variable for speed, probably, yeah. So, what I'm seeing that might be strange is that you're taking a quaternion, because that's what just rotation is, and then taking the X and Z values as if it was a vector, right? Pevin, hello, what's up? How's your game progress? Coming along quite well, having some weird, minor bugs here and there. Right now I'm helping a person, Lightning Strike here, get some code to work, and then I'm gonna get back to that. But, yeah, so first thing I was gonna say is that, this quaternion, and you're using it like a vector. So I don't know if this is meant to be like .eulerangles.x, .eulerangles.z, unless I'm misunderstanding something here. But yeah, then see if target mode is move is not equal to vector 3.0. So so move is some vector. Oh, it's not a speed because you're testing that it's a vector. Oh yeah, no, there is some weird thing that I don't understand the math behind how it works, but you can multiply a quaternion by a vector, and that does things. Yeah. So never mind. So that this probably is correct. That part might be fine. Send the character to face the direction of travel when there's input. Real quick, while I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. Go into play mode. Okay, well, actually, yeah. While I wait for that to run, I can show you exactly how the game progress is going. It's going very well. She's lerping from... Turn the character to face the direction of travel when there's input. Okay. So that's just turn the way that the player, are moving. So you're lerping their rotation to look in target direction. Target direction also is supposed to be camera direction. Okay. Yeah, I want to see it. Sure. Okay, so this thing's a work in progress, but bam, will look like this. Title, screenshot of level, character here, options of buttons. The main thing that's missing is an actual screenshot of the level in this area, and then also maybe just, shifting things around a little bit. We got normal, this. None of these functions are... cancel is kind of functional, I guess, of that just going out of it. But this would be like a piece of a map or something that it's like, in our hub world, how you select a level to do. We got our level stuff down there. I don't remember the last time that you've seen this, but we also have, in our levels, bam. We have stuff with nyeh and nyeh. Level complete thing. We also actually just changed all the font stuff today, mainly because the old font was not good because it was a bit like harder to read, and also a capital I looked like a J, and I was like, yeah, no, I would prefer if it didn't, so we had to go find another font. And even setting that up was a doozy. But yeah, we got I don't know exactly the last time that you were here, so I don't know how much I need to explain, but we got things. Also, I have cheat buttons on, like, with my keyboard to, like, auto make things happen, so that's why things are just happening. That, like, auto win, auto fail, or, well, those are the only two buttons I have, but, yeah. So then, things and stuff and things. And mainly, pretend this is a giant spring. We get launched. Whee! All the way back to our hub world. Yeah, there's this thing. Okay, I'll come back to why the player's movement just seemed a little bit jittery. But I don't still have time scale thing anywhere, do I? Scale. Specifically in this, it has to be in this file. Other than setting it to 1. Setting it to 1 don't count. Oh no, not in this file, in this file. Or this file. No. Okay. Okay, anyways, so that's that. Thing I was just testing was stuff with the, when you hit this confirm button and then you kind of get control again, I was kind of, that's what we're currently making work and be smooth. Yeah. Why is... What I don't understand, what's currently being weird, is that... I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but it seems like the player is not moving. They're being jittery in how they move where they're supposed to move. But I don't exactly understand why. Because, I don't understand why, because I have other code doing the same thing and it's not jittery. So I don't know what the difference is. That's what I'm trying to sort out at the moment. I don't know. It's just the player. It's not like the whole background is jittery, right? No, they're fine. Why? Why is one fine but the other thing isn't? And also, wait, hold on. Yeah, the player's a bit jittery moving out until the camera turn kicks back on. Well, first, I want to add I want to make the number on the reset a bit even smaller. I think. I don't know. The weird thing isn't that it's not working. It's that I have here where it is. I have a place where it is supposedly is working, and a place where it's not. When it should be doing effectively the same thing. But I guess it's not doing 100% the same thing, and that might be where the problems lie. It's like one of these two things. I didn't move the player with time to delta time things, did I? No. Yeah, this function I think is one-to-one the exact same. Other than change in variable name. But change in variable name where variable is the same. Also, this saying just transformed opposition. Oops. Hold on. Any significant differences, again, other than changing variable names that would be causing this to be different? Not that I'm seeing. Other than, like, specific things that I know are fine. Okay, hold on, let me back up to... Oh, what happened? You good? Oh, I hit Control V, not Control Y. I was pressing the wrong buttons to, like, kind of back up and go forward. Huh. You're meant to be a 0.2 and leave it at that. Weird, though. I mean, the smoothing here is different, but no way that would be what's different. Unless it is. Oh, maybe... Oh, no way. Possibly. I did say I'm looking for something different. That is something different, alright. Huh, let me test this. It'd be weird if they had to be the... If it being 2 versus 3 was somehow making that much of a difference, but no way. Unless... I almost wonder that, like... So the physics time step is 0.02 by default. So I wonder if it being a 2 is somehow Like, no, no way. I'm gonna doubt that's the thing that's doing this. I wouldn't concern myself with minor things like that at this stage. Yeah, but I'd like to figure it out if I could, because it might require like heavy rewriting of some text, like of some parts of that. Yeah, it's like if I can figure it out now, that would be great. But yeah, I know it's not high priority. It's just, it's just strange is the thing. It's more confusing just because it's. I have it in another. I guess it's actually not that bad. Yeah, I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. But I will put this back to a 3. The one thing that was actually a problem though was this. This needs to be higher, otherwise I have issues. I remember having a hard time on some code during college and teamed up with a classmate who just couldn't figure everything out. Went to sleep the next morning, had all the answers, snapped, my head was crazy. Yeah. could happen the same. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I think I am probably gonna wrap things up soon though. Anyway, but yeah, that part's working. Yeah, other than it being maybe being a little bit jittery, it seemed like it was very subtle. So honestly, not that bad. Yeah, subconscious is powerful. Like, I was thinking of swapping out this for a yield return, wait for fixed update, but I shouldn't have to. Like, there's certain things I could try, but it's like, if this worked, if this code works without doing that, then this code should, in theory, work without doing that. But anyway, whatever. Not super important. Anyways, this, the main thing. Oh no, it's snapping again. Okay. That's a result of... Okay, so that's what happens when that number is too big. So that... I might actually need that number to be smaller, but the smoothing to be higher. Okay. So this is the thing where that jitter I want to fix right now because I know exactly what number I need to change, and it's just a matter of being too high or too low. And I'd rather get it proper now. Also, this smoothing number, we're gonna make that higher. Actually, that at 10 and then that at 0.1. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and then assuming that works, I might want to do one last little thing, and that's we can pause during this screen, and we're not supposed to be able to pause. So I might quickly put in, I just gotta set a boolean in a certain place that says we're not allowed to pause now. And that should be good enough. Actually, while I'm waiting for that to run, I can start writing that code. I have the pause UI, I have the reference to the pause UI. I just need to go something like... Just disable pausing, and it's just... No, hold on. It's just pause UI.can, pause equals false, and then when we exit, enable pausing again. That's gonna be under here, equals true, and over here at the end. Yeah. Well, I'll save it next time around, but yeah. So what I'm just testing is, okay, it doesn't snap, cool, but then how soonly, if I wiggle the mouse, how soonly do I get back, how soon do I get back camera controls, and is that fine? Does it take too long? Yeah, no, okay, I'm totally fine with that. The problem was before, like, I was trying to fine tune it, because it felt like it was either it was taking, like, too long to get back camera controls, or, like, yeah, stuff like that. There is a problem where, like, oh no, not this, yeah, actually, sorry, this is the problem. This not supposed to be able to... like, that text over there, it appears behind things. That one's, this text is supposed to, yeah, only, it's supposed to appear behind stuff. That's actually more of a little bit more of a problem. What? I can, yeah. I know partially why... Because I put you on the UI layer. Oh. Let's see here. How do I, You need to be on a layer where you are rendered by the UI... No. You are rendered by the default camera, but are not affected by post-processing. I might need to give that thing a custom layer. I need to go to how my cameras are set up. I have 3 cameras, actually, technically a 4-layered camera system for reasons of this. So I render this stuff, and then this stuff needs to appear on top of this stuff, and this stuff needs to be on top of this stuff. So there's the main camera that's basically rendering like 90% of everything. Actually, you can see it there in the corner. It's just rendering all the 3D stuff. This one should also render that text specifically. It should be like it's a 3D thing in the world. I then have this sprites camera that's supposed to render sprites in the world that appear on top of everything. That's currently only used for the damage circles on this, but any other UI that's effectively UI, but like in the distance UI kind of thing. Not pressed against the camera. That's what that's for. UI camera is then the UI stuff. It's the things in the corners of the screen and the pause screen and all that. The pause screen is, or this screen is not affected by post-processing, nor is the sprites camera. Yeah. So that text though. Oh, and then I have this transition curtain. When you restart a level, go back to the hub world, stuff like that, I have a quick curtain that goes foosh foosh, and that needs to be on top of everything. So that's its own camera just for that purpose. Gotta go to sleep. See you next time. All right, Pathfin. Well, thanks for dropping by, and yeah, see you around. Okay, so I need to go here and this and oh, you're not there, right? How do I? Hold on. I'm trying to think of how I need to do this. How do I need to configure this? So, culling mask, you render only things on the UI layer. Yes. I'm just thinking if I put it on the sprites. What does the sprites layer do? Damage sprites. If I change the name of this layer, I might be able to repurpose it for. No. I'm just gonna make a new layer for right now. I might figure out a way to kind of mesh it with things elsewhere. Hey, Chroma, ignore my question. I think I had an older project that had a better solution. Ooh, nice, awesome. Yeah, nice you're able to, yeah, get that working. So, level name text. I'm just gonna have a layer just for this for right now. Might find a way to kind of group it up with some of this other stuff later. Okay, so player main camera should do this. That should be part of it. Yeah. Okay. Yes, and then out to, let's see here. Over here, Sky Hub World. Then on our this, and on not you, this guy. I guess that the whole canvas I'd do. Go bam. So now you're on the right layer, but now I just set up how the layers actually are working. Or specifically, I think now I need to set it so that the when you load the scene, the post-processing that I have in this scene, because I need it to. Oh no, I don't. Actually, no, I prefer if it wasn't affected by post-processing, just so it matches. But it's actually not as much of a necessity as it used to be. It used to be required with what I was doing, where I was swapping out to like one game object for another in a frame, and I needed it to look consistent. But I'm not actually doing that anymore, so I'm just realizing that yeah, it's not as necessary. So what is this? How does? Oh wait, no, post-processing works on a camera by camera basis. Oh no. So it being on its own layer isn't actually helping here. Unless I set up its own other camera. No, but then it'll still render on top of. That doesn't work either. Let's see here. It's got to be a way. Ooh. No, actually, you know what? I think it's actually fine getting affected by post-processing for now. So because I changed how I handle that text, this is actually fine. So let me go put it back to how it was. If I can go in the right scenes. Or not back to how it was. Actually, I actually just leave it how it is now, except I don't need the other layer. It doesn't need its own layer. It can just be on the default layer. It came up. Couldn't hear you. Oh, what's the issue? Well, let me go back to. Let me show it, but then show that I have solution already. But over here in my Skyhow world. In a minute when this runs. This text, I needed to, okay, easier. This text was being on top of this text was being on top of, being rendered on top of things it shouldn't. And I had a way to undo that, but then that would make it be affected by post-processing, which, okay, so first of all, see how, okay, so actually now it's fine. Oh, yeah. So now it's fine, but it's being affected by post-processing, which at first I was going to be like, oh, I need it to not be affected by the post-processing of the scene. However, it's fine if it is. Oh. Wait. Yeah, wait, that's unexpected. Why are you changing like that? Actually, I mean, that's like, they're so similar that it's maybe fine, but I'd prefer if it didn't change. It kind of breaks the illusion. I mean, it almost looks like it's fading, but I'd rather it, like, stayed the same. Let's see, why would I do that? Why is it doing that? Because it should be... Oh, I move it to the screen space canvas that's being rendered by the UI camera. Oh, yeah. So in one frame, I'm changing it from being rendered by the normal camera to being rendered by the UI camera. I mean, I guess that's fine for now. Like, it's not technically a problem. It's just a graphical thing. I just don't think I have an easy way to make it the same. But the other problem was this. When I paused the screen, the text was still super visible. So that was also what I've just did, fixed that. It's a feature. Exactly. The one issue is that, like, the text is going to look slightly different with different levels, or with different, like, the hub world being in a different level below because the post-processing is going to affect it. But you know what? Maybe that's cool. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, as I said, we're going to leave it as is because it's not too much of an issue. I did just need to set this back to default. I'm trying to think of how I might, like, do I have any way of addressing that later? I was going to say letting this be rendered by, like, its own camera, but then it would still be rendering on top of all the 3D models. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a problem. Okay, so now I'm going to also, like, probably the last thing we're going to test for today, the code that I wrote a little bit ago, but did I even save the code? I didn't. No, I need to go out of play mode and then back into play mode. The, right now we can... Do you ever play Gauntlet? Trying to remind myself of what that was. I want to say no, but I might see it and be like, oh, that thing. No, I'm getting pictures of actual gauntlets. Hold on. Game. Anything to do with this? I don't immediately recognize this. Is this Chroma Chroma Dark Legacy? Oh, this. No. No, I do not recognize this, unfortunately. No, couldn't even tell you what kind of game it is. I mean, I would almost guess like a roguelike kind of thing, would just be my immediate guess. Dark Legacy. Oh, this looks like RuneScape. Interesting. Sure. Yeah, interesting. But nope, did not play that one, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, anyways, I was just doing, so I can pause, right now, I can pause during the screen. Not supposed to happen. Like, this is a layering issue here, but it doesn't actually matter, because the pause screen won't be coming up during this time. So if I just save the code that I already wrote, and then run it again, then, this should work. Hopefully. Maybe. Yeah, and then I think we'll wrap things up for now. Next time, then we're going to get, like, I guess the next step would be getting the confirm button to work. Actually, no, first I want to get the screenshot in place. I want to get every part of the UI functionally working. Actually, the confirm button is already, like, 90% working. It just then needs to call other code. Actually, code that I think I commented out at one point. Actually, no, wait, no, it might actually... Wait, the confirm button might actually be working if I was going into a level that wasn't the level that we're already in. Which might be a thing I actually, disable. Or I might, like, make it so you can't, like, go into that level select in a level you're already in. Or something like that. I'll figure it out. So, can't pause. Cool. And immediately here, I can pause. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Cool, 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 cool. You go through mazes and kill monsters, 4 players. Ah, fair enough. It's like a dungeon crawler type deal. Interesting. Okay, so now I'm also going to, with this, I'm going to now duplicate it into replacing this one, and we can see if it works. So, bye-bye, old button, and hello, new one. So I should be able to just kind of go like, wah. And this goes into test level B. Change the actual text of what the title says, like what the level name. Just like here, we have another test level. Like this text doesn't matter. It's just, you know, it would be the level name that, you know, would come from somewhere. But yeah, for now, and also for now, I'm just like also testing, like making sure it works for like a decently long level name. Yeah. I don't know how long our level names will usually be, but usually in these kind of testing scenarios, you test for the longer cases. Yeah. I'm thinking basically like Crash Bandicoot, how it has all its levels having names. Like, that's kind of what I'm going for. Or probably what I'll be going for in terms of, yeah, all my levels having names. I've decided that I even want, just to help differentiate them even more, the normal version and the hard mode of a level will have different names, just to show that they're more different than just same but harder. Okay, so if I do this, wow, UI that still isn't existing yet. Oh yeah, I forgot the whole hub world, oh. Okay, so stuff to readdress, sure. Oh wait, this didn't go to test level A. Oh no, what's happened? Okay, so, yeah, okay, yeah, definitely things to still work towards. Oh no. Yeah, things to readdress. Okay. So we know what we're doing next time. I would like also, because the name is test level B, and here we have test level B. I'm just gonna do that, but yeah, I don't know what exactly was causing all that. However, actually, I do know that test level B isn't as set up with everything with test level A, so as soon as I went to test level A, there may have been like errors causing problems. I don't know. Stuff to come back to, stuff to readdress, yada yada. One thing I do know that I want to do, maybe that might be how I start next stream, that's going to boost performance a lot, and also allow me to get rid of this unnecessary mess, is to convert a lot of these find object of types that are way more expensive with performance than I thought they were, converting these into, like, instances, where, like, the actual code being, like, static, and then having an instance, and just, yeah, doing it that way will make going into play, well, actually, it'll make going into play mode a lot faster, so it's just worth doing for that reason alone. Yeah, but anyways, I need to cut myself off, or I'm gonna like be pulling an all-nighter here. So, yeah, made a lot of cool progress, other than it kind of breaking a bit. We're getting there for getting this level select screen up and running. I'm enjoying making it. I still think it's really cool how nicely it turned out, with just the whole when I go into play mode. Have a good night, games come along. Yeah, it certainly is. Very cool. After this, or what I was about to say, finish my sentence. What I think is really cool is the way that I have this world text that then sticks to the camera. I don't know why, it just looks really smooth, and I really like that specifically. I'm really looking forward to when we do the flipbook thing, because if I can pull it off how I kind of see it in my head, it will also look really cool. But just this, how it's... Wait, why did that move? Why did you load into level B? You're level A. Oh. Okay. Anyways, I'll come back to that. I think the transition is really cool. Yeah, I think so too. And, like, you have to, like, imagine eventually of when things are actually, you know, graphically looking better and, like, everything like that. Like, this whole, like, the hub world itself will not look like this. The, when it's flying through the air, I want it to, like, kind of go through a sea of clouds to kind of mask the, environment loading in around it. And all that stuff. And also that, like, jittering, ideally, that will be all gone. So you can, like, pretend that that's not happening. But yeah, so, yeah, I actually don't know why. Okay, so it looks like the actual confirming level part isn't exactly completely working. So, yeah, I'll get back to that. I think for now I might comment this out, because something is not working right with it. The fact that I interacted with this one and it went to load into test level B, I have to, like, look at what that code is actually doing. It's code I haven't looked in a long time, because it was doing stuff with our old way of how we transitioned levels. But yeah, should be fixable, hopefully. But anyways, I think we're gonna stop here for today, and then next time we're gonna just continue doing more of this, and I'm looking forward to it. So anyways, I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Okay, bye!